This story tells us about a young man named Vincent, who is a level 0 and is a rather weak fighter in this cruel world. This young man is so weak that he cannot deal with the demon beast alone and survives by collecting the trash that the monsters leave behind. People like him, who have only a 0 level, are considered a burden in society and are easily abandoned to their fate. Such people are considered absolutely useless, and sacrificing such a pawn is, if not noble, then at least not a reprehensible act. Vincent has felt all his life like a pathetic nobody, treated with at least contempt or outright hatred by everyone. However, despite such hardships of existence, today becomes a significant and turning point in the life of this brave young man. You can say that he lives like trash, but this does not mean that he is not a worthy person, capable of great deeds. Sometimes pride clouds our vision and prevents us from appreciating people who possess amazing qualities despite their low status. Vincent is just one of those people who promises himself never to die like trash, and to break through to the stars and greatness at all costs. However, to understand how everything came to this dramatic scene, we need to go back a little bit and find ourselves in the city of G. This terrifying foray begins near a Class C gate, which is a portal to a dangerous zone called the Abyss, where terrifying monsters live. The gate begins to flicker, and a man gradually emerges from it, desperately trying to escape, as someone is pursuing him. This young man turns out to be Vincent, whom we already know, who works as the senior garbage collector of the Abyss. Another hero comes to his aid and attacks the giant creature, while simultaneously saying that Vincent is too slow. Our hero's job is to collect and sort trash left over from fighting monsters every day, which may still be of some value. Vincent understands that the leadership does not want this resource to leak to ordinary people, since each such crystal costs about 50,000 yuan. A few moments later, his partner accidentally steps on the box and calls Vincent a pathetic rat, after which he decides to talk to him. He states that they must split the reward each piece, and if Vincent steals even one piece, he will not only not receive the money, but will also go to jail. Scavenger work in the Abyss is performed by those at level 0. If the fire team doesn't deal with all the monsters, the foray becomes more dangerous. For returning from the dungeon, each garbage collector receives 1,000th share of the collected garbage, 30% of which goes to the management. Vincent has a huge debt, and so he takes on any job that can be offered to him, even if it is extremely dangerous. One of his comrades says he's found a job that pays a whopping 3,000 yuan, and Vincent immediately agrees, saying he's in. Without thinking twice, he boards a special bus to go to his new place of work, listening to the conversations of his comrades along the way. They say that they are heading to a shopping mall, where a Class A Abyss gate has opened, which poses a huge danger and serious risks. Other garbage collectors point out that the damned capitalists treat people like pigs and have no regard for human life. They also wonder who gave these people permission to monetize the Abyss and profit from the suffering of others. 10 years ago, the gates of the Abyss rose from the underworld and astounded humanity with their unprecedented power. But they were immediately followed by horror. Humanity came face to face with incredible and terrifying creatures that lived in this very abyss and were trying to break out. The gigantic number of these creatures and their incredible, disgusting diversity plunged humanity into genuine horror. Only a special class of people were able to destroy these creatures, and it was these people who immediately became a very privileged part of society. When the first monster was defeated, people discovered not only magical crystals, but also mysterious weapons that could be created. Having explored all the continents, people began actively exploring the Abyss in order to obtain as many interesting artifacts as possible. The economy changed direction, traditional businesses closed, and all funds were directed to supporting the industry of the Abyss. Vincent, at that time, finds himself in serious trouble, as he needs to get money for the treatment of his dear sister named Valerie. He gets into a huge amount of debt in order to at least somehow help his sister get out of this horror. He suffered a huge number of job rejections and disdainful attitudes due to his 0 level. The point is that for those with such a low level, the employment situation is incredibly bleak and drives people to despair. At one point, he comes across a stranger who offers him a loan to get a lot of money for his sister. The borrower asks the protagonist if he needs money to help his loved ones, which immediately attracts his attention. The cunning man says that all he needs to do is leave his organs as collateral, so that if anything happens, he can pay with his life. Vincent realizes that at that moment he is making a real deal with the devil, but he has no choice because he needs to save his sister. Meanwhile, his colleagues continue the discussion and say that they heard that Vincent took out a loan of 1 million and lost it all on the stock market. They also mention that he is paying for his little sister's treatment, and the medical bills have only been getting more expensive lately. His comrades unanimously come to the conclusion that Vincent would rather die than collect the required amount, and he will have to work as a garbage collector until his death. As soon as they arrive at the place, they are met by a group of heroes who accuse them of not being in a hurry, and if they die, it will only be their problem. Vincent steps off the bus and looks at the giant portal, which glows a terrifying and mysterious purple hue. As he walks forward, Vincent reflects on how he will try to earn money and return alive, no matter what. He understands that he needs to focus on generating more profit in order to pay off his debts as quickly as possible. After some time, he passes through the portal and realizes that this abyss is actually on level B, but it still remains a serious threat. Besides, this is his first trip to such a high-level location, which is full of unknown dangers. The fighters located here immediately detect a strange noise, which signals that disgusting monsters are already rushing here. These monsters turn out to be the spirits of wolves, who in rage attack every creature that disturbs their peace and enters their territory. One of the fighters approaches a mage named Larry, saying that they encountered monsters as soon as they arrived here. But Larry says he knows it all too well. He comes forward and says it's just a bunch of wolf spirits and isn't much of a problem. Letting them get closer, he decides to use his powers to destroy several creatures at once with one blow. By concentrating all his magical power, he creates a giant fireball that sweeps away everything in its path. Wolves that don't have much armor take massive damage from this fireball, and several of them are killed instantly. The survivors quickly flee into the darkness to lick their wounds and strike from the darkness at another, more opportune moment. The vanguard warns his comrades that they must remain vigilant, as the demons could attack at any moment. His partner asks where their destination is, where they are supposed to arrive. The group's commander says they need to go to the 5th floor, but another fighter reports that the floor has become several times wider and higher. One of the fighters claims that everything seems quite normal from the outside, but here the laws of time and space change. After this, he wonders where the traces of the previous group are, and gives the scavengers the order to find the bodies, warning them of the danger. Larry sits down to tie his shoelaces, while the other members of the group say that they don't care about the garbage men, because they both. Meanwhile, Vincent hears strange sounds and, in his fear, does not notice that he is walking straight towards a member of the hunting group. After a few steps, he hits his foot on Larry, who had been trying to tie his shoelaces the whole time. Unable to keep his balance, Vincent falls onto the cold stone floor, and Larry immediately falls too, losing his temper and telling him that he should watch where he's going. Vincent apologizes to his partner, but the latter decides to deal with the careless boy who has gone too far. He holds it up and says that it really irritates him when someone steps on the damned garbage. The group's leader asks Larry not to get distracted, as they have enough to do, and there are much more important tasks than trying to assert themselves at the expense of the garbage collectors. Larry gives the protagonist a nasty look, demonstrating extreme disdain and irritation. After that, he throws him on the ground and says that if Vincent knows that he is trash, then he should not go near him. Vincent tries to tip his cap, thinking that Larry is just another arrogant jerk who is too stuck up. Larry, meanwhile, looks at the other garbage men and says that they have a dream team, after which he decides to turn towards his comrades. Vincent understands that people like him are called a burden or simply trash by society simply because they are at level 0. The class stratification of society becomes all too visible when it comes to power levels, and this is a very grim situation. However, all this time Vincent kept a secret that would soon make everyone change their opinion of him, if not die of horror. The thing is that he only has one experience point left to move to the next level, and finally significantly strengthen himself. After a while, a wolf spirit suddenly appears behind them, and the other scavengers run away, as they have no special skills to fight. Vincent looks at this wolf spirit in surprise, and realizes that no one from the battle group began to fight this creature. The system notifies him that this creature has extremely low health, and can die from just a few hits. Vincent quickly looks around to find some kind of weapon that will allow him to fight this creature. Luckily, he quickly finds some level 1 wooden items lying around, as well as a small wooden stick that might come in handy. Despite all the horror this giant creature instills in him, he understands that it has a critical level of health, and decides to cast aside all doubts. Immediately after this, he rushes forward to take this equipment and hope for victory, since this is his only chance. He takes a fighting stance to prepare for combat with the creature, hoping to find the right moment to strike. The monsters from the abyss do not have high intelligence, and therefore for them he is just another prey that is walking into their mouths. However, this wolf is a very dangerous opponent for a person who does not have serious combat experience and good equipment. Vincent rushes forward and manages to land a powerful attack on the monster's head. Overjoyed at his success, he jumps to the ground, but the system notifies him that he has dealt 0 damage due to his weak equipment. The other scavengers looking at him wonder if he really is that stupid and doesn't understand that only a combat team can kill a monster. Vincent decides not to respond to this mockery, mentally realizing that he knew all this anyway, but he has no other choice. Unfortunately, his skills are at an extremely low level due to the fact that he has not been able to improve his stats until now. Vincent reflects that with such weak equipment, he won't be able to penetrate the defense of even the weakest monsters, and therefore he needs to act smarter. Despite his weaknesses, he understands that he has some advantages that he must take advantage of to win. He is well aware of his situation, so he decides to rely on agility in order to gain the upper hand over this wolf. Vincent leaps into the air, simultaneously dodging the wolf's deadly attack and forcing it to crush the tree's hard roots. This time he gains a lot of altitude to inflict at least some damage on the monster, and hope that everything goes smoothly. Meanwhile, Larry laughs and notes that as soon as the Zeros see the monster, they immediately run, flashing their heels, because they can't do anything. The party leader says that if the monster is weak, you can earn some luck, but this does not work if the monster is a demon beast. He also states that they will keep the most expensive items for themselves, and everything else will go to the garbage collectors. One of the fighters informs the boss that apparently one monster survived, and points his finger in the direction of the shopping center escalators. After listening closely, the combat team notes that loud screams are indeed coming from there. A demon beast is at work there. Larry lazily heads in that direction, saying that all the purple gear will be his, and no one else should take it. Meanwhile, a brutal battle to the death continues in this place, as Vincent's plan does not work out as he wanted. The huge demon wolf dodged the attack and immediately attacked him, biting into his shoulder to immobilize him. Vincent feels the incredible damage his body is receiving, but at the same time he experiences a sudden surge of determination. Grabbing a sharpened piece of stick, he shouts that he will never leave this world as a miserable person and prepares to strike. The giant monster doesn't have time to react, and Vincent accurately thrusts a sharpened stick right into its eye. The system immediately notifies him that he was able to deal a fatal blow to the wolf spirit, thereby finishing off the creature. Vincent watches the giant wolf corpse fall at his feet and stands frozen for a moment, unable to believe he has succeeded. However, after a little while, he decides to catch his breath to regain his strength, and joy gradually flows into his body. A wicked smile spreads across his face, mixing with the blood coming from his lip, which was split during the fight. Convinced that he was indeed able to win this fight, he begins to shout loudly, emitting a victorious cry. At this time, Larry, who was sent to search for the remaining scavenger who could gather supplies, begins to approach him. He haughtily remarks that, apparently, a lone horse was still able to defeat a low-level wolf. After this, he grabs him by the clothes and asks if he really considers himself a hero, accusing him of attempting suicide. He also adds that they didn't come here to drag out his body, but Vincent only smiles. He reminds that once a person reaches the first level, he can join a combat group and even receive a special specialty that will change his life. However, to do this, you need to think about how to gain experience points, since 0 players cannot kill demon beasts. However, the hero finds a way to achieve this, risking his life for so many years to find someone wounded and finish them off. He waits day after day and gradually kills monsters, slowly but surely accumulating experience points to level up. Over the course of his time as a scavenger, he accumulates a significant amount of experience points, which brings him to his current point. Once he kills the demon beast, he gains the final experience point needed to level up. Now he finally reaches 100% experience to level up and change his destiny. Vincent states with satisfaction that this was the only way to gain experience points, and he did not deviate from it one step. After this he smiles and says that his ideal conditions, which he had been waiting for so long, have finally been fulfilled. Larry looks at Vincent in shock, calls him a little shit, and asks if he was actually able to level up. Vincent feels an unprecedented surge of strength, and the system congratulates him on finally reaching level 1. However, this incredible triumph quickly fades, as it turns out that he reaches the maximum level of the scavenger profession. Larry watches what is happening with undisguised surprise, as he did not expect such an unimpressive result. After a few moments, he finds it hard to hold back his laughter and begins to choke right in front of Vincent. A moment later, he starts laughing openly and says that he can't believe that even after reaching level 1, Vincent is still a garbage man. He apologizes, explaining that he simply can't help but laugh, noting that such a chance only comes once in a lifetime, but Vincent still remains a loser. After this, he sternly declares that his friends have long since left, so he will have to clean up everything here. Immediately after this, he turns to his comrades and says that his friends will not believe what he just saw. Vincent is left alone with his thoughts and looks at his hand, wondering if it's really worth it to remain a garbage man this late. He understands that if level 1 is the maximum, then he cannot use it to raise his equipment points. He also wonders what is so special about this class, and finds that he perceives the world a little differently. Looking at the corpse of the demonic wolf, he notices that its remains are now beginning to glow with a strange light. The system informs him that recyclable waste has been found and asks if the body should be sent for recycling. Vincent immediately agrees, eagerly awaiting what will happen next. A few moments later, a portal appears behind him, from which numerous hands immediately burst out, reaching for the remains of the wolf. Vincent looks around in shock, trying to figure out what it is, noting that he has never seen a garbage man with such abilities. Meanwhile, the hands grab the remains of the monster and slowly pull them towards themselves, while Vincent guesses that this is the peculiarity of the scavengers. Just a few seconds later, these hands drag the prey into the abyss, and Vincent notices that it looks quite creepy. A few moments later, he receives a notification that increased production is being processed. Vincent patiently waits for the processing to complete, after which he receives new notifications about the obtained loot. Mysterious hands belonging to an unknown deity grant him the skill of ghostly dash, as well as 3 equipment points. Vincent is surprised that you can level up with such things, and opens the system summary of his characteristics. Upon closer inspection of this ability, he discovers that he needs to have 3 points of dexterity to use it. Making a quick decision, he decides to convert equipment points into dexterity points to learn this skill. The system informs him that all the conditions for using the ghost dash have been met, and then asks if he wishes to learn this skill. Vincent quickly gives his consent, and a greenish flash of energy appears next to him, quickly enveloping his body. Vincent feels the energy filling him, simultaneously changing his consciousness and some physical parameters. However, the feeling of change quickly passes, and he opens his eyes, realizing that he has remained more or less the same as before. Vincent looks down at his arms and legs, wondering if that's all there is to it, noting that nothing looks different. Larry yells loudly at the protagonist to get his ass over here, and Vincent replies that he's already on his way. With these words, he decides to try the phantom dash in action and takes off, leaving behind only wind and raised dust. His speed increases significantly, causing him to even scream in fear, not understanding how to react to the approaching objects. Of course, having accelerated to such speeds for the first time, he does not notice a snag in the way and immediately crashes into it, losing his balance. The dull sound of a human body hitting a stone floor echoes through the air, and Vincent begins to groan from the minor but annoying injuries he has received. He wonders if there has never been a person before who could have possessed such a skill and mastered it the first time. The system immediately tells him that the Ghost Rush skill is now charging, and Vincent says that this doesn't surprise him. After this, he finally gets to his feet and decides to dust himself off, so that his clothes look at least remotely acceptable. He also decides to look around to understand what kind of work he has to do at the moment. However, upon looking closer, he immediately freezes in surprise, because now he has discovered something that he could not see before. The protagonist is immediately attracted by the huge number of slain wolves, which can be processed to obtain a considerable amount of loot. Vincent summons his mysterious companions and tells them that the scavengers are an incredibly cool class. Vincent begins recycling his loot, earning an incredible amount of gear points that can be spent on strengthening his body. After some time, the amount of gear points received from recycling decreases, and Vincent also notes that he has not received any abilities. He wonders if he should recycle another monster to gain a new ability, and the mysterious hands gesture to him that he is right. Looking at his stats, he finds that he has managed to earn 111 points, which can be distributed across all of his main skills. Vincent wonders which skill he should prioritize, since he still doesn't know when he'll be able to score points again. He spends a few minutes analyzing what is happening, after which he realizes that in this situation, he has only one way out. He decides to distribute all the points he receives equally in order to be a jack of all trades. This brings all of his stats to level 20, which is quite impressive for a level 1 character. Meanwhile, the fire team continues clearing the floors, eliminating the werewolves one by one with their skills. However, these monsters are quite low level and do not pose a high threat, so they are destroyed quite quickly. The group leader approaches Larry with the conclusion that he did not know that a garbage man could level up and acquire such a profession. One of his partners says that 3 hidden professions are added every year, but the ranking of the most valuable vacancies never changes. Larry says that Vincent is level 1, and that is the maximum value, which means that almost nothing has changed. The group leader says that they don't have time to deal with this and need to move on, looking around along the way. His comrades say they agree with him as they watch the hole in the ceiling gradually begin to narrow. Suddenly they hear a loud crash, and a huge number of roots suddenly burst out from under the concrete. The group's leader looks at this in surprise, noting that he did not expect something like this. and tries to understand what kind of strange monster this is. After a few moments, this terrible manifestation completes its appearance, and before them appear the mutilated corpses of people. The team leader says that the mission's target has been located, but the other soldiers are afraid and wonder how something so large could fit here. One of the fighters says that less than 2 days have passed since the abyss's transformation, but everything looks as if they were already 10 years old. Another fighter says that they only encountered weak demon beasts, and this group was much stronger, but still failed. The group leader feels a strange touch, looks around, and everyone freezes, realizing that everything is not so simple here. Looking at the huge number of arriving tree zombies, he says that not only demon beasts live here, but also something more terrible. Meanwhile, the news reports that a void transformation has occurred in a shopping center in one of the cities, and 27 people have gone missing. The group leader orders his comrades to get ready, as this fight will be much more difficult than the previous ones. The fighters begin to realize that they have been ambushed and are now surrounded, meaning they will have to break through by force. Larry uses his fire powers to say that as soon as he wondered where the bodies were, they immediately came across them. He claims that the low-ranking demons lived here only to serve as bait for the real hell. A giant root located near them suddenly begins to move, causing a small earthquake. The group's leader turns around and says that they are now faced with the final boss of this abyss, who is very dangerous. The system notifies them that they have encountered a poisonous abyssal plant, which is an A-class monster. Larry shouts to his comrades to keep their eyes peeled for any dangers this monster may pose. He draws the attention of his comrades to the fact that the entire hunting party they just found has turned into very dangerous and active zombies. Meanwhile, Vincent goes about his usual work, working overtime and earning small bonuses for working overtime. The system informs him that he has earned an achievement for recycling 50 corpses, and he is very happy about it. A vortex from the abyss also appears next to him, preparing a reward for him. Vincent approaches it in anticipation. A few moments pass, and he receives a regular heart-shaped necklace, as well as a very regular dagger for fighting monsters. Vincent even tries to hide his disappointment and says that even the rewards for the garbage man are complete junk. However, he has no time to mourn the cruel irony of fate, as he hears a very loud roar. He turns around to see what the strange sounds were, and suddenly hears someone approaching him very quickly. He understands that either very advanced players or very dangerous monsters are moving at such a speed. Vincent's instincts are correct, as one of the missing hunters, now turned into a zombie, is indeed running towards him. Vincent feels horrified by what is happening, as he has never encountered a monster that looks so much like a human. However, his reflexes do not fail him, and he jumps to the side, avoiding a fatal blow that would otherwise have smashed him into the wall. The system notifies him that the agility skill called Great Dodge is activated, causing him to do several backflips. Vincent admits that this appearance scared him very much, and he already thought that he was finished. After this, he looks at his body and notes that, apparently, he has become much more agile due to the fact that he has pumped up his agility skills. Clenching his fist tightly, he realizes that, apparently, he really has become much faster and more agile. At that very moment, the zombie again rushes into attack to destroy the main character, but he manages to notice its movement. Within moments, the claws are millimeters from his face, and he makes the timely decision to dodge. If he had delayed even a split second, he would have definitely died. But at this moment, he still had a chance to get out of here. Vincent puts some distance between himself and the angry zombie, looking closely at his opponent. He also realizes that he has not only become much more agile, but also feels much stronger than before. At the same moment, he activates the Ghost Dash skill to gain as much speed as possible and increase his strength. Taking aim, he says it's time to attack. The proud protagonist announces that this time the damage will be much greater, and sends the zombie flying with just one blow to the face. The system notifies him that he has used a strength skill, thanks to which he has broken the enemy's defense and was able to inflict full damage. Vincent wipes his face contentedly, and says that, having moved to the next level, he has become an incomparably stronger version of himself. The system also tells him that his intelligence skill allows him to find the enemy's weaknesses, no matter where they are. Looking at this zombie, he finds that it has a high level, and its weak point is the neck. He also realizes that the creature is highly vulnerable to fire, while it begins to make strange sounds reminiscent of human speech. Moments later, the monster and Vincent rush towards each other to finally destroy each other once and for all. Vincent relies on his agility once again and manages to dodge the attack with deadly claws that can cut through flesh like a knife through butter. By making a well-timed tackle, he also saves himself from being tackled, which would have neutralized his ability to move quickly. Vincent continues to circle around his opponent, waiting for the right moment to strike at a vulnerable point. He realizes that this point is the enemy's weak point, and decides to summon his weapon to have a better chance of an instant kill. The zombie is still a bit confused, so Vincent decides to use the simple dagger card, summoning it to his hand. He rushes forward and delivers a quick attack to his opponent's neck, causing the system to report that the opponent is bleeding. Vincent watches his opponent's behavior closely, in order to deliver a few more blows if necessary. Fortunately, his blow is fatal enough to sever the root leading to the victim's brain, which is now completely immobilized. Vincent receives a system notification that he has killed the tree zombie, which falls to the ground, its true host finally resting in peace. Vincent feels the poison in the tree zombie's body hit his skin, replacing his blood. However, this poison is rendered useless by the body's skills, which allow it to resist such substances. Vincent looks at his weapon with joy and says that he was finally able to deal with the enemy for the first time with unprecedented ease. The system asks him if he wants to send the zombie's body for recycling, and Vincent almost immediately responds with a confident yes. The zombie's body is successfully processed, and Vincent receives a skill that grants him resistance to poisons and converts the poisoning effect into a positive one. Vincent wonders if this now means he can drink poisonous substances like water. Without thinking twice, he decides to use this card, which gives him 5 more equipment points that can be distributed among skills. Immediately after this, he takes out an item tainted with poison, which is extremely toxic and not recommended for consumption. Vincent decides to take advantage of his skill's effect, and then slowly uncorks a flask containing an extremely toxic substance. He says he is extremely interested to see what comes of it, and cautiously takes a sip of the deadly poison. The system notifies him that, thanks to the poison resistance effect, the toxic effect has been converted into a healing one. His wounds are immediately healed. Vincent remembers that the better his intelligence is developed, the more weaknesses he can find in his opponent, and decides to invest points in this stat. Thus, all of the main character's characteristics are at the 40 mark, in contrast to intelligence, which is pumped up to 50. However, his triumph is short-lived, as another small group of tree zombies immediately appears behind him. Vincent turns slowly, wondering if he's missed another monster during his sweep. However, what he saw made him immediately pull himself together and understand that he now needs to change his battle tactics. The reason is that now he has been discovered by a whole group of monsters that can destroy him in a matter of seconds. Vincent suggests that perhaps he should get away from here, but he is stopped by the words that hurt him before. He understands that everyone treated him like a pathetic nobody and a completely useless piece of trash. But now everything is different. Vincent decides not to run away from these problems and grips his sword tighter, saying that he will show everyone who he really is. Calling upon his deity for help, he rushes forward, declaring that he will no longer allow anyone to look down on him. Meanwhile, the battle group continues to fight with other fighters who turned into zombies and fell in this battle. Zombies that were created from other fighters fight much more seriously than ordinary citizens who accidentally wandered here. The group's leader says that even though they are just corpses, they fight incredibly fiercely and strongly. He also understands that the carnivorous plant is still there and will have to be dealt with, but he still doesn't know what to do with it. Realizing they are outnumbered, he tells his team that they need to retreat immediately to regroup. Unfortunately, while retreating, they instantly lose one of their group members, due to one of the fighters piercing him with his dagger. Another fighter also dies in battle with these monsters, and is immediately recycled into another mindless soldier. The group's leader tries to retreat with the surviving Larry, saying that these monsters are right on their heels. At a certain point, they reach the escalators, where the group captain pauses briefly to hold back the onslaught of these opponents. Larry continues to run away, thinking that he only came here for money and equipment, and it would be very stupid to die here. Looking at his captain, an eternal idea comes to his mind, and he immediately directs a paralyzing spell in his direction. The captain turns to Larry and asks him what the hell he's doing, reminding him that they're on the same team. Larry insists that his actions are nothing personal, and that his captain must sacrifice his life to stop these monsters. Immediately after this, he continues to run away, saying that he will pay for his funeral after he gets out of here. The captain tries to call out his offender who betrayed him, but he is immediately dealt several fatal blows. Larry reflects that he has nothing to lose by escaping, as he has collected a few items and will come up with an excuse for why the team died. However, after a while he bumps into Vincent and bounces to the side, losing his balance and quickly falling to the ground. Vincent looks at the man who spoke disparagingly of him and realizes what he just did to save his pathetic life. Larry also looks up in surprise and doesn't believe what's happening, trying to understand how this man is still alive. Vincent asks him if he really just betrayed his captain just to escape without even trying to save him. Larry looks down slightly and notices a huge number of monsters that are gradually being processed behind Vincent. He asks him if he really did all this, not believing his eyes and trying to understand how such a pathetic guy could kill so many zombies. However, a new plan is brewing in his cunning head, as he realizes that he cannot leave everything as it is, because Vincent will give him away. After this, he takes a big swing and kicks Vincent, telling him that he should feed himself to these creatures to become stronger. However, due to the fact that Vincent has significantly improved his skills, this weak blow is blocked, and the move itself ends up in the attacker's direction. Larry feels incredible pain and falls to the ground, after which he asks his opponent what he did, calling him a piece of trash on legs. Vincent calls Larry a scumbag, and adds that being a traitor is even worse than being a pathetic piece of trash. Immediately after this, he makes a hand gesture for his deity to point its hands towards Larry. Larry tries to escape, but is quickly grabbed by the legs and dragged into the abyss to be processed. The system informs him that the processing process has been initiated, but Larry's body is still not sucked into the abyss. After a few moments, the deity's hands make a negative gesture, and the system notifies him that this waste cannot be recycled. Vincent kneels down wearily and says that sometimes you just have to get rid of trash because it can't even be properly recycled. The system informs the protagonist about the improvement of the garbage processing skill, and offers him a 3-minute Spellmaster experience card. Vincent says that this gift came at a very opportune time for him, and agrees to rework these skills and obtain them. Immediately after this, he uses the card and his body is filled with new energy as he gains the skills that Larry had. The system tells him that he has all the stats needed to cast spells, while the monsters continue to arrive. Vincent watches the approaching armada of tree zombies carefully, preparing to put his new skills to the test. Vincent tries to recreate the technique of using the fireball from memory, after which he folds his fingers in a special way. A few moments later, huge streams of energy burst from his hand, which are transformed into a powerful explosion. This explosion is so powerful that it shatters glass on the entire floor and causes a small earthquake. As the aftermath of the explosion clears, Vincent sees a huge pile of ash left behind by the enemies who rush towards him. He cries out desperately that he wanted to recycle his opponents, but now all that remains of them is a pile of ashes. Meanwhile, one of the surviving undead, armed with twin daggers, appears behind him and prepares to deliver the fatal blow. However, Vincent realizes the impending danger in time and prepares to dodge. At the last moment, he makes a quick jump to prevent serious damage and turns around in midair. The monster is also preparing to attack again, and not give its opponent a single chance of survival. Vincent reacts to his opponent's behavior much more calmly, since he has already become accustomed to fighting them. Dodging the deadly attacks of this assassin, he summons his simple dagger to be able to kill his opponent. They attack each other simultaneously and block them by crossing their swords at the right moment. Vincent realizes that this cannot continue for long, as his close combat skills are lacking. He quickly looks back at the slain group captain and realizes that he will have to use the remains of this fighter to gain skills. He says that it would be terrible if this thing were to rise again, so it needs to be processed as quickly as possible. Quite quickly, the deity gives him a golden shield, thanks to which he can defend himself from attacks from a certain direction. Vincent immediately decides to gain an advantage in a fight against an opponent who does not have much protection. Immediately after this, he decides to rush forward to block his opponent's counterattack and simultaneously respond with a sword strike. Using a clever tactical move, he manages to emerge from this situation unharmed, cutting off his opponent's head in the process. Vincent freezes in place, watching as the zombie's head falls to the ground and his body collapses, losing all signs of life. Vincent apologizes to the unfortunate hunter who fell victim to this terrible monster and says that he will have to be recycled as well. Immediately after his deity puts another zombie to rest, he receives a dagger mastery card, which greatly improves his skills. Vincent can now wield a dagger like an assassin, and also gains immunity to piercing attacks. Out of nowhere, a huge number of tree zombies appear again, rushing forward in the hopes of tearing Vincent apart. However, our brave hero rushes forward, thinking that being a scavenger is not so bad, because you can constantly gain unique skills. Determination fills his body completely, and he prepares to fight an enemy that outnumbers him, just to get out of here alive. He also recalls the mission, which stated that if they did not deliver the bodies of the deceased group, the mission would be considered a failure. Nevertheless, he decides to continue the battle, defeating one opponent after another and acquiring more and more new skills. After some time, an unknown person contacts one of the organizations and says that he does not fully understand the rules of this game. He is asked whether they found the bodies of the Falcon Squad or not, to which he replies that he found them, but the bodies had already been processed. They ask him what this word means, to which he explains that there was a young man there, judging by his amazing abilities. According to this unknown person, This man possesses abilities that allowed him to drag the bodies of the entire group into the abyss to devour them. This man turns out to be Larry, who decides to contact a special agency to come up with his own version of what happened. The chief goes into the interrogation room himself to clear himself and provide himself with a solid alibi. The staff inform him that he is the only survivor, and that the person he is talking about does not exist. They also add that when they found him, his level had dropped to level 1, and Larry claims that the same person had reworked his abilities. Larry tries to explain himself by claiming that the man was the trash man, but he quickly realizes how stupid that sounds. He is told that he has a high level of contamination from the energy of the abyss, and that this could be why he is experiencing hallucinations. Vincent, meanwhile, after what happened, decides to sell all the magic crystals on the black market, but receives only a third of the price. Despite such a high tax on the black market, he barely has enough money to pay off the debts he has. Vincent also realizes that he needs to keep a low profile, as he has awakened to a hidden profession and will now be studied if caught. Vincent decides to make as much money as possible while he is still free, no matter the cost. Thus, he finds himself in another combat group, which announces that they are going to go to a new abyssal portal that has just appeared. The distributor says he needs the bravest and strongest people, and Vincent steps forward, claiming he might be suitable for the role. He is asked what level he is, and he reluctantly admits that he is a level 1 scavenger, surprising everyone around him. The distributor starts laughing sincerely, saying that such a loser can only have courage, after which he advises him to go away. Vincent muses that this is precisely his plan, because by sneaking in somewhere as a helper, he will be able to discreetly process the corpses. However, an unknown girl suddenly intervenes in the matter, demanding in an authoritative voice that the distributor release Vincent. Everyone instantly recognizes this girl, as she is the daughter of a famous family and has just awakened to her God-chosen profession. This girl's name is Emily. Despite the distributor's warning, she says she needs more people for the numbers. The distributor's face immediately changes, informing them that they are only here to protect her and will follow her orders. Vincent is glad that everything worked out, and understands that this is not the first time he has had to play the role of a complete non-entity. However, looking at Emily, he feels like he has seen her somewhere before, and wonders when they might have met in the past. After some time, his memory prompts him with an answer, and he is transported to events that took place about 2 years ago. This girl fought alongside him and was defeated in a battle with a monster that she almost finished off. Vincent came to her aid and dealt the monster a fatal blow, gaining another point of incredibly valuable experience. Even though this monster was terrifying and scary, Vincent still risks his life to save his ally and improve himself. Emily asks him if he really is a scavenger, wondering how he was able to kill such a serious monster. In response to this, Vincent proudly shouts that this is his first time when he was able to kill such a monster and get another experience point. After that, he asks her if she is okay, to which the girl replies that she has heard about the possibility of raising the level in this way, but has not met a single daredevil who would decide to do it. She asks if he is really trying to get experience points this way, and at the same time asks why he is doing this. Vincent does not hide his motives and immediately tells her that he is doing this solely for the money, which he really needs. Emily honestly admits that she doesn't believe a word of it, as she considers it too risky a way to earn experience points. Vincent reminds his interlocutor that she is lucky in her profession, and says that she cannot even imagine how others have to survive. He also reveals that she has no team, and when she encounters demons, she simply charges at them, acting completely recklessly. He asks her what she wants to achieve, and Emily states that she wants to become stronger and be the first to conquer this dangerous place. Immediately after this, Emily asks him why he really wants to change his profession, and why he is taking so many risks for this. Vincent decides to tell her that he is actually doing this for the sake of his family, since his primary goals are to protect his relatives. Emily is very inspired to hear such a noble goal and asks her interlocutor what his name is. Vincent, after thinking for a bit, tells her his real name, also seeing in his interlocutor a very worthy person to whom he is not ashamed to open up. Emily also introduces herself and expresses her confidence that Vincent will one day be able to change his profession, and once that happens, he can join her. With these words, she extends her hand to him so that they can seal their promise with the traditional handshake. Vincent, hearing this proposal, understands that they need to try as hard as possible, and Emily states that she already has 30 monsters on her account, so Vincent must catch up. After some time, her guards make their way into these dungeons, immediately calling out to her and trying to drive Vincent away. Taking him by the arms, they talk about how their boss became furious and almost broke their necks when he saw that his precious daughter had run away into the depths of the abyss. Emily got her bearings at the last moment and threw a small stone to the protagonist, telling him to catch it. Vincent easily catches the abyssal crystal and examines it closely, realizing that it is quite a valuable thing. Emily smiles genuinely at him and tells him that this is his first reward for showing incredible bravery and finishing off the giant monster. Vincent turns to the side and walks towards the exit of the dungeon, waving his hand to her as a sign that he is very grateful and appreciative of her. His dreamy thoughts are interrupted by one of the group members, who taps him on the back of the head and tells him that he should not stand rooted to the spot. Vincent smiles and says he'll try his best not to drag the others down, while Emily calmly looks around. It is quite obvious that over such long periods of separation, the girl has forgotten about him and does not recognize him at first sight, which is why she reacts so distantly. After a while, she orders the others to move forward to head out and conquer this dungeon. Vincent also follows his partners, thinking that this time he also plans to earn some money and return from the dangerous place alive. The last time he came out of the abyss, he mastered the golden shield skill, as well as the dagger skill. But that was the only thing he got as a bonus. Among other things, he has the ability of Berserk, which is very useful for a person who often travels through the abyss. In addition, he managed to defeat the boss of the abyss and take the reward, which is no less valuable a gift. By destroying a giant dam and one plant, he gains the ability to supergenerate, which allows him to instantly restore his health. Thanks to his fantastic versatility, Vincent can now choose any profession without any drawbacks. Vincent evenly distributes all the extra points, of which there are quite a lot, because he completely recycled everything that was suitable for this last time. On the sides, it allows you to use the all-seeing window skill to gain additional perception parameters. Assessing his allies, he discovers that the warrior has only 12 strength points, while Vincent's is already over 100. Meanwhile, he follows his comrades, not wanting to reveal his incredible skills unless absolutely necessary. After a while, the ground begins to shake, and Vincent, realizing that most likely something terrible lives within these walls, becomes wary. The comrades turn around, wondering what that was, trying to figure out if another monster is trying to get behind them. Vincent quickly puts the brick back in and says that this underground structure is somehow unstable, after which he chuckles. Suddenly, one of the fighters tells his comrades that he found a chest, which is quite a rarity. He quickly discovers that the chest is high level, meaning they won't be able to open it without a dagger master. Vincent takes a few steps forward and says that he can try to open this chest, since he has certain skills. His fellow housemates decide not to interfere with him and let him go ahead, after which he quickly begins to pick the lock. It only takes a few seconds and he successfully opens the chest, thinking about how incredibly easy it was to break into this structure. His comrade says that only a dagger master above level 4 can pick locks, to which he replies that scavengers are capable of doing that too. One of the fighters says that they will share the contents of this chest after the mission, after which the squad moves forward. A few moments later, he stops one of his partners, saying that there appears to be something dangerous ahead. Taking a few steps forward, he throws a pebble forward, which bounces off the walls several times. Within seconds, the walls begin to move, revealing razor-sharp spikes before rapidly collapsing. The partner asks the protagonist if he is really a newbie, to which he replies that he is an experienced scavenger and has often encountered such traps. Emily continues to watch him, but still does not say a word, and from the outside it may seem that she is deeply immersed in her thoughts. The rest of the group are very impressed with Vincent's skills, while he muses that he saw through the traps due to his heightened intelligence. One of the players hands him a reward, which is a broken head that can only be used on the first level. Vincent thinks about how his allies still think he's pretty useless, then continues his journey, and they find themselves in a large room. The system tells them that they have entered a reward room, which contains no monsters, only great rewards for overcoming the traps. Emily says that it is too early to rejoice, since it could be a trap, while the warrior declares that of all the rewards here, the only thing he sees is a stone slab. Without thinking twice, he takes the slab out of the bowl in which it was steaming, and says that they can turn around and go home. After a few moments, a fountain of blood begins to gush from this cup, and the system notifies everyone that the blood test is about to begin. Emily calls her ally an idiot, saying that this is not a room number, but a regular trap designed for fools. Quite quickly, the bloody nightmare emerges from the dense fog, a terrifying creature with incredible strength. Emily opens her inventory and takes out her weapon, advising the others to prepare for a withdrawal to destroy this monster. Within moments, they find themselves surrounded by various monsters that are the minions of the bloody nightmare. Vincent muses that he only needs to fight at 25% of his strength to avoid revealing his secret. To do this, he uses a ring he recently found, which allows the wearer to choose the amount by which their stats will be reduced. Of course, the reduction in characteristics is only temporary, so there is no need to worry about our hero. As the monsters begin to approach the group, Vincent decides to use the Scavenger spirit skill to boost his stats. The rest of the team joins the fight as best they can, and fight back against the creatures of the nightmare. Emily also easily deals with her opponents, after which she turns towards Vincent and is surprised by his incredible success. The thing is, he managed to destroy the nightmare spawn in just one hit, even with reduced stats. Emily watches Vincent closely as one of the monsters decides to attack her, taking advantage of her agility. However, the monster has no idea how serious the enemy is that has come here, as Emily's reaction is at its highest level. Without moving, she makes a swift and deadly swing with her sword to cut down her opponent. Berserker wonders what is happening to these monsters, noting that they are blown to pieces with just one blow. He says that all of this seems incredibly suspicious to him, while other monsters continue their onslaught. After a few moments, the nightmare creatures begin to take on human form, to mimic the abilities of their opponents. Each death of such a creature actually feeds it with experience, thanks to which they become only stronger. The girl, who has magical powers, praises the berserker, saying that he fights very well. However, after a few moments, their joy turns to surprise and fear, as another nightmare creature appears out of nowhere. The berserker wonders what the hell is going on when the nightmare creature suddenly strikes quickly and cuts off his arm. A moment later, a shrill scream pierces the air from the berserker, who is trying to cope with the incredible pain piercing his body. Some of the heroes lose hope as even beheading it doesn't do any good, and the thing turns out to be indestructible. The monster is about to finish off the berserker with one precise blow that should cut in half anyone who stands in its way. The warrior is already preparing to meet his fate and accept his death, but suddenly the blow of this monster stops. Emily jumps on the beast and quickly freezes it, commenting on how some allies are incredibly helpless. She prepares to destroy the Blood Nightmare's spawn, and says that this enemy poses no danger. She will scold her allies, saying that they are too pathetic, and it is a shame that she went into the dungeon next to such worthless people. Oh, having destroyed the spawn of Nightmare, she calls her allies pathetic trash. Yet, despite her ego, the Blood Nightmares continue to rise again as if nothing had happened to them. The sorceress says that these creatures are too fast, and she does not have time to cast a spell to destroy them all. Vincent states that if the sword is useless against them, then it is better to finish them off on the spot with another spell and rushes forward. Having prepared himself properly, he decides to use the Big Bang skill to conquer a huge area at once. The sorceress says that the Big Bang is a spell that is cast at a higher level and is difficult to cast so quickly. She also asks herself how a first-level player is able to achieve such outstanding results. Meanwhile, the Bloody Nightmare remains undefeated and continues to rise again to destroy the trespassers. Several of the creature's minions rush forward to sink their razor-sharp teeth into Vincent's body. Vincent lets them get closer, then lets out a battle cry that instantly stops them, albeit for a very short time. The Blood Nightmare's creatures are shocked and remain frozen in place for a time, stunned. Vincent, meanwhile, rushes forward, entering a berserker state that doubles his speed and strength. Using punches, he crushes yet another handful of opponents with incredible ease and grace. Despite this, he finds that the pieces of his opponents that remained after his blow are beginning to come together again. He turns back and realizes that this time the creature has decided to transform into something more expressive. In a few seconds, a huge block, several tens of meters high, appears in front of him. The sorceress looks at this monster in surprise, wondering what is wrong with this monster and why it has become so big. Vincent suggests that these monsters have gathered into one large creature to deal with them all at once. The sorceress states that this monster is too strong for this location, as the creature is now a royal-level creature. Vincent mentions that Bloody Nightmare can imitate its opponent and wonders who the king-rank monster is imitating. Meanwhile, the Blood Giant stretches out his hand to grab the annoying opponent and crush him. The force of this impact is simply incredible and causes a small earthquake. However, the main character somehow miraculously manages to dodge this attack and jump to a safe distance. Vincent suggests that apparently this monster decided to imitate him, which means that dealing with it will be extremely problematic. Emily shows her confidence and rushes forward, recommending that the others step aside. She claims that she will deal with this monster without any problems and destroy it in just a few minutes. Bloody Nightmare turns his attention to Emily and prepares to attack again, but the girl decides to take the initiative. Emily runs forward quickly, dodging her opponent's attacks and jumping onto his body as quickly as possible. It doesn't take more than a few moments before she jumps into the air to get the perfect angle for her attack. Bloody Nightmare looks at his opponent and understands that he will no longer have time to make any additional efforts to bring her down. All he can do is try to defend himself, and that's precisely why she doesn't hit him right in the head. Vincent continues to watch his ally with surprise and admiration. noting that she was able to freeze his claw with incredible ease. However, this is clearly not enough to send a monster like the Bloody Nightmare to the next world. Readying itself for another decisive attack, the monster lunges forward to grab Emily and neutralize her. Emily looks at her opponent in surprise, realizing that she did not expect such incredible strength, cunning, and dexterity from the Bloody Nightmare. She tries to block the direction of the blow with her weapon, causing her sword to bounce to the side, and she only just manages to catch it. However, her balance is strong enough to keep it and land softly on her feet. She continues to carefully analyze her opponent and understands that this will not work, and she urgently needs to change tactics. She recalls that not long ago the guards told her that they had detected the energy of this mud, which was extremely unstable. They asked her if she was sure she wanted to go there alone, adding that it would be much easier with allies. Emily said at that moment that her goal was to conquer the place that was the highest level of the Abyss Tower. However, she reflected that her progress was still not high enough, and that she was hopelessly behind her older siblings. The girl prepares to repel another attack from her enemy and understands that there is one simple truth. From her point of view, if he has difficulty in cleaning up without this, she is not worthy of her great family name, which bears incredible pride. The monster tries to make another devastating attack to crush its opponent in the blink of an eye. However, none of this works for him, as Emily creates a special frost shield that has incredible strength. Vincent continues to observe what is happening without interfering, as per Emily's request. At this moment, the Ice Swordswoman herself calls upon a special power that helps her strengthen her abilities and increase her performance. Moments later, she drops the frost flag to the ground to increase her speed, including that of her allies, by 50%. The ground that touches the wooden flagpole immediately begins to freeze and spread out in different directions, thus demonstrating incredible strength. A little later, a huge ice wave appears from Emily's direction, which immediately engulfs the Bloody Nightmare, who did not have time to dodge it. The huge monster turns into an ice statue in the blink of an eye. But Emily understands that the battle is not over yet, and now she needs to deliver the finishing blow. Rushing forward, she realizes that if the ice doesn't kill the monster, it will at least slow it down long enough for her to unleash a series of attacks. Without a second thought, she rushes forward to perform a comet strike and deal a crushing defeat to this giant. Vincent continues to watch what is happening and says that he did not expect to see the power of God's chosen profession. He also wonders who will be stronger, while Emily realizes that her incredibly powerful attack still has no effect. Emily's self-confidence and arrogance are truly at a high level, which cannot be said about her fighting skills. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to inflict any serious damage on the Blood Nightmare, leaving the monster still in full combat readiness. The giant monster attacks again, seeking revenge for the obvious insult it has just suffered. Emily continues to dodge the swift attacks and reflects on how her strength still cannot compare to that of her siblings. And she begins to insult herself, realizing that she is the owner of a great family name, but still feels like an outcast and the weakest link. Words flash through the warrior's mind that she is a disgrace to the family, and should not leave the house because it is too dangerous without her. Emily realizes that to prevent this from happening, she must become stronger, even if she has to start from a simpler abyss. She confidently declares that she must deal with this monster herself, no matter what, to prove to herself that she is worthy. Thus, she manages to overcome her opponent's resistance and deliver a powerful blow to her enemy. However, her sword breaks. Vincent is surprised by such a sharp change in the balance of power, and understands that his ally will now have a hard time. Emily herself understands that she has driven herself into a very uncomfortable position, which is why she can no longer dodge the attack. Bloody Nightmare immediately decides to take advantage of this, and delivers a powerful attack on the girl who came too close. Emily feels incredible pain that permeates her entire body, and hopes that someone will come to her aid in this difficult moment. The sorceress assumes that the Bloody Nightmare has just killed Emily, and suggests running to save her life. Meanwhile, Nightmare prepares to deal with her opponent, and takes out her other hand to deliver a crushing blow. Vincent, realizing that he must prevent the irreparable and disrupt his rival's plans, acts decisively. He rushes forward, extending his arms to cast fire magic and interrupt the enemy's attack. The sorceresses and other members of the battle group look in surprise at the giant piece of the monster that falls towards them. It's only by a miracle that they manage to run to the side and discover that the Bloody Nightmare has lost his arm, as if it had been cut off. Emily quickly comes to her senses and gets to her feet to look around and figure out what she needs to do. However, her attention is immediately drawn to Vincent, as he was able to impress this queen with his powers. Meanwhile, the main character rushes forward to continue distracting the monsters and give his allies time to regroup. He also uses his seeing eye skills to find weak points in his opponent's body and exploit them. Vincent reflects that if this monster reaches the royal level, it will be able to survive under any circumstances and lose all meaning. At that moment, he lights the ring that lowers his stats, realizing that there is no point in holding back since their lives depend on it. With his full strength restored, he uses another fireball skill to deal massive damage to his enemy. The blood nightmare rushes towards its opponent to seize them with its jaws. Vincent continues to maneuver, dodging one after another to delay his opponent and wear him down. The sorceress says that Vincent is incredibly fast, and acts as if he is not a garbage man, but some kind of extra-class player. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to masterfully dodge every attack his opponent throws at him. With incredible grace, he lands on his feet, then takes an additional side jump to avoid area damage. He understands that once he can find the blood nightmare's weak spot, they will all be saved. At this moment, he sends several fiery explosions into his opponent's body at once, in order to find a weak spot. Vincent reflects with disappointment that no matter what part he blows up, it still grows back, and he still hasn't noticed any weak spots on his body. After a few moments, the idea occurs to him that perhaps this creature is being controlled remotely, and he turns to his comrades. He asks them to kick him a stone tablet that was in the blood bowl and contained some data. Taking proper aim, the warrior kicks the tablet towards him so that it reaches its target accurately. The system notifies Vincent that he has passed the intelligence test, and says that by deciphering the ancient spell, he will be able to lift the curse. Vincent only has time to read this much before the bloody nightmare decides to intervene, and reaches forward with his hand to grab the stone slab. Without thinking twice, he immediately sends this slab into his mouth, and it immediately disappears into his jaws. An eerie glow begins to emanate from his body, and the system reports that the bloody nightmare has entered invincible mode. Emily wonders what happened and why the monster froze, to which Vincent replies that they are in big trouble. The protagonist states that this monster has now entered an invincible mode, meaning its abilities have been significantly enhanced. Emily finally decides to approach him and says he looks familiar, asking if they could have met somewhere before. Vincent looks at her in surprise and says that they met 2 years ago in business, and back then, he was a garbage man who earned experience points. He also states that Emily witnessed him gain his first experience point in his life, and Emily remembers everything. She says that she has now remembered everything, and tries to guess the name of the main character, calling him William, after which he corrects her. She kindly says that she had no idea that he would already be able to replace the profession. Vincent smiles and says that he is now a level 1 scavenger thanks to being able to accumulate the required amount of experience. Emily looks closely at her comrade, and understands that he has risked his life and accumulated points time and time again. She also notes that this is why he became so strong, and if you think about it, he even surpasses her in strength. Emily smiles, and then says that even after all that effort, his profession doesn't sound very scary or cool. Afterwards, she recovers her sword, saying that the tablet will circulate inside Blood Nightmare's body, and she can freeze him. She also suggests a plan where she freezes the body while Vincent tries to find the tablet to retrieve it. Vincent says one head is good, then holds out his fist to her, saying they can defeat this monster together. Emily looks at the lucid Vincent, and realizes that he has a fighting spirit that she can respect. After this, she extends her fist to him with a smile, saying that everything will work out if he doesn't get in her way with his feet. Other members of the battle group say that they may not be as strong, but they are still ready to fight to the end. Vincent praises his allies for their enthusiasm, and says that they should go together, and that way they will definitely get out alive. Meanwhile, Nightmare is almost done with his transformation procedure and is preparing for battle to destroy his enemies. Vincent analyzes his opponent and says that they have 5 seconds before he goes into invincible mode. Otherwise, it will be a real massacre. After this, he declares that these 30 seconds are their last hope, and they must return alive no matter what. Berserker, watching what is happening, slowly repeats the last words he heard from the lips of the protagonist. Immediately after this, he raises the morale of himself and his allies, saying that they will definitely return alive. Emily also receives this major boost, feeling her weakness completely disappear and her regeneration rate increase by 15%. She turns away as Vincent continues to celebrate with his comrades, recharging himself with the incredible atmosphere of camaraderie. Emily smiles, realizing that even garbage collectors, who at first glance are just pathetic bugs, should not be underestimated. After this, she reunites with her squad and orders the soldier to monitor the monster's fury and keep it on himself. The warrior immediately attracts the giant bloody nightmare's attention by giving it the middle finger to further insult it. This action is quite bold, especially considering the incredible size of the bloody nightmare that was growing all this time. Compared to this monster, even a 2-meter berserker seems like just a bug, capable of nothing but being crushed. Emily, however, does not lose hope and asks the sorceress to target the enemy's regrown claws and cover Vincent. The girl decides to use a special spell to restore her mana and increase its potential. Immediately after this, she concentrates properly and releases several energy beams towards the enemy. The bloody nightmare feels the numerous damages that its body receives and begins to gradually dissolve. Vincent says that the stone tablet will help complete this trial, but if it is destroyed by the fireball, the trial will never end. Emily takes this information into account and asks him what they should do in this case. Vincent realizes that the time has come to act with maximum decisiveness and says that he can take out this monster with one hand. Emily guesses what he's getting at, realizing that this is pure madness, laced with incredible risk. She asks him if he really wants to go back into that monster's stomach and get that tablet himself. Vincent is preparing for this incredible challenge and says it's exactly what he wanted to do. Emily tries to understand how desperate this man is that he decided that jumping into the mouth of a giant monster was a good idea. However, she realizes that they have no other choice and turns to the shooter, ordering him to aim at the roof above the monster's head. She also says that they need to make a ladder so they can get out, and the archer immediately accepts this command. Without thinking, he fires a quick shot that is destructive enough to cause a collapse. The bloody nightmare tries to return after this attack, but did not realize that he was not the target of this shot. Emily rushes forward saying that she will freeze the lower half of this enemy's torso to help her team. Vincent says that he agrees with this course of action, after which he asks that everything else be left to him personally. How they both rush forward, simultaneously twisting and rushing towards the attacks of the bloody nightmare. The monster senses that the heroes have united against him and tries to make one last attempt to deal with them. In a desperate attempt to destroy Vincent, he launches several tentacles forward at once, each blow of which proves meaningless. After recovering from all the attacks, Vincent reflects that his regenerative abilities are quite useful. Thanks to it, he can patch up minor wounds, which means that minor injuries are not at all scary to him. Emily, meanwhile, takes a vantage point near the giant creature's feet and creates another frost flag. A moment later, she unleashes an icy wave to freeze the lower torso of this giant monster. Vincent blurs the air and Emily yells at him that he should aim for the chest, as it will be much easier to hit the bullseye. Vincent understands that he will not be able to carry out his plans, since he is still not fast and agile enough. To overcome these barriers, he comes out of his berserk state, thereby increasing his speed by 20. He also instantly uses the poison resistance skill and drinks a slow potion. Thanks to the power of his skills, these effects are instantly reversed, causing the slow potion to speed up our hero. After this, he rushes forward at incredible speed, saying that now is his finest hour. The bloody nightmare is only trying to shield itself from this attack in the hopes of escaping the cunning plan that will guarantee its destruction. Vincent continues to approach his opponent, but at the last moment the latter launches a surprise attack with his tentacles. Vincent only has time to curse loudly before blocking the attack with his hands, only partially reducing the damage to himself. Emily looks at her ally in surprise, realizing that their grand plan had just been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Vincent flies to the side, hoping that he can somehow soften his fall. He is tired and says that despite the fact that this was his finest hour, he failed miserably, despite the effort he put in. He also states that more could not be expected from a garbage man who thought that everything could work out. However, he continues to smile and says that it is not over yet, and he has every chance to win. As he falls down, he calls upon his deity, saying that he needs to activate his recycling ability. He also states that he is offering something completely new as a subject for recycling, something that has never existed before. Rushing downwards, he declares that he himself will now become an object of processing, sacrificing himself to his deity. A huge number of hands immediately appear from underground, preparing to lift their prey and drag it into the abyss. The bloody nightmare watches what is happening in surprise, realizing that he has never seen such a terrible deity from the depths of the abyss. Emily and the other comrades wonder what the hell this is and where these hands suddenly came from. The system informs the protagonist that it is impossible to recycle a living organism and cancels the operation. Vincent says that if it can't be recycled, then it should be thrown into the trash with all the force at your disposal. In this way, he gives a command to the hands of the abyss that hold him, so that they throw him in the indicated direction, giving a second chance. After some time, the deity launches the protagonist with incredible force towards the bloody nightmare, giving him a chance to fight his way through. Using his incredible speed, as well as the unimaginable amount of momentum he has built up, he punches right through the monster. Along with this, he takes the stone manuscript, which contains the necessary texts to interrupt this test. He lands on the ground, while the body of the bloody nightmare is temporarily paralyzed and shatters into several pieces. Without thinking twice, he begins to decipher these texts, pronouncing strange words that are incomprehensible to any person with an intelligence below 50. The system notifies him that he has finally passed the blood test, after which the body of the bloody nightmare begins to catch fire and dissolve into thin air. Other members of the group say that what happened really surprised them, and they still can't believe that they were able to do it. Emily looks around, constantly wondering if they really won this hard-fought battle. Their level instantly rises, and the sorceress and the other warrior joyfully shout that they have finally reached the top. Their skills also increase significantly, and they have time to enjoy themselves a little. Emily also gains enough experience to level up, become even stronger, and thus take a step towards greatness. Vincent remains at the same level he was at, receiving a notification that he has already reached the maximum level and cannot upgrade. In the place where a huge bloody nightmare just lay, a huge chest appears, glowing with a legendary glow. As they get closer, the heroes open the chest, and several extremely high-ranking reward cards fly out at once. Vincent catches one of these cards in his hand, after which he decides to carefully examine what he earned for defeating this monster. He sees that he is now offered a sword that has very impressive damage stats, but requires level 10 to wield. Vincent angrily states that his level cannot exceed 1, so he cannot use this weapon. Looking at all his rewards, he realizes that they are extremely valuable artifacts, but he cannot use them due to the level restriction. Emily says that since Vincent was the man who defeated the bloody nightmare, it is up to him to decide how they distribute the reward. Vincent takes his ally aside for a moment and tells her that he has something very important to tell her. After some time, a huge number of special agents appear near the portal, carefully watching the shimmering energy. One of them demands to contact headquarters and prepare to send a rescue team to evacuate the priority target. After a few moments, the gate begins to waver, and the staff hear Emily's voice, saying that this squad is not needed. A few seconds later, she herself emerges from this portal, leading the rest of the squad members, who proudly walk behind her. One of the guards looks happily at his mistress, saying that they were already worried, waiting for the moment when she would return. Correspondents say that nothing less was expected from Emily's family, since she had already been able to clear out the situation without difficulty, despite the serious level of danger. Emily pushes her security guard away and begins posing for the cameras, saying there is nothing she can't handle. After that, he smiles and says that in the end, she is a C-class hunter who is capable of defeating even greater monsters. For a few moments, we are transported back in time to the moment of that very conversation between Emily and Vincent. Vincent offered to sell her all these cards, saying that he would give her a discount out of friendship, and everything would come to 500 magic crystals. Emily agreed to this with surprise, to which he added that he also asked her to pretend that he had never been there, and that she had done this cleanup herself. Emily was very surprised by this demand from this man, but she quickly agreed, realizing that there was nothing wrong with it. Vincent also advised them to leave first, saying that he would follow them later as he still had things to do. Emily went about her business, thinking that Vincent seemed to want her to remain in his debt somehow. However, she decides that there is nothing wrong with repaying the person who helped her complete this test for his service. Meanwhile, Vincent is left alone with this strange stone slab and tries to figure out what can be done with it. Studying it carefully, he extends his hand towards it to summon the being that resides within this tablet. After a few moments, a small clot of energy appears from the cracks inside this stone slab. Vincent smiles, realizing that in front of him is none other than a surviving piece of a bloody nightmare that miraculously managed to escape. He says that even such a pathetic creature as a nightmare would not want to be like trash and allow others to step on him. With these words, he extends his hand and offers the bloody nightmare to become his strength. The creature agrees and finds itself lifted into the air. The system tells him that the bloody nightmare has been successfully processed, after which the hands of the abyssal scavenger stretch forward. Moments later, Vincent is rewarded with an ability called Nightmare Body, which allows him to summon a clone of his host. Vincent understands that thanks to this ability, he will be able to create his own doubles at times when the situation requires it. He smiles and says that he can't wait to use this ability, and then rushes towards the exit of the dungeon. After a while, he finds himself in a fairly well-lit building and can take a little rest and even order some food. While the rest of the villagers are enjoying their sunny day, Vincent is busy with important calculations, thinking about how he should behave. He carefully checks his inventory to figure out which items might be valuable to him and which ones are best thrown away. He also reflects on the fact that he gave Emily all the equipment that required a high level, and now he will definitely not attract attention. After thinking for a while, he realizes that the scavengers are so inconspicuous that no one would notice if he started selling these items secretly. However, He comes to the comforting conclusion that no one would buy the garbage man's goods anyway. One way or another, he decides to process all the goods he has in his inventory to get something worthwhile. The system informs him that the equipment has been reworked, and he now has one standard point. Vincent tries to understand what just happened and looks closely at the tutorial prompts that appeared in front of him. The system informs him that the recycling skill is available to him, and the standard point can be used to upgrade and create items. Vincent wonders if he should follow these hints, while the system recommends that he upgrade a regular dagger for 5 points. Vincent goes into meticulous calculations to figure out exactly what he needs to work on to get the required number of points. Once he has processed the required amount of scrap, he invests 5 universal points into his dagger, thus fully repairing and upgrading it. Vincent smiles and realizes that this way he has gained access to the ability to infinitely upgrade his weak weapon. The system congratulates him on completing the training and recommends choosing either a magic potion that restores mana or a stat boost. Vincent reflects on the fact that he doesn't currently need to level up his attributes, but he might have problems with mana. He understands that many unprepared guys often run out of mana and have to go back before they find the boss's lair. Vincent immediately selects the potion. The system congratulates him and informs him that he has learned to restore items. The system also says that to restore greenery, he needs 6 points in any capacity. Vincent ponders the fact that glasses are needed to prepare greens, but he still can't figure out what the container is for. Without thinking twice, he turns to the cook and asks him for a few empty glasses for his own use. A few minutes later, he sits down at the table, holding 3 empty liquid containers in front of him. After quickly processing the trash, he realizes that the next step is regeneration, and a strange icon appears above his head. Vincent looks closely at these icons, wondering if this is a mini-game that he needs to win. Some time passes, which Vincent spends trying to get the best possible results in this mini-game. As a result of the mini-game, he filled several containers with a large amount of mana potion. Vincent takes one of the containers and says that it looks strange, but is perfectly usable. Quite quickly, he decides to drink one of them to test its effect directly on his body. Unfortunately, the taste of this magical potion turns out to be quite disgusting, and Vincent realizes that it tastes like rotten eggs. However, the system immediately notifies him about an increase in strength and endurance indicators by a large percentage. Vincent happily leaves the establishment, thinking that today he will clear out another abyss for maximum effect. As he leaves, he is immediately met by several thugs who ask if he is that Vincent. Vincent recovers and looks closely at those who decided to surround him, realizing that they might be another debt collector. One of the tough guys says that only a few days have passed, but his behavior has already noticeably changed. One of them comes closer to him and puts his hand on his shoulder, saying that he had already thought about reporting him missing, since he had been looking for him for a long time. Vincent steps aside and says that he has already paid off all his debts, so he has no dealings with the other bandits. The most brazen bandit says that paying the debt does not free him, since his contract is still in force. He also states that Vincent will be a garbage man for the rest of his life, after which he asks who he is trying to fool by acting tough. Without thinking twice, he hits Vincent on the arm, causing him to drop his glass of mana potion. Immediately after this, he starts laughing at him and asks, "What?" He's already so sorry that he can't even hold the glass. The other bandits begin to flex their fists and say that he was always disgusting to look at. Vincent recalls that according to the rules, using skills outside the abyss is prohibited unless you are a law enforcement officer. One of the bandits offers him a deal, saying that if he eats all the felt pearls one by one right from the floor, he will let him go. The criminal adds that he will even help him collect all the pearls, since in the end it is necessary to help the smaller brothers. Vincent turns around and says he agrees, as long as he kisses his ass first. The bandit immediately loses his temper and prepares to strike Vincent in the face, and inevitably face consequences that he does not yet suspect. However, he suddenly stops, feeling his boss approaching, and asks him in surprise what he is doing here. Apparently the boss is a man named Rodrigo Caesar, who belongs to the C-Class hunting group. He approaches his subordinate and roughly grabs him by the tie, asking if they have gathered enough people. He replies that they need one more person. Caesar asks him where this last man is, who should already have been hired into the squad. Vincent tries to leave the place, but Rodrigo stops him immediately, turning to him. Before he can do anything, Caesar informs him that he has just recruited him into his hunting party. The bandit is surprised and says that this young man is just a garbage man, but Caesar remains adamant. He states that when entering the abyss under the red moon, all the monsters will be extremely ferocious, so he needs cannon fodder. Vincent understands that if we are talking about the red moon, then he will have to go through difficult times, because this is a very unusual and dangerous phenomenon. During the red moon, monsters go berserk, and rare creatures can also appear there. The rewards for killing these monsters will be doubled, and the quality of the magic crystals dropped will increase. Vincent smiles and says that he agrees to this proposal, asking to be included in the list of participants. Caesar praises his interlocutor's intelligence and says that he is glad to meet such people who are burning with enthusiasm. Without thinking twice, he turns to the other person he called to join the team and asks him to come closer. Vincent hears a strange scream and turns around to find out what happened. Finding himself in the middle of a problem, he sees that the person who also decided to join the team is Larry. Larry points fearfully at Vincent, easily recognizing in him the one who crippled his future life. Vincent, realizing that something urgently needs to be done to stop the stream of accusations that could follow in the next second, begins to act. He begins to fight Larry, beating him and ordering him to shut his mouth immediately if he wants to keep any of his teeth. Larry tries to run away, but Vincent prevents this and catches up with him literally around the next corner. Vincent reminds him that if he hadn't used each of their powers back then, they would have died there, and in fact, he saved his life. Rodrigo asks Vincent if they know each other, to which he replies that this is, of course, not true, and Larry was mistaken. Rodrigo turns and leaves, saying that a man who killed all the members of his group cannot have friends. Vincent asks Larry how he managed to get out of there, realizing that he should have been dragged behind bars. Larry says he was initially sentenced to 15 years in prison, but he dropped all charges and paid the fine, becoming bankrupt. Larry immediately demands compensation for all the damage he suffered. But Vincent declares that one more word and he will indeed recycle him like garbage. Larry decides to shut up, and the group heads to the Sea City subway, where a new portal is currently being prepared to open. This portal looks incredibly threatening, but this does not stop our heroes from conquering this abyss. Vincent, Larry, and Rodrigo approach the portal so they can each meet their new squad. Among the other members of the cannon fodder squad, he meets a bard named Chester, who is level 3. Vincent greets them and says that he is a first-level garbage man, after which Larry does the same. Chester tries to cheer up the protagonist, saying that there is nothing surprising in exchanging your life for money, and they all understand him. After this, he says that their team needs a leader, and therefore, as a bard, he puts forward his candidacy to give commands. This team also includes a healer and a warrior, who do not make any expressions due to their lower level. Rodrigo approaches his team and says that in addition to the 6 main oath participants, this time they will be joined by 5 temporary ones. He also states that the temporary members are cannon fodder to reduce their losses, and will be used as reconnaissance. Rodrigo also says that he doesn't have any hopes for them in combat missions, and if they encounter monsters, they should flee immediately. He also states that if they want to get the money, at least one of them must remain alive, in which case all the money will go to the survivors. The cannon fodder squad's healer suddenly begins coughing darkly, and the warrior asks him if he is all right. The healer says that he cannot retreat, since he has 4 daughters and he must feed them somehow. The warrior exhales tensely and says that he has a sick wife who is about to die, and he needs to risk everything to earn money for her treatment. Chester remains in the most optimistic mood, and joyfully chants victory cries to keep his men moving forward. The warrior says that there is a new face in their squad, to which Chester states that in their squad someone always dies. The warriors say they are more concerned that the face looks too relaxed for a man going to certain death. After some time, their team enters the mysterious catacombs and continues to explore them for some time. Chester turns to Larry and tells him that he is surprised that they haven't encountered any monsters yet, but Larry asks him not to croak. The healer says that it has become very cold here, to which the warrior replies that the temperature has indeed dropped significantly. Chester begins to complain that he knew he needed to dress warmer and decides to move on. After some time, he steps on a strange pressure panel, which instantly activates a mechanism created for only one deadly purpose. Vincent only has time to look up and discovers that a huge blade appears next to the bard, which is about to cut him into pieces. Using his incredible speed, he quickly pushes him aside to save the fool's life. Chester looks back at the man who just saved him and finds a huge blade lying next to him. He wonders what just happened, and Vincent mentally asks how this man survived until today. Chester says he's too lucky, but he needs to be much more careful in the future. However, his carelessness immediately gets the better of him, and he suggests moving on, stepping into another bait trap. This time, several cocoons fall from the ceiling, the total number of which reaches about 10. Chester runs away, assuming that there might be something dangerous in these cocoons, deciding to watch them from afar. The healer wonders what is in these cocoons, making the bold assumption that they most likely contain living beings. In response to his bold suggestion, these cocoons begin to collapse violently, and giant claws emerge from them. Moments later, the cocoons are completely destroyed, and the Suicide Squad is attacked by a massive force of level 5 demon spiders. Chester screams loudly about how much he hates spiders, realizing that these elite-level creatures can also spit venom. Larry tries to deal with these opponents by using fire skills, which, in theory, should destroy these insects. Several arrows fly from his hands at once, hitting the heads of these giant creatures directly, but having no effect. Other fighters say that these are elite monsters, so defeating them requires a much more organized approach. The warrior rushes forward to focus the monster's aggression on himself, thereby giving the team time to deal damage. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to keep a close eye on these creatures, one of which chooses him as the target for its main attack. The spider lunges forward to bite his leg, but the damage this creature inflicts on the protagonist is 0. Vincent, looking bored, smashes the spider across the floor with one deft kick, instantly destroying it. Larry looks at Vincent and wonders why he is so arrogant if he is just a garbage man. Meanwhile, the system asks the protagonist if he is ready to begin processing the destroyed spider. Vincent immediately replies that he is ready, and the system destroys the monster's corpse, rewarding him with new items. In addition to the standard skill points, he receives a special arcana that allows him to poison his weapon, increasing its damage. Vincent realizes that by recycling corpses he can now obtain not only skill cards, but also arcana, which can be used to profitably enhance his weapons. The warrior interrupts Vincent's thoughts and says that he should not be in the clouds, and if he cannot help, then he should retreat. Vincent calmly takes out his dagger and decides to use the lasso to enhance his regular blade. Immediately after this, his blade takes on a different appearance and begins to resemble a spider's sting. Chester continues to run away, thinking that even though he is the highest level, he still has a hard time fighting. He dodges another blow and tries to figure out what to do in this situation, which does not bode well. He admits to himself that his profession does not require combat skills, and all he can do is strengthen others. However, he becomes more determined, understands that the situation is too dangerous, but knows what to do. Filled with incredible determination, he performs one of the popular songs to raise the morale of his comrades. Vincent is surprised by such a bad performance and wonders what is going on with this bard and why he is doing such nonsense. Hearing these amazing tunes, the spider becomes enthusiastic, and the system notifies everyone that these monsters have become stronger. Chester storms off, wondering what just happened, realizing that he must have played the wrong song. Without thinking twice, he turns around and finds one of the spiders rushing at him, ready to instantly tear him into small pieces. Luckily, an unfortunate fate befalls this monster, as Vincent comes to the rescue. Armed with his upgraded weapon, he cuts the huge insect into small pieces in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, the other members of the squad sense the additional strength of the monsters and realize that they need to retreat. The warrior understands that he urgently needs to come up with something that can save them from the clutches of these monsters. Otherwise, they will not be able to escape. Larry also doesn't have much success in fighting these monsters, as his skills are too weakened. Vincent rushes forward to save his careless comrades with his best weapon. Blow after blow, he destroys every monster that manages to stand in his way. Larry can't believe he's suddenly been saved by the pathetic worm he's always hated. More and more monsters fall to the ground, cut into small pieces. Before his allies could even comprehend what was happening, he was already behind them, still holding his trusty blade. The healers and the warrior turn to Chester, assuming that this guy did all this, and ask him to ignore the scavenger who did all the work. Vincent speculates that the demon spiders are resistant to poison, which explains why his weapon wasn't as effective against them. Chester can't believe he's made any significant progress, saying he only wanted to strengthen other allies. Vincent muses that the monsters in this forest are not intelligent and will attack targets they cannot see. He also understands that in this case the monsters will simply turn around and run away to regroup. The few spiders that are still alive begin to tremble, watching the main character. Immediately after this, they turn around and walk into the darkness, after which Vincent says that this is all too predictable. Larry watches what's happening and says that this is only the first location, and it's already so scary. Vincent reports that he has already processed a sufficient number of arcana and plans to leave only one, and exchange the rest for skill points. The exchange process is coming to an end, and because of this, he gains 54 attribute points, which can be profitably spent on himself. Larry lights a torch, and the group decides to move on, now that they have some time to rest. He also says that their mission is to advance as far as possible, and now they must be much more careful. He also states that they shouldn't fall into traps, and Vincent just chuckles, knowing he's only talking about himself. Looking around, he suddenly discovers a strange mirror, which is somewhat similar to a portal. The system gives him information that it has discovered a secret berserker zone that contains remarkable treasures. He notes that such zones are caused by the red moon and wonders if he should explore one. To avoid suspicion, he turns to a bloody nightmare to create his own double. After a few seconds, a silhouette that vaguely resembles Vincent forms from the bloody something. Vincent tells his double that he should hang around with them for a while, adding that he will then take him back to his place. Chester turns around after a while and finds Vincent running towards him, asking him where he has been. Vincent doesn't answer him, and Chester says that he shouldn't get up, because otherwise he might die. Meanwhile, the real Vincent goes ahead to explore this secret area that engulfs him in its radiance. After some time, he finds himself in a strange place, which often resembles a large sandy cave. This cave turns out to be quite shallow, and Vincent quickly finds his way out of it, finding himself in a giant arena. This arena may initially appear empty, but Vincent begins to hear a strange chirping sound above him, indicating that someone is there. He manages to raise his head and discovers a giant spider, which is lurking in ambush, and is already preparing to fall on him with its body. He manages to jump back at the last second and save his life from certain death, because this monster is too strong. Vincent understands that he now faces a serious battle against a rather formidable opponent. This enemy is none other than the Spider Queen, who sits in this place and devours everyone who enters here. Vincent shows off his agility as he continues to dodge these attacks and draws his dagger to destroy the boss. To begin with, he decides to weaken his limbs so that the remaining blows will be much less risky. However, once the smoke from these strikes clears, it becomes clear that these strikes have not produced any visible results. Vincent wonders what the hell is going on here and why there isn't a single scratch on the creature's paws. Meanwhile, the queen rushes into another attack to smear the main character against the wall. Vincent manages to block this attack, partially reducing the damage, but the inertia he received sends him flying several tens of meters. Accelerating to unprecedented speeds, he crashes back into the rocky ground, leaving behind a rather large crater. However, this damage is not enough to break him, and he decides to use the all-seeing eye skill. The system tells him that there is an elite level 20 monster in front of him, which poses a great threat. Vincent nearly made the impossible kill, assuming that if he processed the creature, it would drop elite abilities. Meanwhile, the monster opens its mouth to shoot a web, thereby disarming and immobilizing the enemy. The shot of the sticky and extremely dangerous liquid proves ineffective as Vincent manages to dodge at the very last moment. At that very moment, he is about to rush into the air to take the most suitable position for an attack. He takes careful aim and then decides to use the Big Bang skill to deal fire damage to the spider. Before the spider can react, he receives a huge blast of magmatic energy to his head, stunning him. However, these injuries also turn out to be not significant enough to break the will of this creature. In response, he releases another web, but this attack also fails. The spider decides not to give up and continues to shoot a huge amount of web towards Vincent, who, using running, bed, turns away from it. Vincent realizes that this spider is fireproof, meaning it is not afraid of flame, and he needs to come up with something more suitable. Without thinking twice, he decides to close the distance with his opponent, realizing that in this case, he will have to rely on brute force. Vincent says he will kill the spider the classic way, and prepares to strike with his blade. The giant spider realizes that he has miscalculated, but it is too late to get out of this situation. Vincent delivers a powerful blow, and the system notifies him that he has dealt critical damage to the enemy's weak point. By scratching the eyes of the giant spider, he makes it let out a loud scream that would be heard throughout the dungeon if the spider were not the king here. Vincent says that the bites of 5th-level demon spiders are poisonous, but larger spiders are not resistant to poisons. He also understands that this is most likely due to changes in their defense and ability to reproduce, since they no longer have to hunt alone. The giant spider realizes that he must urgently respond to such an attack with something unexpected. Vincent is actually caught off guard by the main attack and web, and realizes that he won't be able to dodge it anymore. The spider creates a giant web and spins it around itself to knock down the opponent. Thus, the main character finds himself enveloped in a web and loses the ability to move at his previous speed. Sensing the scent of easy prey, the giant spider moves closer and closer to the protagonist to finish him off. Vincent relishes the fact that his plan is going exactly as he wanted, and activates a berserker state to quickly escape the web. Within moments, he breaks all the bonds that restrict his movements, preparing to break forward. Without giving the spider a chance to react, he rushes forward, preparing to deliver a monstrous attack. The blow is so powerful that several eyes of this giant creature fly out of their sockets. Among other things, this attack rips off the giant insect's head, sending it to the next world forever. The system offers him an upgrade to the RK version of the cards, which can either increase the duration of the rage or enhance the display. Vincent carefully analyzes these options, realizing that with one of them, he will lose health until he dies. He also notes that choosing more reliable options would be logical, But this spider is an unusual monster. He understands that if he chooses the first boost, he will undoubtedly upgrade himself. But this drain on health is too much due to weather effects. However, he still decides to go with this option, since the strength of the regenerative ability of this side effect will be less noticeable. Vincent also understands that choosing this buff will allow him to deal damage to those with strong resistance to physical damage. Meanwhile, the giant monster crosses several very interesting cards that can be recycled or sold. Carefully choosing each of them, Vincent stops his choice on one of the cards that he finds most attractive. He understands that he has chosen equipment that he can officially take from the abyss, and it will bring him a good income. Immediately after this, he summons his deity to recycle all the remaining monster remains and rewards that dropped from him. Vincent watches as a huge number of hands gradually pull the giant island of this spider into the abyss. He also wonders what kind of reward he will receive for refining such a gigantic, high-ranking creature. The system rewards him with the ability to summon up to 4 newborn spiders that will fight alongside him and evolve according to their combat experience. Vincent finds this reward extremely significant, since now he can not only summon them, but also level them up. Meanwhile, the cannon fodder group continues their exploration and discovers a very interesting place. Chester says he didn't think they would stumble upon a mine in the abyss that was particularly valuable. The healer says that he had no idea that there could be so many magic crystals here, suggesting that the red moon is to blame for everything. Immediately after this, the healer decides to use a special skill that marks all objects within a 60-meter radius for allies. Now every member of this group, including Rodrigo's squad, can see the deposits of valuable materials that are located here. Larry asks the healer if he is mentally retarded, suggesting that they could take the treasure for themselves. The healer says that this is all a stupid idea, since they would not have survived if Rodrigo's squad had found this place without their instructions. Larry realizes that his life really is worth nothing to those above him, and they really could be killed and written off as an accident. He recalls moments when he betrayed his people, considering them trash that he wouldn't mind throwing away. Incredible arrogance takes over him for a while, but it is immediately followed by the incredible horror that he recently experienced. The oppressive feeling of the abyss into which he was almost pulled by the deity that Vincent possesses continues to haunt him day after day. This feeling created such a serious trauma in his psyche that he will not be able to get rid of it for the rest of his miserable life. After recovering from post-traumatic stress, he realizes that the damned bastard who walks around him and collects crystals is to blame for everything. He reflects on the fact that his level is low again, but it doesn't matter because he needs to raise some money. He takes a few crystals and muses that if he can get some good equipment, he might be able to join the main force of the scavenging group. So he decides to steal some crystals to keep them for himself and get rich. The system suddenly notifies other players that they are trapped while in that location. A blast of laser energy passes Larry and the warrior, which is incredibly deadly. This shot hits the healer's forehead, who had been standing there unsuspecting the whole time, killing him instantly. The warrior looks in horror at his comrade, whom he killed instantly, and wonders what the hell is going on here. Meanwhile, Vincent decides to linger a little in the berserker's room, which he cleared with such difficulty. He decides to summon a single tarantula to test how much of a threat it can pose to opponents at this level. The young man comes to the conclusion that at the initial stage, these creatures look absolutely defenseless and rather plush. The system tells him that this creature can grow into a spider from a demon at level 5 if he increases his stats. Vincent realizes that if he wants the creature to be effective, he needs to level it up to at least level 5, and tries to give it some points. The cutest creature opens its eyes even wider, and then opens its mouth to receive the large number of points it needs. The transfer of points is completed. The system states that this spider's level has been increased, and a special skill for interacting with the web has been obtained. Meanwhile, the cannon fodder squad continues to try to figure out how to escape from this deadly trap that took the life of one of their comrades. Larry says that all of this is an accident, but the warrior understands that he was involved in this. He grabs him and calls him a scumbag, after which he accuses him of being the one who killed the healer, who did nothing to deserve such a sad fate. He also states that the healer did this for the sake of the family and wanted to feed his children, and now he died because of his idiotic mistake. Larry indignantly declares that he also needs money. If he had not fallen back to the first level, he would already be living well and not have to deal with idiots. The warrior prepares to engage Larry in battle, calling him a pathetic traitor, to which Larry declares that in this world, only money decides everything. He also says that this warrior would do the same if he was paid enough, when suddenly a dark figure appears behind him. Caesar claps his hands and says that those words are incredibly accurate, adding that he likes his priorities. After this, he asks Larry if he would like to join his squad. noting that they can find room for one more person. Warrior and Larry look in surprise at Caesar approaching from the darkness, trying to understand why he came here so quickly. One of the participants looks at the dead healer and says that his body is still warm, which means he was clearly killed recently. Rodrigo says that death is a common occurrence here, and he is ready to risk even his life for the chance to earn money. Rodrigo says that these crystals, which only appear during the red moon, can be used to buy entire cities, and one piece is enough to stop working for the rest of your days. After this, he says that he forgot to tell you something else very important, saying that there is a price for appropriating one such crystal. Looking at Larry, Rodrigo says that the price for taking one such crystal is exactly one life. Meanwhile, a giant fighter armed with a two-handed sword approaches the Spring Meat Squad to control their movement. They point their guns in their direction to hint that they will now command them. One of the fighters says that they should all take a crystal and put it in a bucket, adding that if they try to escape, an unenviable fate awaits them. The warrior states that any of these crystals could kill them, trying to understand whether they really want to get rid of them in such a secure manner. Rodrigo asks the warrior if he was the one who said that he needed to pay for the treatment of his dear wife. Coming closer to him, he asks him if he really lied when he said that he was ready to do anything just to save her. He also reminds him that the desire to earn as much money as possible is not something shameful or condemned in their society. The warrior realizes that he is backed into a corner and glances anxiously at the pile of crystals, hoping that he won't be killed by the first trap. After a while, he comes closer and prepares to take one of the crystals, while Caesar watches him closely. His hand reaches out to these crystals, but the closer it gets to this dangerous mineral, the more it begins to tremble. After a few moments, the warrior falls to his knees and says that he cannot carry out this command because it is too dangerous. He starts crying and says that in fact he lost all his money and came here to pay off his debts, but he doesn't want to die. Rodrigo looks at this spectacle and says that he has not met a more pitiful person than this warrior for a long time. Larry looks at Rodrigo and realizes that he is much tougher than him, and he couldn't compete with him even on his best days. After this, he approaches him, saying that he is just a fire mage, but would like to join their party, asking if they can accept him. Caesar asks his comrade if he said anything like that, to which he replies that he did indeed say those words. Rodrigo turns to Larry and asks him to come closer, after which Larry immediately falls to his knees in front of him. He declares that he is ready to give his life for him, when suddenly his face is met with a powerful kick from Rodrigo. He asks him if Larry really thought there would be a place for him, since he would never take trash like him into the ranks. Caesar states that Larry is a pathetic traitor. He is going to die anyway, and he will simply give his death at least some value. Caesar continues to beat Larry, and says that he will not leave here alive anyway, and he will simply turn him into a living dead for the sake of these crystals. Chester realizes they're in for a serious gamble, while Vincent quietly returns and switches places with his double. The young bard begins to get nervous and tries to figure out what to do in this situation, going over all sorts of options in his head. Vincent notices the hesitation in the bard's heart and places his hand on his shoulder, advising him not to do anything stupid. Immediately after this, he asks him to leave all this to him and wait here without making any sudden movements that could lead to unexpected events. Immediately after this, he wonders how dangerous collecting these crystals could be. The irritated wizard and his friend ask him what kind of clown has just appeared to ask stupid questions. Vincent decides to ignore his interlocutors and silently heads towards the pile of crystals to take one of them. Meanwhile, the other participants quickly retreat to avoid being caught in the trap. Hiding away, they call him a bastard and say that he should warn them before taking the crystals. Nothing happens, and the members of the fire team wonder if this young man has managed to outwit even death itself, or if the trap has simply broken. Vincent muses that even if this is a death trap, they will be lucky, and if he fulfills all the requirements, then it will only be earlier, or nothing will happen at all. He continues to collect a large number of crystals, ignoring the trembling hunters from the battle group watching him. Rodrigo notes that the trap was not activated despite numerous attempts to take the crystals, and suggests that the man's luck is above 60. The wizard says he doesn't know anyone who can have such a high luck score at level 1. Another group member approaches the crystals and says that there is only one reasonable explanation, which is that the trap has broken. He takes the crystals and turns to his comrade, saying that nothing really happened, not noticing the flash in the darkness. This flash causes a bolt of energy to instantly pierce the head of the fighter who acted too carelessly. His lifeless body with a broken head immediately falls to the ground, instilling horror in all the other people who were watching him. Rodrigo, meanwhile, indifferently says that the high luck is probably somehow connected with Vincent's profession, which was changed in the abyss. He also wonders if anyone would waste their attribute points on something as useless as luck. He also remembers that his original plan was to turn everyone into corpses that he could use later. But now everything has changed. He states that he only needs Vincent, and the rest of the cannon fodder squad can simply be finished off. The warrior steps back and says that their chances are 0, since their opponents are the Blood Oath squad. Larry, who has already suffered a fair amount of damage, cowardly thinks that he has no choice. He grabs the crystal and runs away, hoping that he will be able to get out of this abyss and sell the crystal for a lot of money. Vincent turns to the side and wonders why Larry is running away, adding that they will overcome these opponents with their numbers. The warrior states that they are now outnumbered, but Vincent is not discouraged and says that they have enough people to defeat them. Suddenly, one of the fighters in the combat group hears a strange chirping sound and asks his comrade if he hears this strange noise. The warrior waves his sword and says that he doesn't understand anything, after which the wizard looks up. Quite quickly he discovers strange humanoid spiders that are rapidly approaching the battlefield. These monsters assume a threatening pose and prepare to attack the members of the battle group under Vincent's orders. Chester says that they are now caught between a rock and a hard place. Vincent reassures him, saying that he picked up the monsters along the way. Immediately after this, he activates his enhanced insight skills to assess his opponents. One of the biggest threats is the enemy necromancer, who is level 20 and has some serious skills. The next most powerful enemy is the enemy berserker, who is level 17 and armed with a two-handed sword. Among other things, there are 2 enemy hunters here who are level 18 and can shoot a bow. Additionally, there is an enemy paladin here who can provide the rest of the team with protection and some damage. Vincent reflects that his gut tells him he won't have any particular problems fighting these opponents. But there's one catch. Looking at Rodrigo, he receives a notification that his skills cannot be determined because this enemy is close to his strength. Vincent understands that apparently the level of this man is not much lower than his, and maybe even higher. Caesar states that if the level of these subordinate monsters is below 10, then it is even possible to resort to their help, since they are useless. Vincent says that now the plans have changed, and if they want to survive, they must follow Larry's example. The warrior understands that he is being led by a complete idiot who decided to sacrifice himself to stop these opponents, but he really has no choice. Having thought everything through carefully, he sets out to flee to save his miserable life and try to get rich again another time. Vincent also turns to Chester and says that he probably had his own motives for going into this abyss, but if he wants to live, he must escape from here. Chester looks at the protagonist with a very worried look and promises him that he will never forget him. After this, he also follows the advice of his comrade and runs away into the darkness, so that these vile hunters will never find him again. However, his extremely low luck skill prevents him from leaving this room calmly, which is why he steps on another trap. The pressure plate that Chester stepped on at full speed causes a powerful collapse that blocks the exit for him and the warrior who was with him. The warrior asks him what the hell happened and what he stepped on this time, while calling him a stupid idiot. Chester apologizes, saying that ever since they entered the abyss, nothing but bad luck has been fallen on them, and he still doesn't know why. Meanwhile, the paladin rushes forward to crush his opponent with a powerful hammer blow. However, the improved version of the spider is preparing to fight this enemy and withstand all the tests. The paladin's strike hits its target and knocks the spider aside, as it has too much momentum. The arrogant warrior claims that he can knock out these opponents with just a few blows of his renowned hammer. However, this judgment turns out to be premature, as the spiders have some tricks up their sleeves that they decide to use. One of the spiders immediately shoots a web straight into the face of the presumptuous paladin to briefly immobilize him. The enemy paladin tries to remove the web from his face in order to at least somehow continue the fight. However, in his attempts he misses one very important detail, and when he finally notices it, it is already too late. The thing is, Vincent decides not to hesitate, and immediately takes advantage of the opportunity to knock out one of the opponents. Luckily for the paladin, he manages to block the attack and states that Vincent's damage is too low to deal with. A moment later he ducks to protect his face from a razor-sharp dagger. With a sweeping motion of his shield, he asks Vincent how he likes the protection of a true paladin. Vincent reflects on the fact that his spiders are at level 10, enough to even the odds, but not enough to win. He understands that the Blood Oath group are quite serious opponents who cannot be defeated so easily. However, he manages to land a few hits on the paladin's legs to weaken him. He decides to rush forward again to take advantage of the opportunity that has arisen. The paladin falls to the ground, but is immediately covered by 2 archers preparing to eliminate Vincent. The protagonist notices their intentions and dodges 2 arrows in time that would otherwise have finished him off. The hunters look at Vincent in surprise and wonder if he really managed to dodge such a swift attack. Unable to believe that anyone could dodge their shots, they decide to try again, assuming they simply missed. One of the archers shoots towards Vincent, but he prepares to block the arrow with his hand. Waiting for the right moment, he delivers a powerful blow with his dagger and cuts the arrow in half. The archers watch the scene in amazement, trying to understand how some boy could cut an arrow with a dagger. Vincent decides to immediately respond to his offenders by using the Big Bang skill. Before the archers can even comprehend what has happened, the ground beneath their feet begins to rapidly heat up and shake. The next second, a powerful explosion is heard, causing tectonic cracks and a strong shockwave. Looking at Vincent, the rest of the squad realizes that he is a tough nut to crack and will take some work. Meanwhile, the enemy berserker engages one of the spiders and wins decisively thanks to his advantage. Swinging his sword, he cuts through everything that gets in his way, mercilessly destroying the unfortunate spiders. Having dealt with the first obstacle, he realizes that he only has a little time left before he can destroy Chester and the other warrior. Clutching his sword tightly in his hands, he rushes forward, preparing to cut down his targets with one blow. Chester tries to stop him, saying that they can come to an agreement and do without unnecessary bloodshed, while the warrior believes that words will be unnecessary. At the last moment, he knocks Chester down, takes his place, and puts up a shield to block the attack. Immediately after this, he claims that they were unable to escape precisely because of Chester, after which he calls him an idiot. He also adds that if Chester wants to live, he must be able to fight, because in this cruel world, there is no other way. The enemy berserker continues to try to destroy his opponents, and the warrior realizes that he must act faster. He manages to put his shield forward again, but this time the blow has much more inertia and immediately crumples it significantly. The force of the blow is so great that the warrior is thrown aside, and his shield turns into a useless trinket. The warrior feels the serious damage his body has received and tries to cough. The sword he was clutching falls to the ground and impales itself on the rocky ground next to Chester. The berserker takes a few steps forward, preparing to finish off an opponent in a vulnerable position. Nevertheless, the warrior rises to his feet, preparing to fight for his life to the last. He chuckles and states that he shouldn't have looked into the abyss, because his end was inevitable. Realizing that he won't succeed against such a strong opponent, he asks to finish him off quickly and painlessly. The berserker smiles, realizing that he would gladly fulfill such a wish, and prepares for execution. He rushes forward, swinging his giant sword, while the warrior doesn't even try to block the attack, realizing its futility. At the last moment, the berserker's body suddenly begins to be shackled by strange magic, preventing him from moving. Barely looking around, he guesses that, apparently, the damned bard standing behind is to blame for everything. Chester, meanwhile, frantically goes through all the spells he has, trying to find a suitable one. He reports that thanks to his skills he delayed the berserker, but the warrior claims that this spell has an area effect, and he also fell under the effect. Vincent turns to look at the strange sight and wonders what his friend is doing instead of running away. Meanwhile, the necromancer standing behind him says that if Vincent has some hidden ability, then its powers will end sooner or later. Vincent notes that summoning magic does use up a lot of energy, and since he had previously summoned a clone, it was almost all used up. To cope with this situation, he turns to his inventory for suitable means. The proud necromancer watches his opponent closely and notices that for some reason he is busy drinking from some glass. At first he tries to find out what Vincent is doing, but then states that he doesn't care, because it won't restore mana anyway. After this, he states that his profession is one of the strongest, as the corpses he resurrects will fight forever. Vincent continues to drink the mana recovery item, and is surprised by the impressive skills his opponent possesses. Moments later, he reports that his mother has been fully recovered and is preparing to continue fighting. As soon as the dead approach him, he calls upon his deity, saying that all the dead should rest in peace. The deity of recycling immediately rushes forward, capturing the reanimated corpses and absorbing them into its abyss. The necromancer wonders what the hell is going on here, and where his corpses that were just here went. Vincent doesn't answer this question, but rushes forward to deal with this enemy as well. The necromancer doesn't have time to react to such an attack and gets punched right in the face, causing him to lose consciousness. This saves Vincent a huge amount of headaches, and all that remains is to finish off the berserker and Rodrigo. Caesar says that his opponent has very interesting abilities, and now he understands what attracted him to him at the drink stand. Vincent says it would be great if they could make a little money or go home, but the fact that they're recruiting people as cannon fodder changes everything. He states that such a practice is too immoral, and he cannot let them go after what they have done. Caesar asks him if he really thought that, having potential, he had the right to contradict him, adding that they are all his property. He says that right now he will remind him how this cruel world works, after which he hears Chester's screams. Chester takes out his sword and approaches the paralyzed berserker, saying that he is just a handyman and would not like to participate in this bloodshed. Caesar, with a smile on his face, says that apparently cannon fodder will not come out of here under any circumstances. The warrior turns to his comrade and says that he should not listen to him, but simply raise his sword and finish off his opponent. Chester starts to get cowardly, saying that he can only strengthen others, but he himself is not capable of killing a monster, much less a person. Caesar uses this situation as an example, and says that one side will always be destroyed by the other. Vincent chuckles and says that he doesn't understand a single word of this stupid bravado, adding that he has a different point of view. He states that everyone has the right to enter the abyss and come out alive, no matter what level of power they possess. Caesar laughs and calls such naivety too unforgivable to survive in this cruel world. Immediately after this, he rushes forward while Vincent blocks his attack. However, this is the wrong tactic. Caesar's strength is at an extremely high level, causing any blow he makes to have incredible momentum, capable of crushing mountains. Vincent, however, survives this attack calmly, but he understands that he is dealing with a person with incredible strength. Caesar continues to develop his offensive, and the protagonist is surprised by the incredible speed that his opponent has developed in a matter of seconds. Rodrigo rushes forward to deny his opponent the opportunity to recover from the damage he has received. Vincent, however, manages to dodge this attack thanks to his unrivaled agility that he has developed. Caesar smugly declares that his fist is invincible, meaning he can deal with absolutely any opponent. At this time, the warrior asks Chester what he is waiting for, still hoping that his ally will find the courage to finish off the berserker. The control effect wears off, and the berserker turns around, rewarding the cowardly bard with a powerful blow to the face for his indecision. Chester falls to the ground, unable to stay on his feet from such a serious blow. He tries to get up, feeling blood running down his face from serious injuries. The berserker prepares to cut down his opponent with a powerful blow of his sword and punish him for his slowness and indecision. The warrior once again comes to the rescue in this situation, grabbing the berserker by the body so that he stops his attack. He also shouts at his ally to do at least something to win this battle, realizing that he won't be able to hold off such a beast for long. The berserker throws the warrior away from himself with a sweeping sword strike that instantly reaches its target and inflicts devastating damage. In his death throes, he is surprised that Barto did nothing, despite having had many opportunities. Finally, he asks him why he volunteered to be the leader if he was so weak and unable to make any decision. Chester says in a plaintive voice that he volunteered to be the leader simply because he thought that if he did, he wouldn't have to fight. With these words, he falls to his knees and says that in fact he is not a strong opponent at all. After this, he tries to beg his teacher and says that he is a noob, so he asks for mercy. He recalls that other players told him that he was incapable of dealing damage, but that he could significantly buff others. Unfortunately, his complete incompetence didn't even help with this, as he couldn't choose the right target to enhance it. It was because of this that the man was driven away everywhere, called a pathetic nobody and a newbie with whom there was no point in communicating. This situation drove him into the depths of despair, which is why he found himself in the position he is in now. Caesar found him, realizing that such people were ready to do anything, and asked if he had any work. Chester then confessed that he was a third-level bard, hoping that someone would not know about his past and take him with them. Caesar was the very man who invited him, offering him a job, hiding his true intentions. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to fight Caesar, who once again throws him onto the stone floor, leaving a large furrow behind him. Rodrigo wants to finish what he started, and rushes forward to finish off the protagonist with one powerful blow of his hand. He shouts that he is using a martial arts technique that causes continuous physical damage at the point of impact, and claims that if the opponent tries to use magic, they will die even faster. Caesar smugly declares that this explosion is an indication of combat skills that would cripple even the most powerful mage. Vincent notes that his opponent is moving too fast, and realizes that he needs to make even faster decisions to survive. He attempts to evade, but Caesar mockingly asks if he really still has any hope of getting out of here alive. Vincent wonders if the man loses any blood when he uses this skill, and comes to the conclusion that he must have some kind of weakness. After a few moments, he freezes in place, realizing that this insight has given him one bright idea. Without thinking twice, he returns to the battle and turns to Chester, saying that he has one very important request. A moment later, he takes a serious blow from Rodrigo and is again thrown back several dozen meters. It turns out that he stops right next to a bewildered Chester, who still doesn't know what to do. Vincent tells him that it is useless to hope for mercy from others, just because he is a weakling. He also claims that he had dreamed of this before because he was disappointed with his weakness, just like Chester. Remembering himself in the past, he states that he was very weak and capable of very little, but this did not break him. Vincent states that he does not give up because there is no need to be afraid of one's weakness, because there are things much more terrible. The protagonist tries to inspire the bard by inspiring him to a moral uplift after what he heard. To do this, he says that you need to be afraid of your own cowardice, and the biggest fear is the fear of losing heart and not coping. Vincent says that he will never be afraid to lose, because if he does, he will die anyway. However, he emphasizes that it was precisely this mindset that giving up is not an option that helped him reach the heights he is at now. Time after time, he fought monsters that were an order of magnitude stronger than him, but thanks to his tenacity and a little luck, he was able to emerge victorious. Vincent says that when he gathered all his will into a fist and took the first step, he learned one very important thing. From his point of view, deep down he always knew that he should be on top of this world because he deserved it. He also adds that even when he was a weak garbage collector, his ambition did not fade away, and he did everything possible to achieve results. Chester asks in surprise if he really wants to become the king of this world. He also realizes that if he doesn't get stronger, he will die, and understands that compared to ridicule, it was better to simply disguise himself and run away from fights. Determination begins to overwhelm him, and he says that he wants to become stronger and pump up his spirit so much that he will never give up again. He notes that his third level is no match for his opponent's stats, as he will not be able to defeat him under any circumstances. He also states that he has become very interested now, and so he will simply let the opponent make a few attacks. However, Chester suddenly throws away his sword. The berserker is surprised by such a strange maneuver and continues to watch the weak bard, who still does not pose a threat. Chester, meanwhile, instead of grabbing his sword again, decides to resort to a more original way to deal with the enemy. Grabbing his microphone, he decides to use his poetic lyricism skill to further empower his allies. The berserker continues to watch what is happening, not realizing how serious a danger the bard can pose in such a situation. Rodrigo also underestimates his opponent, wondering what the hell is going on, and whether they seriously expect to win with the power of song. Chester confidently declares that he is the best amplifier in the world, after which Vincent feels a surge of energy. The system notifies him that while under the influence of inspiration, all damage he inflicts increases by 15%, and his defense and speed increase by the same amounts. At that moment, he decides to summon Blood Nightmare while the buff is still in effect, so that his plan will be as effective as possible. A strange liquid pours out of his body and immediately rushes to another place to carry out a surprise attack. Bloody Nightmare decides to materialize behind the berserker to surprise him and take him by surprise. Once the transformation is complete, it is too late for the berserker to dodge, as he is too clumsy. The Bloody Nightmare himself decides not to waste a single second and immediately entangles his opponent with tentacles. Chester watches in amazement as Bloody Nightmare dispatches his opponent, leaving him no chance. Immediately after this, he turns his gaze to the real Vincent to make sure that he is okay. Rodrigo attacks again, wanting to finish off his left opponent, but this time Vincent dodges again. The first attack is followed by a series of additional blows, but all of them miss their target. Vincent speculates that due to his powerful magic, he has very fast regeneration, which allows him to fight indefinitely. Finding the right moment to attack, he rushes forward using a berserk state skill called Blood Splash. He increases his damage to continue the fight, and they clash with their opponent again in a brutal battle. At one point, he even manages to find a window to make an attack and throw a dagger. Rodrigo takes some damage from this and wonders what happened to his armor if some lowly scavenger could wound him with a normal dagger. Vincent muses that Blood Splash ignores enemy armor, but Rodrigo's martial arts are still a factor. He understands that this fight needs to be ended as quickly as possible, since he still lacks experience in close combat. Caesar says he finds this fight incredibly interesting and smiles, enjoying the fact that he has met a worthy opponent for the first time. At this time, he rushes forward in order to make a quick turn, thereby getting an opening to strike the opponent's body with his fists. However, his plan fails, and Caesar wonders how he can lose to some garbage man after 20 years of practice. A few seconds pass before he finds the right moment to punch Vincent in the face, noting that the difference in strength is too great. He also states that those people who have developed martial arts can change their profession to the King of Destruction or Street Fighter. Vincent continues to fight despite the serious blows he receives thanks to his high regeneration. During the next dash, they cross their fists, creating a powerful shockwave that scatters everyone around. Vincent feels his bones begin to rattle, but regeneration prevents them from crumbling to dust. Rodrigo shouts loudly how he hates weakness, stating that this is why he has focused all his attention on strength. Given a minute, he unleashes another lightning-fast, heaven-shattering strike to send the protagonist flying, When Vincent collides with a hard surface, he causes a powerful explosion that hides him from others for a period of time. However, it turns out that he was able to survive this catastrophic fall, but his clothes were seriously damaged. Caesar says that his opponent's suffering is very stupid, since by doing so, he only prolongs his defeat. Vincent asks the system to add all unallocated points to his strength to match his opponent's. The system reports that 176 points have just been added to his strength, and Vincent feels an instant boost to his body. Caesar looks at his opponent in surprise and wonders where he got so many undistributed points from. Vincent, meanwhile, quickly analyzes his body and discovers that his muscle mass has increased significantly. Caesar doesn't pay much attention to this and rushes forward, saying that such a boost will not affect anything. Vincent, at this point, is thinking that he is still lagging behind in martial arts technique, but believes that this should be enough to compensate for the gaps. Rushing forward, he realizes that at least now he can hit his opponent properly. Caesar remains as carefree as possible and prepares to clash fists with his enemy again. A few seconds later, their blows touch again, creating a powerful shockwave. However, this time the advantage is clearly on Vincent's side due to brute force. This way, he gains much more momentum than his opponent and throws him aside, causing serious damage to his arm in the process. Rodrigo Caesar looks at his mangled arm and wonders how some young man could increase the damage of his blows so dramatically. Chester also watches his comrade, realizing that he has become incredibly strong in just a matter of seconds. Vincent decides not to give in to his opponent for a second, and rushes forward again to finish him off. Caesar still hasn't had time to recover from what happened, and receives another powerful blow right to the face. Vincent prepares to finish off his opponent, and says that he will not leave a single wet spot on him. This situation forces the antagonist to delve into the traumatic memories that made him the callous and secretive person he is today. He remembers the day he was designated as cannon fodder and was supposed to be expendable. During those times, he also had to clean the equipment of his superiors, who were members of the Lionheart Hunters Guild. The elders insisted that if someone wanted to join their ranks, they had to prove their ability. After some time, such an opportunity presented itself to Rodrigo as a giant monster appeared in front of them. Caesar reasoned that if he proved his worth, he could rise to a higher position in the hierarchy and gain access to benefits. His overconfidence played a cruel joke on him in some ways, but thanks to it, he was also able to inflict serious damage on the monster. However, after stunning the monster with his fists, he thought that it was not that difficult, which is why he inevitably lost his guard. In a place like the Abyss, such actions are deadly and have already killed many fighters. The monster recovered faster than expected and dealt a devastating attack on Rodrigo. The young man was trampled into the rock and suffered injuries so severe that people usually die on the spot. His lower jaw was shattered, 8 ribs were broken, his heart was pierced through, and his spleen and kidneys were damaged. Replacing all of these organs required a huge amount of crystals. The scientists who rescued him said technology now makes it possible to extract valuable cells from the monsters of the Abyss and transplant them into the human body. One of the scientists told him that thanks to this, Rodrigo survived, but became half human, half monster, due to the similarity of DNA. However, by such an act he proved that he was worthy of joining the Lionheart squad as a full member. However, not even a few days had passed before he found himself captured by a monster who offered to become his extra hand and watchdog. Rodrigo asked where the rest of his team had gone, happily accepting such gifts. The monster replied that these useless rats were not strong enough, and he dealt with them. That day, Caesar learned a very important lesson. This world is extremely cruel and can swallow a person whole. This instilled in him the idea that if he couldn't show his worth, then he was nothing more than trash that needed to be gotten rid of. After a few moments, the unbreakable effect is triggered, significantly increasing Rodrigo's defense and increasing his speed. Vincent is very surprised by such a sharp transformation of his opponent's body, and tries to understand what is going on here. He also wonders how Rodrigo managed to recover so much strength, and because of this, he misses a blow. Caesar puts a tremendous amount of force into this punch, so he instantly sweeps Vincent out of his way. Only by some miracle does the protagonist manage to maintain his balance and recover from this blow relatively quickly. Caesar states that the hallmark of magic crystals is their rich, seething magical power. He also says that during the blood moon, thanks to the transplanted organs of monsters, he can feed on the power of these magical crystals. Arrogance gets the better of him for a while, and he declares that he can become even stronger than the Abyss boss for a short time. Meanwhile, the system informs Vincent that Rodrigo Caesar has now been promoted to the rank of Abyss boss, and must be defeated. Vincent is surprised by such a drastic change, and wonders what happened to his opponent's body. Caesar offers Vincent to surrender, promising him a quick and merciful death at his hand. Vincent realizes that making a deal with the devil is a sure way to the grave, as they never keep their word. Caesar, meanwhile, advises him to let go of his human body and become unkillable. At the same moment, he throws several heavy stones at the main character, which he only miraculously dodges. Vincent turns as Caesar speaks of fully accepting the cost of this power. Vincent tries to keep an eye on his opponent so as not to become a victim of his sharp blow at the decisive moment. Unfortunately, it is too late, and Caesar accelerates to incredible speeds that are impossible to avoid. Chester begins to literally tremble with fear, realizing that he is faced with a force the likes of which he has never seen. He reflects on the fact that they are undoubtedly no match for high-level players, and even Vincent, who turned out to be much stronger, cannot stand up to Rodrigo. He still has his invincible power, which lies in his monstrous essence. Caesar begins to celebrate his victory prematurely, saying that in order to win, he had to show his ugly side. After this, he calms down a little and turns his gaze to Chester, who certainly cannot cause him any problems. He says that Chester failed the mission he was entrusted with, which means he will be the last piece of cannon fodder to see it. He immediately rushes forward and says that as a reward, he will give him a heroic death. Chester stops his opponent and says that even if he dies anyway, he wants to tell him something. Rodrigo comes closer and grabs Chester by the throat, saying that he already talks too much. Lifting him above the ground, he asks him if he has any last wish. Chester doesn't deny himself originality and says that he wants to leave this abyss alive and unharmed. He also says that Rodrigo's assumption is fundamentally wrong. Chester claims that he is not the last of the cannon fodder left alive. An unsuspecting Caesar turns around and sees a strange liquid gradually rising from the ground. Vincent, who was able to avoid fatal damage, says that thanks to this bard, he bought himself some time and drank a mana restoration potion. Vincent also says that Rodrigo's weaknesses are not immediately obvious, so he relied on his comrade. Caesar wonders if he only killed the Blood Nightmare, trying to figure out when he managed to switch places with him. Vincent says that the Berserker's combat skills greatly increased his strength in a short period of time, but afterward, there is a period of exhaustion. Vincent also says that even Caesar, who has a body that blurs the lines between man and monster, must pay a price for his power. Rodrigo doesn't understand this philosophical concept and asks him what the abyss has to do with this conflict. The explanation for the protagonist's words comes very quickly, and Caesar quickly begins to feel strange sensations. Looking at his hands, he discovers that they are very quickly beginning to mutate and take on unpleasant shapes. Chester decides not to waste a single second and immediately moves to a safer place. Rodrigo feels a surge of incredible anger, after which he turns an enraged gaze on Vincent. Anger continues to take over his body and mind, as all monsters are insane maniacs. In a thirst for blind revenge, for no apparent reason, he rushes forward to tear Vincent to pieces with his claws. Vincent continues to dominate his opponent with incredible agility and dodges all the blows. Thanks to his skills, he seems to dance around his opponent, simultaneously looking for his weak points. After quickly analyzing his opponent's movements, he realizes that the changes in his body have significantly increased his speed. However, this speed is still not enough to match Vincent's performance, but the situation is becoming more dangerous. Continuing to dodge one blow after another, he hopes that he will be able to reach some weapon that will help him in the fight. Chester decides to come to the rescue in this situation and calls out to the protagonist, hoping to attract his attention. Finding the right moment, he throws the dagger at him, trying to give it maximum speed. A split second later, the dagger stops a few centimeters from Vincent's face, who manages to intercept it with his hand. Vincent finally gains the advantage and the opportunity to break through his opponent's heavy defense. Rodrigo, meanwhile, continues to slowly mutate, turning into an increasingly ugly version of himself. Vincent makes another evasive maneuver, simultaneously delivering a powerful attack with his dagger to the enemy's back and neck. He lands on the ground quite gracefully, without experiencing any particular discomfort, while Rodrigo feels a lot of pain. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if every hit he gets suddenly becomes a critical hit. Vincent tries to irritate his opponent by saying that he is still too strong for him just because he added a few points of agility. Caesar immediately rushes forward, declaring that Vincent will greatly regret angering him with his empty chatter. He also claims to be a superior being who looks down on the ants like himself, who try to oppose him. However, Vincent remains unimpressed by such statements, and asks if Caesar really thinks he is someone special. Charging his fists with the power of fire, he says that in his eyes, Caesar is just another pathetic monster that needs to be destroyed. Rodrigo suffers serious injuries, which further fuels the rage raging in his mind. Following the endless rage, the mutation process accelerates, and his face begins to transform again. A few more seconds pass, and he takes on a completely inhuman appearance, so that no one will be able to recognize the former Rodrigo in him. Vincent acknowledges this tragic fact, realizing that the monster has completely taken over his opponent, and that it is now impossible to save him. He asks Caesar if he can hear the call of the abyss, which is now calling him now that he has become a full-fledged monster. Rodrigo does not answer this question, and only shouts furiously that his opponent must die as quickly as possible. A moment later, he is overcome with madness, and he says that he has proven his worth and is not cannon fodder, and therefore should not die. Chester says Caesar has simply gone crazy, which means this is their chance to win. Vincent looks closely at his opponent, and realizes that he has a much more elegant solution. To understand why Vincent is reacting so strangely, you only need to go back a few minutes to when Rodrigo first changed his form. Vincent appeared behind Chester and warned him that his body was being consumed by the blood nightmare in order to create a clone. At that moment, he received a special task, according to which he must defeat Rodrigo without killing him, and receive a rare reward. Vincent thought that the madman would not leave here alive, and even his own team members would not let him go so easily. Disappearing into thin air, he told Chester to do whatever he could to distract the enemy for at least 5 seconds. Returning to the present, Vincent realizes that this enemy really does not need to be killed, and can be dealt with in a much more elegant way. Watching Caesar continue to mutate, he calmly turns back and says that monsters belong to the abyss, and cannot leave it. Caesar falls into a bloody frenzy and completely loses interest in his goals, while Vincent declares that the abyss welcomes such people with open arms. From his point of view, anyone who has abandoned their humanity ends up in the abyss, since such are its rules. He also says that he has heard many times about monsters going berserk during the blood moon, and losing the last drops of their sanity. Caesar, or rather what's left of him, rushes deep into the catacombs, where another traveler has stumbled upon a rare chest. Larry is delighted to have found a very rare room full of treasures that will provide him with a comfortable existence. He happily says that now he is rich, free, and that upgraded skills and a new life await him. Unaware of the giant creature approaching, he joyfully shouts that he can finally change his fate. Having allowed the tragic curtain to close on this bloody situation, let us move forward a few hours, to an entertainment establishment. Chester sincerely thanks his comrade and asks him to become his boss, saying that from now on he will always follow him. Vincent says he can't always be that cool, and Chester recalls his ambitious words he said recently. Vincent smiles and says that he was just pretending to be cool at that moment to impress his opponent. Chester replies that he doesn't believe it, because after listening to those words, he realized that not everything is lost in his life, and he has goals. Vincent asks Chester what his goals are, to which he states that he is the best support in the world. He also states that his goal now will be to truly take the title of Support King in order to be an indispensable member of the squad. Vincent analyzes his comrade and realizes that he has a dexterity of 2 and a luck of 1, which means that he survives on the battlefield only by a miracle. Chester says they can make a great team because he will always be empowering Vincent, but Vincent cuts him off. He says that what he would most like is for Chester to stop going into the abyss, and this comes as a real shock to him. Vincent reflects that support that cannot stand up for itself is very unreliable and will only lead to an empty life. Not knowing how to explain what was happening, he decides to make a generous gesture and conveys the offer to Chester. As a gesture of goodwill, he gives him 1,000 magic crystals, saying that this will last for a long time, so Chester should not go into the abyss anymore. Chester understands the sad reality and says he has no questions about why Vincent does what he does. After this, determination overwhelms him again, and he says that he still would not want to continue living like trash, and does not want to be looked down upon even after death. Vincent mentally praises Bard's determination, and asks him how he can help others if he cannot protect himself. Chester says that the microphone can be held in one hand, after which Vincent summons the sword of the warrior who died because of Chester. At that moment, he thrusts it into the table next to the Bard to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions. Rising to his feet, he says that, judging by his knowledge of bards, this profession represents a balance between physical and magical strength. He also states that now is the time to learn how to handle a sword, and thus repay the man who saved him at the cost of his life. Chester also rises to his feet and grabs the hilt of his sword, saying that he does not need crystals as a reward for what he has done. Vincent praises his spirit and says that in that case, they should give the crystals to the families of that healer and warrior to honor their memory. He also states that they will earn even more crystals in the future, which motivates Chester to achieve even greater success. Meanwhile, an unknown group of people continues to analyze the vibrations emanating from the gates of the abyss. The unknown girl says that after the incident under the Red Moon, a small detachment was sent out and discovered the corpses of the Blood Oath team. She also reports that the leader Caesar was heavily infected and completely demonized, and that the bodies of several outsiders were found. The girl claims that Larry, who was recently declared the team's killer in another incident, the invasion of the Abyss, was found among the dead bodies. She adds that the body was wearing high-end gear when it was discovered, meaning he fought the mutated Caesar and lost. One of the employees asks his partner if this man is the only survivor, to which the girl replies that there was no one else there. Another employee wonders if their plan has now completely failed, to which his comrade replies that Caesar is a useless dog. Meanwhile, the scene moves to a government hospital called Wonderful Picnic. At first glance, this is an ordinary hospital where nothing suspicious is happening. But very soon the situation changes. Doctors walk the corridors with their patients, talking to each other about diagnoses and future treatment plans. Unfortunately, due to general carelessness, one of the patients was left unattended, and he apologizes to his deceased relatives. Holding a strange key in his hands, he says that he has no choice left. After a few moments, the key rises into the air and begins to emit a strange, dark, and ominous energy. Energy quickly spreads throughout the hospital, creating a portal and summoning very dangerous creatures. Creatures filled with dark energy begin to attack passers-by near the hospital, who immediately run away, wondering what is happening. The most knowledgeable residents understand that the situation is becoming critical, as a portal to the abyss has been opened. In a moment, almost the entire hospital disappears, and in its place remains a huge funnel radiating a mysterious tension. Somewhere nearby, a monster from the abyss begins to destroy the houses of civilians, and several children are trying to escape from there. These children run away from the giant creature, only narrowly avoiding becoming victims of its giant jaws. It quickly becomes clear that these children are Vincent and his little sister, whom he tried his best to protect. Little Vincent falls to the ground, unable to withstand the powerful shockwave caused by the monster's strike. The last thing he sees is his little sister's body falling in front of the giant monster, begging for help. Luckily, it turns out to be just a bad dream, and the protagonist jumps up furiously in his bed, trying to look around. Cold sweat breaks out on his body, but he quickly realizes that he only dreamed it all. Lying on the bed, he realizes that it was just a dream, but the anxiety in his heart does not subside for a second. After a while, he grabs the phone and realizes that today is a special date, since he had agreed with his sister that he would visit her. To give his dear little sister a pleasant surprise, he decides to first stop by the store and buy her favorite flowers. After greeting the flower seller, he asks her to put together a beautiful bouquet for him, and the girl guesses that he is going to see his sister. Vincent says he was late because he had to meet someone, after which the saleswoman is happy for Vincent's sister. After all, she has such a good brother. She also compliments his new hairstyle. He replies that he was just passing by and met a friend who works in a hairdresser. As soon as the girl collects a beautiful bouquet, he says that he will gladly help her carry it out so that she does not have to carry heavy things. Immediately after this, he goes outside and sees a huge number of police special forces vehicles heading in a direction familiar to him. The girl wonders where all the patrol cars rushing to the hospital come from. Vincent feels incredibly anxious and understands that he must get there as soon as possible, since his sister is in this hospital. Without another word, he takes off with his incredible agility and increased strength. Having upgraded himself to this level, he no longer needs to move like ordinary people. He can now jump from building to building. A few moments later, he finds himself at a giant portal and hears the voices of police officers trying to secure the area. He wonders why the Abyss Gate appeared here, as it doesn't usually manifest so chaotically. A few moments later, he jumps down and finds a police officer who has been trying to lead ordinary people away from the danger zone all this time. Looking at another civilian, the police officer says that civilians have been ordered to evacuate and the passage is blocked. However, as soon as he meets the protagonist's gaze, it becomes clear that this man had better remain calm. He lets him pass. He only looks with some regret at Vincent, who continues to approach the dangerous portal. The police officer's partner asks him what the hell he's doing, since civilians must not be allowed through under any circumstances. The police officer says that this guy could look like the other people who entered, with whom he does not match in any case. Vincent continues to say his sister's name, saying that this time he will not be late in helping. Once inside, he says that the gates created another space inside the hospital, much larger than the area of the entire building. Looking around, he realizes that it is quite empty here, which means that the squad of career changers was here even before his arrival. He also discovers an empty potion container and realizes that ordinary fighters cannot afford such expensive items. After a few moments, he decides to use the skill of creating a regeneration potion in order to place it in such a large, convenient bottle. He transfers this potion to his inventory, realizing that this dungeon will be tough, so any supplies will be very useful. After walking forward for several dozen meters, he finds himself at a fork in the road and tries to figure out which direction is best for him to move. To ensure that his decision is not entirely random, he decides to use his keen observation skills to track down some details. The system informs him that he will not be able to return once he has chosen a path, and he understands that he needs to approach this choice as carefully as possible. Vincent takes the torches, saying that without them, he doesn't know how long it will take to reach the end. He also understands that he doesn't have time to think about it, since ordinary people can't last long here, and he needs to act extremely quickly. Rushing forward, he stumbles upon a red carpet on which there are no traces of other people, which means that Vincent got here first. Looking back, he realizes that the return route has been swallowed by darkness, and now he will not be able to return under any circumstances. After some time, he takes out a special object, saying that if he finds himself in a labyrinth, he will be able to mark places he has already been to, so as not to get lost. The system notifies him that he has used the Eye of Argos, and he commands the item to show him a map of the area. The system quickly disappoints the protagonist by telling him that it is impossible to display the map outside of this area. Vincent calmly says that it is now clear why people mark the road with sword scratches, since the device does not work in this area. A huge number of tentacles begin to appear behind him, and he realizes that he has entered a trapped room. However, after thinking for a bit, he realizes that he did not hear any sounds of extraneous mechanisms, which means that this room is something else. He also notes that it is eerily quiet here, while a strange spirit-like creature appears behind him. All this time, this spirit did not make a single sound, and only at the moment when he thought that he would be able to kill Vincent, he decided to swing his giant scythe. Luckily, Vincent manages to react to this treacherous blow in time and jumps to the side, forcing the spirit to plunge its scythe into the stone floor. Jumping to the side, he realizes that he has an excellent window of opportunity to finish off his opponent, who must pull the weapon out of the ground. He makes a lightning-fast dash, simultaneously striking with his pumped-up dagger, cutting the spirit in half. Unfortunately, this attack has no effect, and the system notifies him that such attacks will be ineffective. Vincent once again jumps away from his opponent to give himself room to maneuver, and realizes that the spirit has physical immunity. Meanwhile, Revenant lets out a loud cry to inflict damage on his opponent. The system notifies the protagonist that he has been deafened, and he indeed stops hearing any sounds. Vincent realizes that he acted recklessly, and did not sufficiently assess the danger of this place. After quickly analyzing his opponent, he realizes that he is facing the very monster that appears in the Abyss of Rules. He briefly dives into his memories and rolls back in time 3 years to when he first found himself in such an abyss. The foray seemed suspiciously quiet to him, but he constantly had the feeling that someone was watching him. Suddenly he discovers strange statues that look quite creepy, as they have dark smiles frozen on their faces. Vincent turns away from them and realizes that these are not some kind of monsters, but just a bunch of creepy statues that pose no threat. As he continues to collect crystals, he reflects on the fact that none of them should go to waste, because his future career depends on it. Hearing a strange sound, he turns around again to see if he imagined that someone ran among these statues. One can only imagine the surprise and horror of the protagonist when he discovers that these statues have become much closer to him, and their position has changed. Vincent jumps back and wonders what is happening, because just a few seconds ago these statues were just a pile of stones. At that time, a colleague comes to his aid, who advises him not to turn around and says that these are demonic crying statues. He also states that one should not turn one's back to these creatures or blink when looking at them. He also claims that the demons of the abyss follow a certain logic in their actions, and the higher the level, the stricter it is. The Scavenger states that these creatures are very dangerous opponents, but while they are being looked at, they are petrified. Vincent wonders what he should do, to which his comrade replies that he should slowly back away and not blink until they are out of the room. All this time they look back and feel incredible tension, because they cannot see what is behind them. Vincent also fails to notice a pebble lying right under his feet, causing him to slip and inevitably lose visual contact with his opponent. Not only does Vincent himself stop looking at these demonic creatures for a while, but his colleague also turns around to find out what happened. The demonic statues immediately take advantage of this and rush forward to devour their victims in the blink of an eye. Luckily, the Scavenger doesn't get flustered and immediately rushes forward to pull the lever that will allow him to escape from these creatures. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if they had been trapped in this place without a way to escape quickly. The stone slab descends at great speed, thereby ensuring the safety of the protagonist and his comrade. Vincent realizes how lucky he is to be with such a comrade, because otherwise, he would have died here. Exhausted, he falls to the ground and thanks his comrade, who mentions that normal attacks do no damage to these statues at all. He also states that despite his inexperience as a fighter, he is very strong in terms of knowledge of monster behavior. Vincent returns to reality and realizes that he is no worse than some career changers and must find a way to deal with the enemy. He also claims that if this monster is immune to physical attacks, then magical attacks should have some effect. Finding himself in a more advantageous position, he decides to use the Big Bang skill to paralyze the enemy. However, as soon as he attempts to fire a magic shot, his hand suddenly begins to behave strangely. Before Vincent can react to this incident in time, the magical energy in his hand explodes. Vincent realizes that he can no longer even rely on fire powers, despite the fact that this is the only type of magical damage he can inflict. For a moment, he wonders what he should do in such a case, if he cannot fight the enemy in the usual way. Quite quickly, he comes up with one ability he still has, and he realizes that this might be his chance to win. Once again, he dodges his opponent's attack and tries to carefully think through his next move. He notes that time is short, and the monster is physically invulnerable, but its attacks are primarily focused on one type of damage. While waiting for the moment when he can return to the fight, he realizes that the logic of this creature is very strange. Revenant makes an off-balance attack with his scythe, but it also misses thanks to Vincent's agility. Unfortunately, spirits are tireless, so the opponent prepares to attack him again with another barrage of attacks. Vincent takes out his dagger and blocks some of the scythe's attacks, still frantically trying to figure out what the creature's weak point is. To get a clue, he decides to use his Eye of Insight and find at least something. After a few more dodges, he realizes that the monster only materializes after it makes an attack. From his point of view, before the sickle swings, the creature loses its protection from physical attacks. Seizing the moment, he rushes forward, preparing to launch a series of quick and accurate attacks. His theory is indeed confirmed, and the ghost takes a fair amount of damage from Vincent's bloody attacks. Immediately after this, the spirit begins to make very strange sounds, signaling that the creature is dying. After a few moments, it vanishes into thin air, and Vincent assumes he has managed to solve the problem. However, the problem only begins to escalate, as after a few seconds, a strange energy sphere appears in the air again, from which a silhouette is formed. Over time, this silhouette begins to take shape, and Vincent realizes that he is now facing a new enemy. In fact, this enemy is the second form of the previous spirit, possessing a greater range of skills. A strange energy begins to emanate from this creature, which it uses to charge its attacks and body. Vincent realizes that he recently lost his hearing, and now he can't even see his enemy properly. At first, he considers turning to his clone, but abandons the idea because it would take too much energy. The monster quickly emerges from the shadows and launches a dual attack, which Vincent somehow manages to block. The protagonist realizes that it is too difficult for him to fight this enemy, and that he cannot cope with him, even with such a set of attributes. At the same time, he activates the super regeneration skill to recover and gain additional chances. The system informs him that the deafness condition has been eliminated, and all lacerations have been instantly healed. A greenish glow begins to emanate from Vincent's body, and this stops the cruel ghost for a while. Vincent immediately notices this, and guesses that in the second phase, this creature is afraid of light, and even a weak light will not allow it to get closer. At that moment, he realizes how he should act and sets his fists on fire to create more light. The ghost naively assumes that his opponent will try to throw a fireball at him and begins to laugh prematurely. In fact, Vincent is well aware that his strength lies in not attacking his opponent with fire spells. Instead, he directs the fiery energy directly into himself, causing his body to become engulfed in flames. In a few moments, he himself turns into a massive source of light, ready to dispel all shadows. Ignoring the burning effect, he happily notes that he is finally able to see clearly in the dark. The frightened ghost immediately begins to run away from it, so as not to receive serious damage from light sources. Vincent claims that his opponent is afraid of flames because his life force is contained in darkness. He also understands that for an ordinary magician who does not know how to cast spells on his body, it would be quite difficult here. But Vincent should now be able to handle it without any problems. He lunges forward with Ghost Rush and grabs the ghost, saying that he himself will become the fire that destroys it. Grabbing his opponent as tightly as possible, he decides to use his Big Bang skills by directing himself. The ghost does not have time to return from such a spell, and becomes a victim of the protagonist's ingenuity. Vincent jumps to the side and his outer clothing is instantly wiped off, leaving him half naked. The system notifies him that the monster was defeated, but its health would have been critically reduced, and doctors would have been needed. The system also tells him that his hand was badly burned, and he cannot hold a weapon, to which he replies that now he will have to wait for regeneration. The burning body of the ghost falls to the ground and Vincent tries to put it out so that he will have materials to recycle. A moment later he summons his deity, who pulls the island of ghosts into his vast abyss. As a reward, Vincent receives another pet, which is perfect for executing enemies and restoring health. The system also states that the artifact cannot be exchanged, as it is bound to the soul. Vincent, realizing that this is a very useful skill, especially when used in battle with a large number of not very strong opponents. The distinctive feature of this skill is that if the target is not killed, the wearer will receive the same amount of damage. Vincent realizes that this skill must be used with extreme caution, and then uses the super regeneration skill. In addition to vitality, this skill restores the protagonist's outerwear, who, filled with determination, sets out to save his sister. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the dungeon, one of the monsters begins to crush captured people who were brutally killed. By cutting up the unfortunate captives, he separates the necessary body parts to feast on them later. Luckily, Valerie survived and managed to avoid this fate, but she is now in a rather dangerous situation. In order to distract the giant enemy, who is a deadly orc, she throws the bottle away. The crack of a glass bottle causes the creature to turn around and go to investigate to check what happened. Valerie gets some time to get her bearings and figure out where she needs to go. The biggest problem for this girl is that she is paralyzed in the lower part of her body, so her legs cannot walk. Having climbed out of the pile of giant bags, the girl looks around, then rubs her bruised head. She continues to look around and discovers a small teddy bear lying on the cold floor and decides to take it. She crawls up to him pretty quickly, saying that she must definitely find her brother and never let anyone hurt him. Unfortunately, before she can detect it, the giant monster returns to its lair, stepping on the bear. He also detects Valerie, instantly making it impossible for her to escape from such a gigantic creature. Before dispatching its victim, this creature lets out a loud and unpleasant roar that echoes throughout the dungeon. Valerie immediately tries to figure out what to do in this situation, but in reality she has almost no options for salvation. Valerie understands this perfectly well and turns her last prayers to her brother to come to her and save her from this terrible monster. The giant figure swings his cleaver, completely oblivious to the mysterious silhouette that suddenly appears behind him. Moments later, a giant sword cuts into his skin, slicing through it as if it were soft plasticine. The mysterious warrior easily cuts the giant monster in half with his equally impressive sword. Valerie watches this gigantic machine with surprise and horror, trying to understand how a person can even hold this sword in his hands. Valerie's savior is a warrior with a two-handed sword whose name has been lost to time, so from now on we will simply refer to him as the Nameless Warrior. Valerie immediately realizes that the person in front of her is a hunter who specializes in destroying monsters. The Nameless Warrior, however, reacts rather indifferently to the unfortunate girl and turns his back on her. Valerie quickly crawls towards him and clings to his leg, begging him to get her out of here, saying that she will pay him for it. The Nameless Warrior says that the monster was destroyed, so if she wants, she can get out of here, but if she goes with him, she will definitely die. Valerie, concentrating, understands that she must get out for the sake of her dear brother, because she promised him. To understand what this promise is, we need to go back 7 years to when the doctor told Vincent that Valerie's spinal nerves were damaged. Vincent asked the doctor in fear if this meant that she would never be able to even stand on her feet again. The doctor said that such severe damage to the spinal nerve is incurable, but in theory there is one way to fix it. Young Vincent was very impressed by the even theoretical possibility of extracting his sister, and asked the doctor what he should do to achieve this. The doctor said that theoretically science was no longer useful here, but he knew of cases where blind people regained their sight while in the abyss. Vincent said that if there was medicine in the abyss, then he could cure his dear sister, and asked the doctor if he understood him correctly. The doctor warned the young boy that only those who change professions can go into the abyss, and he will only meet inevitable death there. He also advised him to think of a more realistic option that he could afford, after which Vincent said that he would definitely find the money. Finally, the doctor told the protagonist that he would try his best to save his daughter. He just needed to pay for the procedures on time. The nurses also see the main character off and talk among themselves about whether this is really the boy everyone is talking about. They share difficult details and say that Vincent and Valerie's parents died that day. The woman does not sincerely empathize with him, realizing that this boy has had to bear a very heavy burden. Vincent, meanwhile, suppresses the incredible despair so as not to embarrass his sister, and decides to visit her. Valerie looked at him with concern and asked how he was feeling, trying to figure out what they should do next. Vincent happily landed on her bed, talking about how he had gone to the doctor today, and then declared that he was going to go to the abyss. Valerie looked at her brother in surprise and asked what this abyss was, and if it was a safe place. Not wanting to upset his dearly beloved sister, Vincent immediately lied, saying that this was a fairly safe place. He also assured her that this place was very peaceful, and very soon he would find there a cure for her serious illness. Immediately after that, he jumped out of his chair and said that there was one more thing he forgot to tell her. And after thinking for a long time, he turns towards her and gives her a special teddy bear, saying that he won't be able to come to her often, so this teddy bear will protect her. Valerie sadly told him that he was the only family member left alive, and she didn't want him to be in danger. She asked him not to go where monsters live, to which he replied that he had found a job and would soon earn a lot of money and cure her. Valerie said that if he had to sacrifice himself for money, she would prefer to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She also asked him to promise her that he would never risk his life, and Vincent, without hesitation, swore to this, knowing that he would break the promise. Valerie tells the nameless warrior that if she stays here, her brother will definitely follow her into the abyss, and she doesn't want him to take risks. The brave girl says that she will never allow her brother to be in danger, so she has to get out. The nameless warrior says indifferently that he is a little impressed by her incredible zest for life, even in this situation. With these words, he lifts the girl, light as a feather, saying that if monsters attack, he will not protect her. Valerie thanks fate that the wheels of her wheelchair remained intact, and she can move around without much difficulty. The nameless warrior says that she is not his client, so he will not care at all whether she is alive or dead, to which she replies that she will not cause any trouble. The nameless warrior says that he has not had a name for a long time, but he is a warrior with a two-handed sword. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to explore the abyss, reflecting on how, when he explored it, he saw a lot of greenery that could restore physical injuries. However, these injuries were received from the abyssal creatures, and that is why they were recovering, since it does not contradict the logic of the abyss. Thus, if the burn was received before entering the abyss, then it cannot be cured under absolutely any circumstances. Vincent sadly says that otherwise he would have found a way to cure his dear sister long ago. After a while, he freezes in place and realizes that he has finally come across the group that was here before him. Unfortunately, all that was left of that group were lifeless bodies, and he realized that the level of these monsters was higher. Vincent immediately realizes that he needs to be more careful if he doesn't want to fall into another trap and die here. Looking around, he realizes that there are no living demons in sight yet, which means there are survivors here. After a while, his steely gaze comes across something very surprising. He approaches the giant corpse of the monster, and is surprised to see it cut with a sword, but the eye of insight reveals nothing useful. Looking around at the bodies of the other warriors, he realizes that most of them were not strong in agility or strategy, and relied only on brute force. Vincent smiles and says that he is still much stronger than this bunch of newbies who are changing professions, because he is simply indestructible. Meanwhile, Valerie continues to follow the nameless warrior, looking around carefully. Her caution knows no bounds, while the same cannot be said about this man, who walks through these corridors with absolute calm. The absolutely logical outcome of such an attitude towards one's safety is that he steps into a trap. A few moments later, several energy bolts fly into his body, instantly piercing him through. Valerie screams loudly, realizing that the only protector who could somehow get her out of here has just been spoken. However, to her surprise, the nameless warrior continues to stand on his feet, after which he straightens up completely and looks around. Valerie asks him if everything is okay, if he felt any pain from what just happened. The nameless warrior turns to the naive girl with a sad look, and says that pain has long been no longer a part of his life. To explain this, he tells her a story that happened 4 years ago in the Tomb of the Ancients, during the battle with the King of Corpses. This boss was an incredibly dangerous opponent who destroyed one warrior after another. Right before the eyes of the nameless warrior, he tore off the head of one of his comrades with his bare hands, without putting in any special effort. The nameless warrior knew that this battle would be very dangerous, so he needed to focus on getting out of it alive. Their employer called them idiots, saying that he spent a lot of money to hire them, and it all came to nothing. The employer loudly shouted that he had paid double the price for their lives, which meant he could do with them as he wished. The nameless warrior was a criminal and had no legal status, meaning he could only join the ranks of the hunters as a mercenary. The employer shouted that if they killed this boss, they would get 100,000, and since he had come this far, he would not refuse the final treasure. The nameless warrior understood perfectly well that they were ready to solve any problem for money, despite the fact that it was just a bargaining chip. In the mind of this pragmatist, there were no doubts about how their employers saw them, but he understood that they had no other choice. Promised an extremely generous reward for killing this boss, the mercenaries rushed forward to crush this monster. None of them had any idea how serious this enemy could be, despite the fact that he had just torn off the head of one of their comrades. All these mercenaries were blinded by the thirst for an incredible reward, because after a short haggling, the price for killing this boss rose to 250,000. A cash reward of 250,000 is an incredible motivator for the most notorious scoundrels who don't care about their own lives. It is precisely such people who turn their gaze into the abyss, which receives them with open arms and inevitably swallows them up. The life of an ordinary mercenary seems rather joyless and glorious, and it ends exactly the same in these gloomy corridors. The nameless warrior never desired to be celebrated as a true hero, and deep down he simply sought an opportunity to die in battle. The corpse king in this situation is merely a tool and is of no importance to the nameless warrior. All this warrior dreams of is a wallet full of money, or death, because in that case, he won't care anymore. Despite the fact that all his comrades were killed quite quickly, he himself remained standing on his feet, becoming a rather strong young man. The employer shouted loudly that they had to protect him, since they could only get the money if he stayed alive. He reminds them that he paid for their lives, and the nameless warrior tries to figure out how to defeat this enemy. The corpse king turned his attention to the greedy rich man, realizing that the man he had just dealt with no longer posed a threat. The nameless warrior exceeded all his expectations and was able to quickly recover even after such a devastating blow. At the right moment, he rushed forward to deliver a crushing attack with his giant ball on the body of this monster. Although this man's emotions had long been dulled by a hard life, for a moment he felt the joy of victory. As a reward, he received a mysterious amulet, as well as a giant chest that materialized literally out of nowhere. Their employer immediately pushed the unsuspecting fighter away, and loudly declared that he would open the chest himself. The nameless warrior tried to remind his employer that he had actually promised a generous reward for killing this boss. However, the rich man chuckled slyly, saying that his subordinates were just dead, so he didn't need money, because he would die pretty quickly. Continuing to laugh, he opened the chest, saying that now he would become rich, and the information he had bought about this in the dungeon had paid for itself many times over. To his horror and surprise, the chest turned out to be empty, and when it was opened, only strange screams came from it. The rich man tried to figure out what the hell was going on here and didn't notice several strange beams of energy that were shooting up somewhere. He continued to rummage through the chest in the hope of finding at least some trinket, but all his efforts were in vain. A moment later, he was overcome with rage and said that he had put so much effort into such a pathetic chest. His rage is instantly interrupted by screams of agony, and his body suddenly begins to inflate to a frightening size. The nameless warrior watches as he, the cancelled employer, begins to tear himself apart, all his internal organs and blood turning to sand. The warrior guesses that the reason for this is a special sand curse, which instantly kills everyone who dares to touch it. After a few moments, he feels that this curse has fallen on him as well, as sand begins to pour out of his eyes. Feeling a dull despair, he wonders if he should pick up the sphere that fell from the corpse king. Without thinking twice, he grabs it and reads the description, according to which this artifact turns its owners into undead, making them susceptible to normal damage. The nameless warrior accepted this transformation of loss, forever losing the sense of pain and emotion, and also acquiring a mortal weakness. He became a man who could not die, but any healing would cause him mortal damage. Valerie asked him if he was really cursed after crossing the blood that turned into sand. The nameless warrior looks sadly at the young state, and understands that it is no longer worth devoting further details to her. Without another word, he rushes forward, and Valerie asks him why he is ignoring her. Meanwhile, Vincent continues to explore the dungeon, encountering a large number of enemies that must be destroyed. His enemies are an entire squad of orcs, which are fairly trained and well-armed fighters. Vincent remains calm because he is soberly aware of his strength and the incredible power he now possesses. He reflects that he was in a hurry before and was unable to distribute the points properly, so now they are evenly distributed across all characteristics. He remembers that now each of his parameters is at level 200, which is simply a fantastic number. Despite such significant stats, he still cannot learn information about the monsters in the next room until he enters it. Vincent clearly understands that the monsters in the abyss are strengthened, but they are not able to withstand the physical stress of constant battles. Vincent continues to destroy one opponent after another with his lightning-fast attacks, emerging victorious from every fight. Within a few minutes, only a few dozen people remain from the giant detachment of orcs, who are losing their fighting ability. Rushing forward, he decides to use the skill of rapidly flashing daggers, and finds that his little one has dropped below 5%. He pauses for a moment and wonders if he can no longer use skills before deciding to take advantage of one of the orcs. He rushes forward, armed with a shield, but Vincent, realizing that he does not need a weapon to kill the enemy. Instead of attacking with a sharp dagger, he concentrates all his incredible power into his fists, which deal incredible damage. Rushing forward, he delivers a quick attack that instantly knocks out the opponent and slams them face first into the ground. Looking up, he realizes that the number of monsters is not decreasing, but rather increasing, making the battle more and more grueling. He reflects on how after 4 battles he is completely exhausted, and now his mana is almost at 0. He understands perfectly well that only large bottles of mana potion remain, which are best saved for a critical moment. That's why he decides to switch to fist fighting for a while, destroying each opponent with just 1 blow. His physical strength is so extreme that any blow to the opponent's face knocks his eyes out of their sockets. Although orcs are very dangerous opponents in battle, they don't stand a chance against such an incredible creature. No matter how well armed they are, every one of them ends up defeated. Jumping onto the body of another orc chieftain, Vincent easily rips off his head thanks to his enhanced stats. Landing on his feet, he finds himself once again surrounded by opponents, who, however, are not all that strong. A very creative idea comes to his mind to restore his strength and mana, and he takes out a card with a Soul Reaper. Using this skill, he immediately materializes a giant ghost in the air, armed with a sharpened scythe. Vincent is well aware that this sickle is not the best weapon due to its side effects, but perhaps he will be able to recover. The mysterious creature immediately rushes forward, striking and decapitating all enemies in its path. The number of victims of this spirit instantly becomes close to 10, which significantly increases the skills of its owner. Vincent receives a notification that the artifact's special effect, the Soul Priest's Sickle, has been activated, restoring his health and mana. It only takes a few moments for him to fully recover his strength, which suggests that he saved a lot on potions this way. The system also informs him that the duration of such skills will increase as they accumulate. Vincent continues his journey when he suddenly steps on a pair of glass glasses, which make a characteristic cracking sound. Vincent looks around. Questions remain about where these glasses could have come from, when suddenly there is movement not far from him. A few moments later, the barrel flips over on its side, and a human hand appears from it asking to save him. A scientist emerges from the barrel and asks if he has by any chance seen the glasses he had saved here. Vincent hands the scientist his glasses, to which he says that he is a medical researcher, and his name is Henry. He confidently states that he has no idea what happened, but suddenly the monsters that Vincent had just killed appeared in his room. Henry also says that he was so scared that he hid in a completely unfamiliar room and hid in a barrel to stay alive. Vincent asks him if he saw any other survivors who might still be nearby. Henry says that this is a poor place, huge, and very few people can survive here, not to mention the disabled and crippled people from the hospital. Vincent asks him how he dares to talk about patients like that without worrying, being a doctor, to which he replies that in times of danger, you need to think about yourself. Henry says that if he was serious in the fight, then he wouldn't have hidden in the barrel, after which he suggests that Vincent came here to save him. Henry's tone immediately becomes stern, and he says that if Vincent was sent to save him, then he should stop talking nonsense. He also adds that the Lionheart squad must have promised an amazing reward for his life, and Vincent immediately understands that he is talking about Caesar. For a moment, he remembers that when he defeated him, he received 150 stat points, as well as a mysterious medal. Chester said that he had seen this emblem before, and it belonged to the Lionheart squad. Vincent carefully studies this emblem, and says that this emblem belongs to the clan of the most powerful hunters. He laughs and says that the standards of these powerful hunting groups are becoming too high to meet. Returning to the present, he immediately turns around and walks away, causing Henry to become confused. Vincent asks him if he came here from the ward, to which Henry responds with a counter-question, and then why he needs to save other patients. He adds that all these patients are poor and are unlikely to be able to pay him well, to which Vincent replies that he must save his sister. Henry is very surprised to learn this information and guesses that his interlocutor did not come here to hunt monsters. Vincent states that he also recycles trash he finds along the way to power up. With these words, he turns to Henry and says that he does not need to accumulate ballast, so he gets rid of it at the first opportunity. Immediately after this, he discovers another portal that should take him to another place, and this is the Abyss, and he rushes there. Henry warns him that this place is a labyrinth in which it is very easy to get lost. He offers to help him, saying that they will definitely find his sister and then get out of here. Without waiting for an answer, he says that silence is a sign of consent, after which he rushes into the portal first, saying that he came from there. Vincent pauses for a moment, trying to understand why this scientist is acting so actively. After a few moments, he decides to follow this eccentric guy and moves in an unknown direction. Henry asks him which hunting guild he belongs to, in order to at least find out something about his interlocutor. Vincent says in a tired voice that he is not a member of the guild and does not plan to join one. Henry asks him fearfully how he plans to deal with the creatures in this abyss alone. He also says that anyone with even a little bit of power will be lured into hunting parties that band together to fight solid monsters. Vincent says his sister's name is Valerie, and if he wants to get out of there alive, he should just shut up and move forward. Henry repeats Valerie's name in fear and is transported back in time for a few moments, realizing that he knows this patient well. A few hours before the incident, one of the employees asks him how their experimental couple is doing. Henry claims that the pair are two underage girls, but his ally replies that their families don't care about them. This disgusting man says that one of them only has a brother who became a garbage collector, and the second girl's entire family went bankrupt. Henry asks his ally how he convinced these girls to agree to participate in this experimental program. His interlocutor says that families are usually happy to be freed from the burden that gnaws at them. A situation where there is no work and paying for treatment is expensive. Turning his attention to the second girl, he says that recently her father has begun to visit her less and less often. Immediately after this, he turns his gaze to Valerie's medical record, saying that everything was much simpler there. The man says her brother risks his life every day to pay for his daily treatments, and it would be great if she could ease his burden. Valerie listened attentively to this man, unaware of his true and evil intentions. The vile man says they have a new treatment that will help them stop being apart from both of their families and start a new life. Both girls agreed to this, realizing that it would be great if their families felt relieved and they stopped being a problem. The man praised the girls for their enthusiasm, saying that they could sign the contract in the following places. After a while, the experiment began, and Henry's partner said that it was easy as pie to deceive these naive girls. Henry states that these girls would be of no use without this experiment, praising his ally for a job well done. Henry claims that each cell without it can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, and this could be the shortest route to becoming richer. A few moments later, one of his assistants said that it was time to begin testing subject number 1 and stuck a syringe into a bag of blood. Within moments, this deadly solution was already in the cell where Valerie, her roommate, was staying. Quite quickly, the experiment began to spiral out of control, and the unfortunate girl's body began to disintegrate. Henry wondered what was going on, realizing that something needed to be done immediately. His assistant said that the body was to blame. The cells, no energy fluctuations were detected. Moments later, he declared that the cells had given up without him, while the unfortunate girl had died a painful death. Henry urged his subordinates not to panic, as this was just an experimental body. They had another one. His assistant interrupted his thoughts again, saying that someone had decided to start a fight outside. Henry wondered who it was when he suddenly saw the girl's father, who had decided to visit her on that particular day. Henry realized that he needed to somehow explain himself to the father of the deceased test subject, and ordered that this father be brought here. The man approached his partners and said that it was forbidden to beat patients in the hospital, adding that the gentleman had asked them to take the man to him. A few moments later, the man was raised to his feet and asked to follow him. Henry told the unfortunate father that he was a doctor at this hospital, and that his daughter was right there. The father asked him where his dear daughter was, after which Henry pointed to the capsule with the mutilated corpse, saying that she was right there. He also said that they were acting under an agreement, and something went wrong during the test, so they would compensate for the costs according to the agreement. Henry also said that they still have to remove the body and thoroughly examine it for any interesting analysis. In response to this, to everyone's surprise, the girl's father delivered a powerful blow right across Henry's face, saying that they were conducting their terrible experiments on ordinary people. Henry stated that instead of living his meaningless life, it was better to sacrifice his body and contribute to society. The girl's father says his daughter was still a minor, and he does not need any of the money that is due as compensation. Henry angrily asks the guards to take this boor away, not understanding why this ungrateful scoundrel is yelling at him. The angry father calls all these people scum and promises to send every single one of them to hell. Henry decided not to focus on the negative aspects of his job, and turned to his interlocutor, asking how Valerie was doing. The man answered him that there were no energy fluctuations, and apparently he would have to wait a little longer. He also asked the doctor if he would make a similar scene with this girl when he saw her mutilated, molecule-split body. Henry naively said that there was nothing to worry about, since the man was probably a level 0 and was just a garbage collector. Vincent, meanwhile, asks the doctor why he reacted that way when he heard that name, assuming that he knew the girl. Henry immediately moves away from him, saying that he has never heard the name of such a patient before, and assumes that she is from another department. Henry wonders in his mind why he received such incorrect information regarding Valerie's brother. He realizes that if this guy is really that serious, he's done for, because he left this thing alone with a bunch of monsters and ran away. Even after this, he continues his wanderings from side to side, hoping not to run into another trap. Vincent continues to closely monitor Henry's behavior and asks why he reacted that way when he heard Valerie's name. Vincent says that he is hearing this name for the first time and is simply afraid that something might happen to this girl, since many monsters have appeared in the ward. Quite quickly, he comes up with a cunning plan in his head in case this girl ends up dead, because it is not his fault that he could not protect her from the monsters. Vincent continues his journey, after which he hears a strange rustling sound and realizes that they are trapped. In the blink of an eye, his reaction tells him that he needs to get out as quickly as possible. Vincent takes a quick step back and grabs Henry's clothes forcefully, trying to move him as quickly as possible. A split second later, a giant sword used by monster hunters flies past them. Vincent unmistakably determines that it was not a monster that attacked them, and Henry irritably asks him what it could have been. The nameless warrior emerges from the darkness, apologizes, and says that he mistook them for local residents who... He looks closely at Henry and says that he received an order from the TV Heart to save him. Vincent remarks indifferently that now he understands why such a big brute is walking around the abyss. He also states that he should have known that the marks near the entrance to the dungeon were left by his sword, after which he praises him for being able to break through alone. The nameless warrior says that the mercenary is working here for double pay, and also admits that he killed his teammates for money. Vincent reflects on having seen mercenaries like this before, and realizes that the rules say they can get the full payout if they are the only ones left alive. After a few moments, Vincent stops Henry, saying that this warrior's sword has an extremely deadly aura. He immediately turns to the nameless warrior, declaring that he does not intend to interfere with him in carrying out his orders. But there is one catch. He immediately adds that this man told him that he could show him the way to the sister he was so desperately looking for. The nameless warrior says he saw a girl here who fits the description Vincent just gave. Vincent asks him where she was, and Henry understands that now it is definitely the end for him if this young man finds her. Instead of answering, the nameless warrior throws into the protagonist's hands a small teddy bear, which he had given her long ago. Vincent asks his interlocutor where he got this teddy bear. The nameless warrior says that this girl was very sweet, but he is very sorry that she could not get out of this dungeon. Vincent looks up in surprise and asks his interlocutor what he is talking about, not believing what he just heard. Henry is mentally glad that the test subject died, which means there will be no one to tell about what happened here. The nameless warrior says that he met this girl, but he didn't care whether she survived or not, but he promised to convey her last words. After this, he says that Valerie expressed the hope of meeting him here, at the entrance to the hospital, and that he would see that she was fine, and therefore, there was no reason to take risks again. Vincent understands that his interlocutor allowed the innocent girl to die only because he was too lazy to lift even a finger. He immediately rushes into the attack and asks if he just stood and watched. The nameless warrior calmly replies that a mercenary's duty is to strictly carry out orders for a reward, and that the rest does not concern him. He also says that because of the curse that lies on him, people around him always die, so he walks alone. He adds that even after these words she decided to go with him, which means that the girl is, to some extent, to blame for her fate. Vincent demands that his adversary immediately tell him where his dear sister is. The nameless warrior says that if Henry stays with him, he will immediately tell where the girl is. Vincent asks what will happen if he refuses, while Henry states that he agrees to this option. The nameless warrior says he has no sympathy whatsoever for those who stand in his way, and is willing to kill even his own teammates. Vincent continues to dodge attacks with the giant two-handed sword and knocks the weapon out of his opponent's hands. Immediately after this, he rushes forward, saying that the nameless warrior is now unarmed and therefore will not be able to withstand his onslaught. The nameless warrior looks at his opponent with indifference and intercepts his blow with incredible ease. Vincent realizes he needs to act more decisively and prepares to stab him with a dagger. This blow also proves ineffective, as the nameless warrior's agility suddenly proves to be greater than expected. Immediately after this, he decides to use the disarm skill to deprive the enemy of his weapon for 8 seconds. Vincent doesn't have time to react to the enemy's next maneuver, which hits him with his rock-hard head. Vincent says he thought the sword was the nameless warrior's primary weapon, but it turns out he's quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat as well. The nameless warrior notes that if a mercenary has little information, he must rely not only on his weapon, but also on his body. He also states that this is far from the only power he possesses, adding that he is now impossible to defeat. With these words, he decides to use the Rockbreaker skill, maintaining his previous sad expression. Vincent realizes that the sword is quite powerful, but its weight makes it difficult to swing, so he has the opportunity to strike earlier. He first tries to use a weak spell to defeat his opponent, but it turns out to be useless. Vincent notes that his opponent is too powerful, so he urgently needs to come up with a more effective option. Jumping into the air, he decides to use the summon card Web of Familiar Heads. A few seconds later, 4 spiders break free and prepare to fight their next enemy. The nameless warrior looks at these creatures with indifference and wonders if Vincent can also summon. The spiders target their opponent and release several streams of sticky web at once to immobilize them. This seems to be effective for a time, as the nameless warrior freezes in place. However, his powers prove too great, so he quickly breaks free from this web-like grip. Taking off into the air, he asks Vincent if he was really planning on defeating him with a bunch of monsters, stating that it was just ridiculous. A moment later, he decides to use the Rock Breaker skill to wipe Vincent off the face of the earth. Vincent teleports behind his opponent, saying that such tricks won't work on him. The nameless warrior turns around in surprise, realizing that he had never expected such a drastic change in the tide of battle. The nameless warrior states that if his sword had not been charged with hundreds of points of power, this blow could have easily killed him. He also notes that Vincent is clearly not one of those incompetent scavengers whose damage output is 0. The nameless warrior praises Vincent's talents, saying that his strength is much greater, but Vincent replies that he is not inferior to him. Vincent also says that he is asking for the last time where his little sister is. Valerie said some time ago that the nameless warrior was so strong that she didn't even know if her brother was superior to him in this regard. The nameless warrior asks what the girl said about having the best brother in the world who works hard every day. She also said that she dreamed of becoming as strong as him, to which the nameless warrior replied that all scavengers were weaklings. Valerie said she knew much better, adding that she only needed to look into his eyes once to understand how strong he was. The nameless warrior then said that he would like to look this boy in the face, and now he says that only a seasoned warrior can have such a look. Meanwhile, Vincent quickly takes out a bottle of mana potion and instantly drains it in just a few sips. He muses that the last potion should only be used at a critical moment, and that he needs to find out more information first. Vincent decides to focus on critical hits on weak points to defeat him within 3 health levels. He also notes that this man seems to be different from all the opponents he has fought before, as he has nothing but a sword. The nameless warrior lunges forward, and Vincent wonders what kind of insane fighting style this is that has absolutely no regard for defense. Vincent jumps into the air to dodge this powerful blow that cuts through everything in its path. A moment later, he draws his dagger to appear behind his target. The nameless warrior quickly turns towards his enemy to prevent him from launching another series of attacks. Relying on his incredible brute strength, he swings his sword forward to cut Vincent apart. Vincent has such a quick reaction that he knows he still has something to respond to such a blow with. After a moment, he decides to use the Soul Rush skill to dodge. Along the way, he uses a critical strike, successfully boosting it to poison his opponent and immobilize them. This blow was aimed precisely at the opponent's neck, and any other opponent, having received such damage, would have died instantly. Vincent also notes that his opponent didn't even think about dodging, but only took the blows, which is very strange. The nameless warrior lands on his feet and doesn't even think about falling to the ground, despite the life momentarily fading from his eyes. A few moments pass, and Vincent notices a smile on his face, realizing that instead of blood, this man has sand. The nameless warrior lets out a loud cry as his strength begins to rapidly regenerate and charges forward. Vincent successfully dodges this attack again, but realizes that the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. To make sure that the person in front of him is actually alive, he decides to turn to his deity. Moments later, countless hands belonging to the Scavenger deity appear out of nowhere and grab the warrior. The nameless warrior falls into a stupor for a moment, after which he again lets out a loud war cry. He grabs the hands of the deity and throws them away with the help of his incredible strength, which he received in exchange for the curse. Afterwards, he delivers a quick strike to cause a chain reaction between his sword and the energy of the abyss. There is a powerful explosion, and the nameless warrior ultimately emerges victorious from this difficult battle. Vincent lands on the ground and tries to analyze what just happened, because it defies any explanation. The nameless warrior sadly states that he cannot be killed by normal attacks, then looks at his hand, which is beginning to crack. Vincent asks his opponent if he is immortal, wanting to gain at least some knowledge. The nameless warrior claims that the abyss can grant things that modern technology cannot even comprehend, be it professions or equipment. He also claims that he has something more special, namely a curse, which is a divine punishment accepted for the sake of unprecedented power. The nameless warrior declares that he has sworn to take everything for himself, to mock him and the fate he has chosen for himself. The nameless warrior says that he has received the power he so craved, for which he underwent unimaginable trials. The man also states that God did not say that the price of this power would be so great that anyone would refuse it if they knew in advance. Vincent looks at his opponent and asks him if he has turned into a monster. Henry muses that the rumors that ordinary people in the abyss can become monsters are true, adding that the undead have an extremely powerful ability. He states that due to their nature, as long as their energy is not depleted, they will be endlessly resurrected. The nameless warrior rises from the dead, saying that in the moment before his death, he reached out and touched eternity. All the people who looked at him before said that this guy is a loner, which means he will kill all his allies. The nameless warrior declares that he has finally learned the price of eternal life. He also claims that he died that day, but is still alive as some kind of taunt of fate. Immediately after this, he looks at his opponent with incredible determination, preparing to rush into battle again. He decides to use the Death Wish skill to increase his damage output. Vincent realizes that combining this skill with the Curse of Immortality is pure cheating. To deal with his opponent, he once again decides to resort to the help of the Bloody Nightmare. The nameless warrior deals a powerful attack to the protagonist's body, but since it is instantly consumed by the nightmare, he survives. The nameless warrior sees a strange creature that is completely immune to physical attacks, while Vincent manages to dodge it. At that very moment, he again turns to the energy of the abyss, but the nameless warrior does not want to give him a single chance. Vincent takes out a powerful shield and wonders if immortality really means the nameless warrior is unkillable. The nameless warrior declares that he has absolutely no doubt that victory in this battle will be his. Vincent continues to dodge his opponent's attacks and throws forward the Soul Priest artifact. A moment later, a spirit materializes in the air, armed with a sharpened scythe, personifying death itself. The nameless warrior looks closely at the creature that has appeared and wonders if Vincent really possesses such artifacts. A moment later, he lunges to attack the spirit, but doesn't realize it's immune to physical damage. In response, the otherworldly creature unleashes a powerful attack with its scythe, seriously wounding the immortal warrior. Vincent's opponent says it was not a physical weapon, but a purely technical effect. Vincent states that if someone dies from this skill, the recovery effect will be triggered, and their health and magic points will be restored. He also says that the nameless warrior's body is dead, so the skill will trigger after every hit. The nameless warrior says he didn't expect such amazing analytical skills from Vincent, adding that it's rare. Vincent says that for every seemingly insoluble problem, there must be a solution. He also states that everyone has their weaknesses. However, his opponent wears no armor and prefers to charge in, sacrificing himself to mislead his enemies. The nameless warrior says that everyone does have weak points, and that means Vincent is no exception. He also says that among the 6 main characteristics, there is always one that is given less attention. But Vincent states that he is not like everyone else. Immediately after this, he rushes back into battle, reflecting on the fact that his speed and reaction power are much higher than those of other professionals. He also understands that here, all means will be good, be it tricks, powerful forces, or even underrated trash talents. Vincent continues to say that physical attacks cannot kill his opponent, but continued mana consumption can. With these words, he continues to dance around his opponent, simultaneously delivering powerful and deadly attacks with his dagger. Immediately after this, he states that this will be enough to slow down his regeneration for some time. Vincent states that his opponent's mana will soon be completely depleted, and then he will truly and irrevocably die. Jumping to the side once again, he decides to use the priest's skill to restore his stats. This time the blow becomes even more powerful and completely cuts off the nameless warrior's hand. The nameless warrior says his advantage is to wage a war of attrition and always emerge victorious. Vincent responds by stating that every seemingly insoluble puzzle has a solution. In response, the warrior says that Vincent's weakness is not in the fight, but somewhere outside of the battle. After a moment, he turns his attention to the teddy bear and wonders who left this thing there. Vincent looks up in surprise, suspecting that something is wrong here, but the nameless warrior immediately decides to take advantage of this. He lunges forward and grabs him by the head, immediately throwing him to the ground so that he has no chance to resist. The nameless warrior says he has no sympathy for those who stand in his way, be they teammates or anyone else. He also says that Vincent is different because he has the character of a living person. The nameless warrior asks him who he would choose if he had to choose between the child's life or Henry's. Vincent asks him what it all means, trying to find out if his sister is still alive. The nameless warrior removes his hand, saying that he never claimed Vincent's sister was dead, noting that the bear is proof that he knows where she is. He smiles and says that after all, this girl is not so easy to kill, unlike him. Vincent doesn't understand and looks after his opponent, asking what the hell he's even talking about. To understand this strange behavior on the part of the nameless warrior, we will go back a few hours. More monsters decided to attack the two heroes who were walking non-stop in search of an exit. One of the orcs grabbed the unfortunate girl to finally finish her off. Valerie remembers the words of her comrade, who said that he would not protect her because he did not care whether she survived or not. She also remembers the words of her dear brother, who said that he had found a job and could now cure her legs. Valerie finds herself consumed by thoughts of not wanting to always be a hindrance and a burden to her brother. Turning to the abyss, she asks for a blessing to become stronger for a moment and escape the captivity of these monsters. The monster, who holds her by the neck with his strong hands, is surprised by the abrupt transformation in the girl's body. For a moment it seems to him as if the girl is quickly beginning to turn into something very cruel and vile. Valerie receives a system notification that she has awakened her transformer profession and is turning into a giant teddy bear. The strength of this bear is so incredible that a fairly high-level orc is disemboweled in an instant. Meanwhile, the nameless warrior continues to fight his opponents, killing them one by one. A moment later, he discovers an orc's head lying next to him, clad in a hard helmet. He turns back and notices a strange glow, looking up to examine the creature Valerie has transformed into. He states that ordinary people who successfully undergo abyssal cell induction are more likely to awaken their professions. Looking at this girl, he wonders if she could be one of the victims that poor father spoke of. The nameless warrior prepares for battle, because he doesn't know how adequately the girl is behaving. He states that rumor has it that the changes caused by the abyss cells cause the host to lose consciousness and become like a mindless monster. Valerie immediately destroys this theory, starting to whine and wondering if she has really grown taller or if she is imagining it. The nameless warrior does not hide his surprise and asks her if she is still conscious, asking her to state her name. Valerie kneels down and states her name, after which the nameless warrior realizes that his fears were unfounded. Valerie finds a mirror and sadly says that she is now turned into a teddy bear, to which the warrior replies that he doesn't know whether to congratulate her on this. Valerie begins to panic and wonders how she can appear to her brother like this. The nameless warrior says that if she doesn't want to go with him, then it's okay, and he will simply continue his mission. Valerie hands him a teddy bear, sincerely asking him to give it to his brother and to retell her last words. The nameless warrior takes the teddy bear and says that if he meets this man, he will definitely tell him everything. He also states that he will personally hand over the teddy bear and explain everything. The nameless warrior states that if they continue to fight, his position will be disadvantageous, adding that they have no reason to fight. Henry asks the warrior if this girl really survived despite what she went through. The nameless warrior says that in fact, the doctor who is behind Vincent is to blame for everything that happened here. He also claims that the appearance of this abyss is, to a greater or lesser extent, his merit. To understand what the nameless warrior means, we need to go back a few hours. The girl's grief-stricken father reveals himself to be the nameless warrior's employer and says he has no other choice. He states that if this key is used to open any door, the energy of the abyss will begin to permeate the entire area, turning it into an abyss. Father said that Henry is a very high-ranking person, so a rescue team will definitely come for him and they must be stopped. The nameless warrior asked the grief-stricken father if he knew what price he would have to pay for such a request, to which he replied that he did not care about the money. Henry says that if it is one of the statues, then he offered compensation to his father and has already sent it to Daddy. Vincent listens attentively to these excuses and asks the doctor what he can say about his sister. Henry claims that this girl just happened to be here, and he couldn't help her in any way. Even if she was an experiment subject, it was her personal desire. He also says that if any problems arise, he will be able to easily compensate for everything. Vincent realizes that words are unnecessary in this matter, and he powerfully slaps the scoundrel on the cheek to teach him a lesson. The blow is powerful enough to cause Henry to lose consciousness for a while, but he quickly comes to his senses. He also wonders who would need a disabled person who can't even walk properly. He adds that if he had used it, it would have brought much more benefit to society, since she made sacrifices for the sake of research. Vincent calls upon his deity to capture Henry, who states that his sister should feel grateful. Vincent states that his sister has been through so much that some pathetic human being will never understand this suffering. Henry says that's not what he meant at all, and he didn't mean to offend his sister. A moment later, the hands of the garbage deity slam the obnoxious scientist into the ground to finally shut him up. This blow does not prove fatal, as Vincent has another plan in mind for the fate of this scoundrel. Grabbing him by the clothes, he says that even in hell such people are not needed, after which he calls him useless trash. Finally, he glances towards the nameless warrior and decides to give him this prey. Seeing a portal that should lead him in the right direction, he throws Henry towards it so that he can finally deal with him. The nameless warrior's hand, which had just been severed, flies into the air and grabs Henry by the head. The nameless warrior asks his opponent if this means they have reached an agreement between themselves. Vincent states that he just wants to make sure his sister is safe as soon as possible. He doesn't care about anything else. The nameless warrior states that a mercenary's duty is to carry out orders, and that the girl's father wished for Henry to die here. Henry tries to buy his way out of his fate by offering to pay twice what he was promised. But the nameless warrior remains adamant. Looking back at Vincent, he says that next time they will have a great battle. Vincent no longer hears these words, and rushes into the portal to the sounds of the breaking bones of the vile scientist who deserved his fate. As soon as Vincent passes through the portal and finds himself in a strange place, he almost immediately finds his beloved sister with his eyes. Valerie is still in bear form and asks him if it is Vincent. Vincent apologizes to her for coming so late, saying that she will definitely be safe now. Valerie begins to tremble a little and says that she should be the one apologizing, since he always risks his life for her. Vincent says that it's all nonsense and there are no more monsters here, so she is completely safe. Valerie apologizes to him and says that this is all not true, since one monster is still left here. Sitting on her hind legs, she begins to cry and says that she has now become a monster and does not know how to turn back. She states that she relied on him for everything and wanted to become like him and stop being a burden to him. At the same time, she apologizes to him for the fact that she is still an obstacle to normal life and has turned into an incomprehensible monster. Vincent exhales tensely, saying that many people don't look like monsters, but inside they look even worse. But she turned into a monster, but inside she's still sweet. Valerie says that she is very flattered by such a compliment, but she still looks like an incomprehensible, ugly person. Vincent says that his job is to fight monsters, and he can easily recognize them by their appearance. After this, he decides to look around, and his attention is drawn to one very interesting detail, which he decides to focus his attention on. Looking closely at the destroyed orcs that remained here, he asks her if she has become much stronger. Continuing to examine the site of the real massacre, he asks her if all this is really her doing, to which Valerie shyly declares that she has nothing to do with it. She also says that she had no control over it, as she had transformed only recently, and Vincent realizes that his little sister has a high level. A few more moments pass, and Valerie's paws begin to glow mysteriously. After a few more moments, she completely loses her monstrous appearance and returns to her original human form. Falling to the ground, she wonders what happened, after which she begins to happily talk about being back. Vincent states that transformation requires a constant consumption of magical power, and when the mana is depleted, the person transforms back. He also tells her that she can now transform into a bear and back, and congratulates her on gaining amazing abilities. Valerie asks him if she has become as strong as he is, to which he states that he will no longer allow her to be in danger. Valerie asks him if she has met a strange guy here who is always gloomy and looks a bit like him. Valerie also says that this man stated that he would like to meet her in person, and that they would have something to talk about. Vincent takes his dear sister into the portal, saying that he has not met this person, and there would hardly be anything to talk about. Upon returning home, Vincent first goes to bed to get a good night's sleep, and does not rise until the first rays of the sun. The hard day in the abyss, as well as the intense fighting, had left him very tired, so it took him longer to recover. He gets a phone call and one of his bosses asks him about the last time he was at work. The boss also says that he hasn't seen him since the mission at the People's Trade Center, after which he heard rumors that Vincent had become a hunter. Vincent says that there is not enough money at all, so he began to look for a more profitable job. The boss asks the protagonist if he is still collecting trash, but Vincent replies that this is exactly how it is. An understanding boss calls him a young, reckless fool, advising him to think about his own safety and the safety of his sister. Vincent thanks his friend and then hangs up, discovering that he still has a few notifications left. One of the notifications immediately catches his attention, and he freezes for a moment, trying to figure out if he's imagined it. The thing is, the banking app told him that Emily had transferred 2,400,000 yuan to him. He also opens a text message sent by this girl, which says that he should thank her when he sells the rest of the junk. Vincent smiles as he says he has never seen so many zeros in his life. He also claims that he has put up for sale some of the resources and equipment obtained during his recent visit in her name, as she is a celebrity. He decided to do this last night to ensure a comfortable existence for himself, since no one would question where these things came from. Emily's good name and her unquestionable authority will provide our hero with almost unlimited, seemingly risk-free access to this junk. Emily met him and asked him what he had done to pick so many good things. Vincent says he was just collecting a huge amount of garbage in the song and found all this. He also states that it is true that he cannot use these rare items now, so he asks her to sell all this junk. Emily is very impressed by this dynamic and says that she didn't expect anything like this from a first-level garbage collector. She also says that his body has gotten much stronger since they last saw each other, to which someone replies that he's been through a lot and gotten into shape. Emily says that all this time she thought that scavenger was just a profession that was not yet included in the list of main ones, because you can't level up with it. Vincent says it's only logical that even a garbage collector can become stronger. Emily asks him if he has thought about joining a world guild to get a hunter's license, since treasures need to be identified. Vincent replies that in that case he will be able to move on, but only as a hunter. Emily states that he previously played without a license, but if anyone finds out about it, he will be imprisoned. She also says the test will involve convincing the examiner of your competence to be a hunter. Emily says a recommendation is needed for the annual hunter evaluation, and she immediately takes responsibility for it to make sure everything goes smoothly. Emily also turns to her subordinate and asks him to report that she received all these items from him. She also tells her interlocutor that he helped her, so she pays for this service. Vincent gets out of bed and admits to himself that he now feels incredibly indebted to this girl. Looking down, he sees a strange package lying right at his feet and wonders who delivered it. Valerie says his apartment doesn't even have a kitchen, so she had to order food to keep herself going. Vincent says that his little sister got up unusually early today, to which the girl replies that this is her first day, not in the hospital. Vincent sits down at the table and asks her how she feels, to which the girl replies that she can now walk a little. A moment later, she makes an effort and rises to her feet, demonstrating that she can hold on like this for some time. Vincent realizes that this is quite a difficult task, and asks her how she was able to achieve this in just one night. Valerie sits down in a chair and says that she was afraid that if she turned into a bear again, she would cause destruction, so she concentrated her magic in her legs. Vincent advises to be careful with something like this, to which Valerie replies that she will gradually practice and will soon be able to walk fully. Vincent says he will be only glad if his sister can regain her motor skills and heads for the exit. Valerie asks him if he is leaving already, to which the protagonist replies that it is time for him to go. Valerie asks him how he spends his weekends, to which he replies that he doesn't have weekends. He always works. With these words, he loudly slams the door behind him to make sure it is closed. Valerie begins to suspect something is wrong, wondering if her own brother is cheating on her and if he has a girlfriend. In reality, Vincent goes to a place where all the other players take an exam to obtain the required license. Looking around, he sees a huge number of other players who came here for the same thing as him. Vincent wonders why they all look so strange and extraordinary. A few moments later, he hears a familiar voice behind him asking him which hunting guild he has his eye on. Turning around, he sees Chester, who greets him politely, saying that he didn't expect to see him here. He asks him what he forgot at the testing site, suggesting that he didn't have his ID the whole time. Vincent states that the hunter's exam costs a lot of money, and he recently made a good profit and now decided to qualify. He also asks him how he feels, to which Chester states that he took his advice and started practicing a lot of close combat. Chester also says that for now he only has a license for the support position, but from his point of view, Vincent should only aim for the main position. Suddenly, a rather expensive car pulls up to the exam venue, and several security guards get out of it and push aside the rest of the people. After some time, a guy gets out of the car and wonders if he really needs to stand in line any longer. The thugs push other people aside, saying that if the boss's exam is delayed because of them, then they will all be in trouble. Vincent reflects on how he has never seen a person with a profession chosen by God before, except Emily. However, his enthusiasm does not diminish in the least, and he says that he will take the seat directly behind this man. An impudent young man approaches the examiner and demands to be allowed to take the exam immediately so that he can get this over with. The officer asks him what kind of license he wants to apply for, carefully trying to understand what his client wants. The self-confident young man says that this question seems extremely stupid to him, since he will, of course, pursue only the best. With these words, he declares that he will apply for an all-powerful license, which causes surprise among all the people watching him. This man's subordinates immediately begin to insult the crowd, saying that everyone else here is nothing compared to the boss. Quite quickly, a brave girl appears who, judging by her tone, does not agree with the statements of these pathetic nobodies. The impudent young man notices this girl and says that he didn't expect to see one of the incredible beauties here. He immediately invites her to join his team, to which the girl replies that she will never in her life communicate with people like him. One of his subordinates approaches her and says that it is better not to show teeth with him, since he is God's chosen one, and also very good in bed. Such advances irritate the rather angry girl, who decides to deal with this impudent fellow. With a snap of her fingers, she summons a powerful ball of fire, which immediately throws the insolent one back. When seriously injured, he lets out a loud scream, instantly disgracing himself in front of everyone else. This guy's assistants immediately try to put it down, saying that this girl doesn't yet know how vindictive her boss is. Vincent carefully analyzes the girl's behavior, realizing that if she has the explosive flame technique, then she is definitely not a newbie. People nearby begin to laugh at the arrogant youth, saying that his divine status is greatly exaggerated. This young man named Liam starts to get angry and calls them pathetic bastards who will pay for their insolence. He also says that this damn girl made a fool of him in front of everyone, which means she needs to be taught a lesson immediately. A few moments later, someone puts a hand on his shoulder to stop him from doing something rash. Liam looks back and wonders if someone was tired of living enough to stop him. Vincent looks menacingly at the troublemaker, trying to at least somehow calm him down. He claims that there are cameras everywhere, and he could get into trouble because of his recklessness. Liam is frightened by the murderous aura of his interlocutor, while the examiner says that the use of abilities is prohibited. Vincent tries to take control of the situation by saying that it's just hot and stuffy in here, which is why everyone else is languishing. The girl apologizes to the examiner, saying that this guy crossed the line, to which he declares that if he sees this again, he will dissolve her. He also asks her what license she is applying for, to which the girl replies that she is a mental fire mage and is asking for a license to use spells. The examiner says that given her uncontrollable behavior, they will be forced to conduct an examination. The girl calmly places her hand near the strange crystal, and it immediately begins to sparkle with a strange fire. The examiner finds abnormal strength readings and says that something is wrong. He immediately states that there have been recent cases where unregistered hunters have left traces of destruction, after which he asks to come with him. The girl realizes that she is in a rather difficult situation and is trying to figure out what to do next. Pretending to be a naive bunny, she says that it must have been a mistake and asks for another chance. When the examiner carefully observes the repeated procedure, he notes that the indicators are now normal. The girl starts laughing and says that finally everything worked and she passed this test. Vincent watches this closely and tries to understand why this girl has changed so drastically in her character, demonstrating individual manifestations of strength. Chester tries to figure out what these people are trying to track down, but Vincent puts his finger to his mouth to make his interlocutor be quiet. The examiner asks who will be next, and Vincent says that he should go next. The examiner asks him what license he is applying for, to which he replies that he wants to get an all-powerful license. The examiner asks him what his profession is, adding that this license is not suitable for everyone. Vincent declares that he is a level 1 scavenger, looking confidently at his interlocutor. The people behind him start laughing out loud, saying that this is some kind of joke. The examiner says there is nothing wrong with this application, but the test to obtain such a license will be too difficult. Vincent asks him if there is an exam for this profession, which surprises everyone else. The examiner says that with a standard license, participants form a team to explore the abyss, but Vincent will have to do everything alone. The examiner also says that even on easy difficulty, the only thing that awaits solo players is death, nothing else. Vincent wonders if he can get his license if he clears the entire location alone, to which the examiner replies that it is technically possible. He also throws him a crystal, saying that if he is so confident in himself, then he must not be a weak player. Vincent holds the crystal for a long time, and the examiner notes that there is no reaction. The people behind him wonder if Vincent is here just to embarrass Chester, but he shuts them up. Vincent receives the keys and asks the examiner if there's anything else he should know about this exam. The examiner says they won't be responsible for his life. They have the details that will unlock the emergency exit portal. Vincent walks away towards the portal and someone says he won't need it as Chester rushes after him. Filled with confidence, he says that he will definitely return safe and sound. Liam catches up with him and wonders why these kinds of scum can challenge without limits and no one stops them. Immediately after this, he demands from the examiner that he be given a key of the same level, since he will also go there. The examiner states that there is currently only one hard-level key that can strengthen the gate, and Liam can try his luck another time. Liam decides not to give up and says that he can go there with him, but not as a team. The guard states that there is no permission for this in the rules, but that such tactics are not prohibited either. Realizing they were entering legal red tape, the examiner decided to simply get rid of the two people. He states that by competitor, he means only one of them who is allowed to receive a token for defeating the boss, and only one will be able to pass the assessment. The examiner also says that they should not think that the difficulty will remain the same, as the number of people makes a significant difference to what happens. He adds that this is why they decide to only allow one person to enter the abyss at a difficult level. The examiner once again warns the heroes that the consequences of increasing difficulty will be extremely unpredictable. He states that even if their actions compete with the interests of the World Guild, Updating the rules could lead to the emergence of controllable factors. Afterwards, he asks them if they are ready to go there together, despite everything they just heard. Vincent speculates that so-called buffs could significantly increase the difficulty level and stats of monsters. Liam says he has the best equipment, and such a garbage duty will not be a problem for him. Vincent looks at the cards Liam has been carrying around with him all this time, and realizes that they are indeed interesting equipment. After that, he says that none of this matters to him. He just needs a hunting license. He also believes that if leveling up leads to the appearance of rare monsters, he will be able to get more interesting rewards. Chester tries to stop him, saying that if the boss appears at a random moment, it could lead to serious consequences. Liam says that if anything happens, he will not help him, since they are competitors, to which Vincent declares that he will give him the right to go first. He also says that he is confident that his chosen one will be able to negotiate excellent terms, and Liam mistakes sarcasm for politeness. Immediately after this, he rushes forward, saying that his godly hand will lead them to an incredibly easy test. A few moments later, they find themselves on the other side of the portal, and the system notifies them of serious complications that have arisen due to the increase in the difficulty level. Liam discovers that all health regeneration is now reduced by 75%, and monsters are tripled in power. Liam states that he had specially prepared potions and planned to drink them, but now they are of little use. Vincent muses that the effect of severe blood loss imposed on this abyss may be more burdensome, so caution is needed. Liam continues to lament, stating that he bought the biggest backpack to fit all his potions, but now he will have to travel light. And without thinking twice, he dons some pretty advanced gear and says that he can still crush the monsters with his equipment. Immediately after this, he sets off forward, saying that it will cost him nothing to destroy any attack in his path. The system also notifies all players that a second participant has joined the challenge, and the difficulty has increased to hellish. For those who remain on the other side of the portal, the system sends a notification that a legendary monster will appear in the abyss, for which a reward is due. The examiner says that even with hundreds of points of luck, the probability of such a monster appearing is equal to a negligible fraction of a percent. He requests that his subordinates immediately report this to their superiors, while the remaining participants prepare to conquer their abyss. Chester encourages his men while in the abyss area of the easy level, stating that they must kill and succeed. Looking at the ominously glowing gates of the abyss through which Vincent had gone, he expresses hope that his comrade should return safe and sound. Meanwhile, the portal continues to flicker and shimmer ominously, boding ill for those who enter. Vincent and Liam immediately find themselves in a rather spacious room, and the rich man boasts that it looks like he has such a room in his mansion. He also says that all this is a stupid ruin, and there is nothing here at all that could compare with the atmosphere of his front garden. Vincent quickly looks around and says that they have entered the boss's quarters, which causes confusion in Liam. Liam asks him if they really did stumble upon a rather complicated room right away, and looks back at the two statues in front of them. The system informs them that immortal opponents have appeared in front of them, who attack extremely quickly and cause bleeding. Vincent realizes that they will have a pretty tough time with these opponents, and decides to summon a spider to distract them. He reflects on how the Knights of Purity have a lot of armor, and their weak points are behind them. Despite this, his very creative and cunning plan is interrupted by a rather foolish Liam, who rushes forward and orders the creatures to die immediately. Taking out his weapon, he says that today they will see its invincible power in action. Immediately after this, he jumps forward, saying that now the King of the Crusher will show everyone, even beginners, how to fight monsters. Vincent realizes that his opponent has gone completely crazy, and has decided to rush forward at a very dangerous monster. Vincent looks at the actions of his so-called partner, who is more like a moth to a flame, and realizes that he is in trouble. The Knight of Purity waits for a good window to deal damage and quickly swings. Realizing that his opponent will no longer be able to dodge, he delivers a quick and sweeping attack with his sword. Liam, of course, turns out to be too stupid and clumsy to parry such a thing. As a result, he is hit like a ball by a tennis racket, and crashes at full speed into the hardened stone floor. Barely getting to his feet, he says that he has never seen the boss hit with such powerful attacks from the very beginning. Vincent analyzes what is happening, and is surprised that his partner's armor was able to withstand at least one blow from the Knights of Purity. However, the second opponent, clearly targeting him, rushes forward to not give him any chance to escape. Vincent continues to dodge and realizes that his plan is over, and now he urgently needs to come up with a new one. To do this, he floats into the air to properly assess the situation, while the Knight of Purity looks at him. Another attack follows, which our hero easily dodges. This is followed by another series of powerful swings of the blade, but it also turns out to be unsuccessful. Vincent reflects on how these knights' attacks cause constant blood loss, and even the slightest damage can lead to death. Liam starts to get upset that he's also taking damage despite not being focused. Vincent states that the Knights of Purity don't care about this, and if he is in pain, he can hide in a corner and wait for a safe moment. Liam asks Vincent how he dares to imply that he is ballast when he only slipped. The system informs Vincent that his opponent has gone into a defensive stance to cover himself with armor. Vincent realizes he needs to be more creative with this enemy, and turns to his inventory. Quite quickly, he decides to use the Spirit Rush skill to dodge the following attacks. Liam returns to the fight, saying that Vincent is too useless to do any damage. Vincent muses that this kid takes the tension out of the battle, meaning he's not complete trash. However, the knights do not see him as a serious threat, and quickly push him back with the slightest blows. Vincent muses that the broken defense will be useless, and notes that the monster has now become even stronger. Looking at his wayward partner, he realizes that this man was truly born to be beaten. Meanwhile, the giant statue begins to cast a strange spell, creating a greenish vortex of energy. The system notifies Vincent that now only he can damage this knight. Vincent says that now they can't shoot with just one monster and must try to defeat another knight who is even bigger. At this time, the Knight of Revelation, who uses the taunt skill, rushes forward to crush his target. At the same time, this creature decides to use a skill that reduces all damage received by 95%. Vincent understands that such daggers are completely insufficient against these targets due to their protection. Liam, meanwhile, wonders why these creatures are different from those he fought before, since the monsters without special features die in 2 hits. Meanwhile, the Knight of Revelation turns to his American ball again to cut his opponent. Vincent realizes that a second Knight of Revelation could make this fight much more difficult if he were to enter the fray. Vincent turns around again and asks Liam if he spent all his points on defense since he doesn't do any damage. Liam replies that this is not the case, and claims that he has improved his speaking skills through exceptional strength. Vincent calls him an idiot and recommends not to get distracted in the middle of a fight to avoid taking unnecessary damage. Liam decides to follow this advice, and immediately begins to retreat to regroup in an advantageous position. After a few moments, the shockwave prevents him from completing his evasive maneuver, and he falls to the ground. Vincent states that his agile fighting style clashes with the heavy armor, causing his movements to be limited. A moment later, one of the guards decides to use another technique that destroys everything in its path, and our heroes barely have time to dodge. Vincent also begins to scold his partner, saying that this is no place for fun, and that money must be earned through sweat and blood. He also states that since his usual methods are not working, he will have to resort to the most primitive method. At that moment, he breaks away from his place in order to reach the enemy and hit him with brute force. He states that even a single increase in the strength stat is enough to deal real damage. Vincent shouts that fist-fighting is a favorite tactic of the poor who don't have the money to buy weapons. Liam wonders how this pathetic boy was able to push back the heavily armored monster with just his bare hands. The Stone Knight continues his fight, but Vincent still dodges all attacks without much difficulty. He jumps from one enemy to another to take advantage of his mobility. The system notifies him that he has dealt a critical hit and stunned the enemy with a powerful attack. Vincent muses that it only took one blow to stun his opponent, and perhaps luck played a role. Meanwhile, another enemy rushes into battle to prevent Vincent from catching his breath and regaining his potential. A moment later, the monster's most powerful blow strikes the protagonist and cuts him in half. Liam is very surprised by this state of affairs, and says that he has never seen a person torn apart so quickly. Luckily, this turns out to be another trick from the protagonist, who pretends to be a bloody nightmare. Liam stares in surprise as Vincent returns to his true form. He muses that his partner's damage output is too low to keep the monster aggressive. With these words, he asks his comrade to step aside and not interfere with his fight so that he can concentrate. After waiting for a certain moment, he rises into the air to deliver 2 powerful attacks at once. He carefully assesses the situation and prepares several skills to defeat his opponents. To do this, he decides to use a multiple attack, dealing 3 critical hits at once to the enemy's weak point. One of the monsters completely loses its combat readiness, which plays into the main character's hands. Vincent continues to hover in the air to dodge the giant stone axe's attacks. The remaining stone knights show no sign of slowing down, but this doesn't bother Vincent. The youth lunges forward, striking at the knight's weakened legs to throw him off balance. Liam is amazed at how accurate his ally's technique is, surpassing even the experts he hired. He asks him if he should be a beginner, trying to understand how he was able to use such complex techniques. Vincent says that as a new class fighter, he is considered a rookie, but years of fighting monsters as a scavenger have honed his skills. Liam comments that he finds this a little odd, pointing out that people usually get stronger based on items. Vincent talks about gear being just something that changes as you level up. Looking at the approaching enemies, he decides to use the Berserker skill to increase his attack speed. Vincent concludes his thought by saying that his main equipment is his body, which continues to get stronger. Enemies resort to an interesting tactic, using spiked armor to deflect damage. Liam states that it's time to shine and asks his ally not to think that he's limited to just balls because of his tank class. At the same time, he claims that he is capable of casting such an amazing spell as Lightning Arrow. For individual approaching stone monsters, he asks them to respond to the taste of his incredible lightning, and takes careful aim. Vincent gets ahead of his chatty comrade and rushes forward, using his fire explosion skill. Liam watches what is happening in amazement, trying to figure out when this boy managed to learn how to do magic. Vincent speculates that when the spikes are activated, enemies' resistance to all elements is reduced, making it easy to land critical hits. He also decides to use the Great Flame Burst skill to hit the next enemy. Thus, he easily manages to cut off the head of one of the knights in order to finally destroy him. Liam wonders how Vincent was able to use the Great Flame Instant Explosion skill even without casting time. He also states that melee fighters usually cannot learn elemental magic, no matter how much they want to. Vincent leaves these agitated comments unanswered, and decides to destroy the next enemy. Rushing forward, he dodges an attack from a giant axe and prepares to finish what he started. This attack hits the lead rock monster, which has a damage-reflecting spike skill. The spikes immediately work. The stone knights inflict damage on themselves thanks to the tricks used by Vincent. Liam says he never expected these monsters to be so easily fooled. Vincent lands on his feet, realizing that his opponent is still standing and needs to be finished off. He realizes with irritation that Spiritual Dash is still on cooldown, so he needs to defend himself somehow. As a desperate measure of defense, he decides to summon a fairly good shield and simply take the blow. This attack is incredibly powerful and instantly inflicts damage that would be incompatible with the normal existence of this shield. The shockwave throws the protagonist back, and he crashes into the floor, creating a large cloud of dust. Vincent reflects on how the knight's attacks are unpredictable. Even taking into account the player's weaknesses, their strength surpasses that of any elite monster. He also understands that the attack speed of these creatures will continue to increase and will only slow down after a successful hit. Vincent guesses that dodging this knight's attacks for long is useless, since he will accelerate infinitely until he strikes. Understanding the reason for the high difficulty of these monsters, Vincent decides to go all in and summons his weapon. Liam calls him an idiot and wonders if he really wanted to take a direct hit from the creature. Vincent continues to follow his hastily concocted plan and puts his hand forward to cast the England spell. At the last moment, he shoots a fireball to disrupt the enemy's attack. This fireball hits the enraged monster right in the face, as he tries to understand why his opponent is still alive. In a fit of rage, it brings down a giant axe on the spot where Vincent had just stood, but he manages to jump away. Vincent states that he did not plan to take direct damage from such creatures, as it would kill him instantly. From his point of view, the tactic of victory here is to gain superiority in speed at any cost. At that very moment, he points his finger at his target to appeal to his deity and call upon his hands. Liam is amazed by the enormous amount of skills his ally has, and wonders when they will run out. The Scavenger god's hands grab the stone statue, but it is still considered alive and cannot be recycled. The stone knight is enraged by this insult and prepares to free himself from captivity. He lets out a menacing roar, and powerful energy discharges begin to emanate from his body. However, it is too late as Vincent is already rushing forward to put his plan into action. To do this, he activates Berserker mode to become even more unstoppable and increase physical damage. Grabbing his knife, he shouts at his opponent to take the blow with full force. Having reached the stone guard's weak spot, he plunges the dagger straight into its eye, inflicting powerful critical damage. The system notifies him that he has delivered an armor-destroying blow aimed at a weak point. A red liquid, vaguely reminiscent of blood, immediately begins to pour out of the stone statue's eye. Vincent realizes that his plan was not perfect, as he will not be able to destroy the creature before it bleeds out completely. The stone knight begins to frantically wave away the protagonist, knocking him down with his stone hands. At that very moment, he decides to use the instant regeneration skill to fully heal himself. Vincent realizes that this boss's buffs continue to accumulate, meaning that the damage from his attacks was not enough. He quickly gets to his feet, knowing full well that if he continues to fight, he will die. And if he surrenders, the same fate awaits him. So he decides to use the reactivation of the Berserker skill to put all his health on the line. The system informs him that the double Berserker activation effect has reduced his lifespan to 7 seconds. Vincent rushes forward, declaring that he will finish this in one blow, and easily dodges the stone enemy's final attack. Despite clapping his hands vigorously, he manages to avoid any damage thanks to his sharp dagger, which crushes his fingers. The stone creature tries to understand how this is possible, since no other challenger has ever been able to hold out for so long. Vincent continues his onslaught, rushes forward and instantly crushes the boss's head. Liam can't believe what's happening and wonders how this boy was able to surpass the boss in strength. We understand that he is making a big mistake when he thinks about competing with this person, because he doesn't have a single chance. The system notifies Vincent that he has defeated the Guardian Knight and passed the gate's trial, after which the Abyss difficulty debuffs are removed. Vincent decides not to waste a single second and immediately drinks several potions that increase his health and mana. After drinking several glasses at once, he realizes that it was a very risky battle and he almost died during it. Sometimes looking around, he thinks that it has been quite a long time since he got any good prey. However, a smile appears on his face, and he says that the time has come for the long-awaited recycling of garbage. The giant hands of the Abyss grab the remains of defeated bosses and drag them away to an unknown location for recycling. Liam looks at this in surprise and cannot believe that a giant knight can be pulled into some hands and simply destroyed. He continues to watch it and says that it is some kind of strange class skill that he has never seen before. As he watches what is happening, he mentally admits to himself that this guy will be much scarier than any boss he has seen. The system notifies him that the processing of the defeated creatures has been successfully completed and offers him several rewards. Both of these cards represent the Stone Knight's core skills, allowing them to deal multiple sword strikes at once or focus enemies on themselves. The second skill requires a score ratio, and Vincent says it's still a strong skill, so it can be kept. Liam still can't believe what's happening as the two big guys were swallowed up in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of their existence. After a few moments he looks up and sees a strange funnel appearing above them. Realizing that it would be better not to stand in this place, he quickly jumps to the side, only miraculously remaining alive after the chest falls. Vincent guesses that this is a low-drop legendary reward that can randomly drop rare equipment. Vincent comes closer and says that he remembers the foreman mentioning this legendary altar of the forger's master. Liam remarks that it is one of the rarest rewards one can obtain and wonders how lucky they were to stumble upon it. Vincent says that the increase in difficulty modifiers, as well as his increased luck stats, may have something to do with it. Vincent also states that the more you take on everything, the more surprises you get beyond your expectations. Vincent decides to place his dagger in the altar, but Liam recommends placing only the best equipment there. Vincent states that his maximum level is 1, so he can't use other items, which shocks Liam even more. Without thinking twice, Vincent says that he has no other choice and will have to use only this item that he has. The system states that the enhancement process can fail, but with the current level of luck, this is almost impossible. Vincent goes into detail and finds out that the success rate is 200%, which seems rather suspicious to him. The system tells him that when upgraded, this dagger will turn into a longsword, and Vincent says he agrees to this. A few moments pass. The system says that the upgrade was successfully completed, and the suggested weapon has become an upgraded legendary. Vincent takes a close look at what he received and says that this weapon truly looks legendary. The description of the first item says that it is a flashy but rather impractical sword, which is somewhat disappointing, but unique. The second weapon has a similar description, stating that it is merely a replica and has no particular value. Vincent grips the hilts of his swords tightly and says that he actually likes them very much. Liam chuckles and says that the characteristics of these swords seem extremely tragic, suggesting that luck has taken a day off today. Vincent claims that this weapon seems like trash only to other people, but for him it is the perfect tool. Liam says that there are divine-level weapons that are of far greater value. Vincent decides to test out a few skills he now has and throws his dagger aside. At a certain point, he raises his hand to cast a small spell, and suddenly the sword disappears into the space of the unknown abyss, to Liam's surprise. A few seconds later, the sword materializes in Vincent's hand, and he says that this divine weapon is meant for him alone. Liam continues to watch his comrade and wonders if he has just met the god of trash. Vincent reasons that the used Forgemaster altar is now considered trash, meaning it can be recycled. After a few moments, he calls upon his deity to recycle the altar and take all its properties. The system states that the restoration of the legendary reward was extremely successful. Vincent receives a card that allows him to summon this altar at any time he wishes. Vincent smiles and says that now incredible power is concentrated in his hands, and he will be able to upgrade his weapons infinitely. He also states that he is tired of daggers, so it's time to try something new, like these long swords. Liam states that using two different weapons will incur penalties, such as decreased attack speed, accuracy, and damage. Vincent decides to test this out and calls up a system notification that tells him his attack speed has been reduced by 50%. Vincent also sees an offer to spend 10 points to increase his proficiency with different types of weapons. He pauses for a few moments to make the right calculations. How best to spend points on upgrading his weapon. Having carried out some clever calculations, he says with delight that at this rate he will be able to pump up his level of weapon proficiency to the maximum. Liam continues to watch what is happening and cannot believe what he just saw. He asks Vincent what the hell he's doing while the protagonist is leveling up his 2 weapon types to the maximum. In a rather casual tone, he states that his path as a beginner in dual wielding begins right at S rank. Having dealt with all the rewards, they rush on, looking around for possible traps. Vincent says that they have completed all the tasks and wonders when the new gate will appear. Liam, meanwhile, says that he has made his decision and is giving up so as not to participate in this competition. Walking away, he says that if he had known how difficult it would be, he would never have come here. He also states that he has a huge amount of money to spend outside, so he doesn't want to risk his life in vain. The system notifies players in this room of extreme danger and an emergency transition to combat mode. Vincent looks closely at the bloody energy mists and realizes that something is definitely wrong here. After a few seconds, he says that serious danger is approaching and asks his comrade to dodge immediately. Liam reacts too slowly and receives serious damage that sever his arm cleanly. The fighter starts screaming loudly in incredible pain, and Vincent asks him why he is so slow. He also notes that the man's defense, which even the knights could not penetrate, was shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. Vincent guesses that the real test was not fighting the knights at all, but fighting what they so desperately guarded. The bloody fog transforms into a very strange portal that begins to pulse aggressively. Vincent tries to understand what awaits him in this abyss, and backs away so as not to become its victim. Several energy clots fly towards him. He tries to defend himself with his blades. After a while, the abyss calms down for a moment, and he realizes that there is something creepy there. After a few seconds, the portal begins to waver, and Vincent notices someone emerging from it. The system notifies the protagonist that the Dark Elf King Damast, who possesses very powerful skills, stands before him. Vincent says this is the first time he has seen a legendary monster with a specific name. He realizes that things are getting too serious to be taken lightly. Liam tries to escape and wonders why he should suffer for this, adding that he wanted to get an ID or have fun. Damast reacts instantly to any attempt to escape, notifying everyone that if anyone shows fear or disgust towards him, they will instantly become his target. Vincent reads this description carefully and understands that his friend has been dealt a complete idiot. Damast completely ignores the protagonist's existence and rushes forward to punish the deserter. Vincent tries to warn his wayward partner, saying that while he is running away, he will become the boss's first target. Liam ignores his comrade and tries to save his life, despite the fact that his back is exposed. The Dark Elf King prepares to exact his twisted justice while Vincent attempts to save Liam. To catch up with him, he tries to use the Ghost Dash skill. Vincent reflects on the fact that he has leveled up his proficiency with 2 types of weapons, and now it is better for him to use swords rather than daggers. Arriving behind his comrade in time, he blocks the attack of the demonic Elf King. Immediately after this, he continues to deliver a flurry of blows in order to turn the enemy's attention to himself. The system notifies him that the damage was extremely ineffective, as Damast only takes damage from the player he is focused on. Using his unstoppable nature and Hyperborean armor, the Dark Elf King lunges forward, knocking Vincent aside. Vincent is trying to figure out what he should do to at least somehow break through the effect of this absolute protection. Finally, he makes a very difficult decision, fully realizing that he has no other choice. Liam continues to try to save his miserable life by running, while the Dark Elf King quickly catches up with him. The very next second, his life is tragically cut short, as his defenses are too weak to survive. The energy draining from the demonic gate immediately begins to change, and the staff on duty at the entrance notice the changes. One of them states that it appears that one of the participants has died, as they are only tracking one signal. His colleague suggests that the deceased is most likely the Scavenger, since this abyss is only accessible to players of level 30 and above. They claim that once the cleanup team gets here, they can demand money from the rich guy who survived. They also say that once the boss drops a relic, the real carnage will begin, because these relics are too valuable. The system notifies Vincent that Damast has committed a murder, and has now become even stronger. Immediately after this, the demonic Dark Elf turns his gaze to the next victim and prepares to rush forward. Vincent receives a notification that attention has been shifted back to him, and he is a priority target. Vincent says that now he doesn't know whether this is good or bad, because flying towards this enemy will be much more difficult. Vincent steps forward and says that he desperately needs to obtain the corpse of the legendary creature, so he has no choice. At that very moment, he takes Liam's corpse for processing in order to gain some useful skills. The system bombards him with notifications that he has now learned to use several new techniques, as well as how to wield a long sword. Vincent also states that he is forced to skip training because his sword skills are already at a good level. Looking at his opponent, he orders him to attack, and Damastus pauses for a moment, assessing his opponent. Not even a split second passes before he is next to the main character, and is preparing to hit him. Vincent realizes that everything that happened lasted no more than a split second, which means his opponent is too fast. Luckily, his speed doesn't let him down, and he manages to block the attack with his two swords. The swords pierce Vincent's defenses, forcing him to rely solely on the Blood Nightmare's protection to survive. Using his secret transformation, he suddenly appears above his opponent. Once he's at a distance, he thrusts his swords forward to use the Meteor Strike skill. Vincent is immediately notified that Damastus is immune to sneak attacks and cannot take damage from them. Vincent decides not to give up, and immediately delivers a double-curved punch to finish off his opponent. Damastus charges forward, easily taking a small amount of damage without stopping him from continuing to fight. Vincent turns once again, countering, and tries to figure out what to do with an opponent who is not falling for his tricks. Damastus continues to keep a close eye on his enemy, preparing to finish him off. Finding the right moment, he launches his attack to break through his opponent's block. Vincent understands that the slow recovery affects all of his stats, and escaping death will be difficult. Damas decides to further slow down his opponent by using the Gravity Vortex skill, which reduces the speed of all targets. Vincent wonders what the hell is going on here and feels his body begin to fail him. Thanks to his incredible gravity manipulation skills, Damastu manages to pull the protagonist closer to him. Having taken a favorable position, Damastus immediately strikes with a charged hand in order to crush his opponent. Vincent flies back several meters and creates a powerful explosion with his body. However, he quickly gets to his feet and realizes that his opponent is too strong and that he needs to come up with something urgently. Vincent, irritated, says that even if the treatment's effectiveness only drops by 10%, he should buy himself some time to restore his health. Damast suddenly dissolves into thin air, and it turns out that all this time he was just some kind of illusion. Vincent is trying to figure out what the hell just happened when suddenly it materializes right behind him. Vincent somehow manages to avoid this monstrous attack, which would otherwise have severed his head. Damastus continues his combo of powerful blows, but everything turns out to be in vain. Vincent does a final dash and dodge to avoid the final attack in this combo. Damast decides to follow a proven tactic and uses the Gravity Vortex skill again. Vincent fails to react in time to the repeated use of this ability, and his body begins to be pulled in again. With every split second he gets closer to the terrible monster that can finish him off with one blow. Damast suddenly decides to use another skill that interrupts spellcasting in exchange for a powerful blow. A moment later, a strange blade rushes into the place where the main character had just been, smearing him across the floor. Damast looks around carefully, seeing only death and destruction around him. Vincent survives such damage, despite the fact that the use of super regeneration is interrupted. Vincent realizes that he cannot heal. He only has one health point left, which means he will die from any touch. He also says that he now understands the unpredictability of the abyss, and thanks Damast for such a valuable experience. In order to continue fighting, he decides to use his recovery skills since he has lost his swords. Damastus turns to the side and finds that the daggers lying near him suddenly begin to glow. In another split second, they are in the hands of their rightful owner. Having regained his fighting ability, Vincent rushes forward recklessly. When he uses another skill combo, he receives a notification that his skill level has increased. Damastus continues to fight with the legendary skill that is characteristic of monsters of his class. Vincent decides to use his emergency dodge skill and improves it again, making himself even more effective. The protagonist understands that he will learn everything during the battle, and he has no right to make a mistake. As he continues to use his skills one after another, he increases their level, leveling up as he goes. He also admits that he only trusts his body and not any equipment that other players rely on. With every move he makes, he becomes stronger, and his chances of winning this fight are rapidly increasing. At a certain point, he reaches such a level of skill that he even manages to inflict minor damage on this monster. Damastus watches with some surprise as one of his horns has been cut clean off by a swift blow. To avenge such an insult, he attacks with his weapon, but Vincent jumps into the air. As a counterattack, he immediately rushes forward to use his dual sword parry skill to deflect the incoming attack. This skill also activates successfully, dealing minor damage to the Dark Elf King. Realizing that he doesn't have much of a chance left to snatch victory from this insolent kid, he rushes forward. Vincent crosses swords with this representative of the highest kind of demons, and tries to figure out how to win. However, the quality of the weapon still remains on the side of the legendary demon. Vincent decides to retreat in time just as his weapon is about to crumble into small pieces. He makes a few jumps to the side to gain some space to maneuver. Looking at his destroyed swords, he realizes that they are not particularly durable, and that it was naive to rely on them. However, he states that it doesn't matter as he can recover this trash at any time. By calling upon his own abyss, he sends the weapon there so that it can quickly restore its durability. Not even a few seconds pass before brand new blades are in his hands. He waves them to make sure they are fully recovered and is pleased with the result. After this, he turns his agitated and extremely aggressive gaze towards his opponent. Damast also pauses for a moment to understand what his hated enemy is planning. This delay proves fatal for this monster, as it doesn't have time to react to the quick attack, which hits it right in the eye. Damast falls to the ground, but his health bar is only down by a quarter. Vincent smiles and says that he was finally able to see the health indicators of this damned enemy. Feeling incredibly beaten, he claims that he has nothing to fear anyway, and now has a chance to win. Damastus glares at his opponent, and the system notifies Vincent that the boss's rage has been multiplied. At that very moment, another explosion is heard, signaling that the battle is entering its final phase. Meanwhile, the group that went into the easier version of the dungeon is already successfully completing its task. Chester receives thanks from his comrades, after which he states that their ally, who dealt 90% of the damage, is to blame for the success. The pink-haired girl, looking bored, says that her partners were completely useless. She had to do everything herself. Meanwhile, the examiner approaches his agents and asks them how things are going at this gate. One of them replies that the signal of the last survivor was lost, and apparently, they all died. The examiner states that there is absolutely nothing special about this, given the difficulty of the dungeon. He also adds that if they can clear the area before it gets dark and the boss appears, there won't be any problems. Chester comes closer, wondering if there is anyone left alive, and the guard advises him to move away. Chester asks the staff why they didn't try to save anyone there. The organizer smiles haughtily and says that there is no reason to save trash people who are of no use to them. He also claims that if the knight remaining there gives a signal, they will rescue him for a fee. As his equipment looked quite expensive, Chester continues to try to get to the block, but the examiners say they will send out a search party to bury the remains of the dead where they are found. Immediately after this, he addresses a number of liquidators, stating that they must be ready to move forward. Before the search and cleanup team can enter the portals, a familiar voice is heard from within, stating that this is not required. A few moments later, Vincent himself appears from it, having won this battle. He approaches the examiner and asks whether receiving the item counts as passing the test. Chester happily says that he remained hopeful and was confident that his comrade would overcome the challenge. Vincent takes a few more steps to make sure he leaves the abyss and gets into the fresh air. He holds a very strange award in his hands and claims that he has received the necessary equipment, which means the test must be passed. The examiner remains confused, wondering how this is even possible, and reminds him that he is a level 1 garbage collector. After a few moments, he looks closely at the award Vincent is holding in his hand and freezes for a moment. He says that Vincent is holding the golden fleece stone in his hands and asks him how he was able to get it. Vincent hands him the stone, declaring that he has successfully completed the task and therefore passed the test. The examiner states that such stones can only drop from legendary monsters and asks how he was able to deal with them. Vincent claims that he really did destroy everything and clear the abyss from top to bottom, emphasizing that all the monsters in it died. The examiner thinks that something like this simply cannot happen and assures that it is just a bluff. His face becomes increasingly serious, and he says that even a low-ranking legendary monster could not be defeated by a trashy newbie who changed his profession. He continues to build conspiracy theories, suggesting that Vincent most likely killed Liam and took all the rewards for himself. He doesn't stop and continues to accuse Vincent of the crime, saying that there is every reason to believe that he killed the team. Chester continues to fume and states that this is too baseless an accusation, and they have no evidence to charge his boss. The examiner claims that the Scavenger cannot have high strength, and suggests that he lasted until the end, and then finished off Liam, since there are no other explanations. Chester tells the staff that they can figure it out themselves if they find the body of the chosen god. They won't find any traces of weapons there. Vincent sternly addresses the Dominators and declares that they will not find any more corpses in this abyss. One of the employees returns from the abyss and confirms that the man's words are the absolute truth, since there are no remains in the abyss. The examiners wonder how this is possible and suggest that perhaps some mistake has occurred. Vincent says that since there is nothing left, it means they have no evidence that can prove anything. and the fate of the other players is not his concern. The examiner realizes that he has fewer and fewer aces up his sleeve, since he really cannot make unfounded accusations against other people. Vincent asks his interlocutor if he can finally say whether he passed the test or not. The examiner pauses for a moment, then says that he is very sorry to admit it, but he cannot deny the obvious. Gritting his teeth, he congratulates Vincent on passing the World Guild's evaluation test as a hunter. Emily suddenly appears in the room and remarks that Vincent should be pleased, as he is now eligible to join regular hunting groups. The girl also adds that this is far from all, and looks closely at the examiners, trying to understand why they behave so badly. The representatives of the official organization present here immediately become more polite upon seeing a representative of the wealthiest family. The examiner immediately runs up to her like a submissive puppy and asks what she is doing here, adding that such an important person should not be here. Emily states that with the rune received, the player can apply to create a separate group, and now he does not need to join anywhere. Emily also asks if he said that he came here on her recommendation, to which he honestly admits that he didn't mention anything like that. Emily asks why he passed up such an opportunity, to which Vincent replies that he simply forgot about it. Emily glares at the examiner and says that, in essence, the registration of a hunting group allows the owner of a golden fleece to apply to form a team. She also suggests that the examiner kept silent about this on purpose, but he claims that he had no such intentions. Chester guesses that the examiner wanted to give the golden fleece to someone else, and tries to protest in order to defend the honor of his friend. Other players point out that if examiners created the rules and now want to cheat, that's a rather sad and cruel way to treat people. The examiner tries to shut everyone up by saying that even if he gives away the gold award, people will think he stole it since Vincent is a level 1. The examiner also reminds everyone that the man's power, when in contact with the crystal, fluctuated within barely noticeable values. His colleague says that energy crystals are now recording huge leaps in attributes. They point the measurement sensor closer to Vincent, and he literally explodes from the excess energy. The examiner tries to understand what the hell happened, and turns his naive gaze to the protagonist standing next to him. Vincent takes a few steps towards him, and the examiner timidly asks him not to come so close. Other employees note that they do not understand what is happening, since the device did not initially record such gigantic jumps. Vincent becomes angry and states that he is tired of them wondering whether he is trash or not, adding that he does not want to cause any more trouble. The organizer tries to bluff, saying that no one dares to attack official employees without consequences. Vincent declares that he wants to take back what is rightfully his and uses his attraction ability. After a few moments, a small gravitational singularity appears in his hand, which interacts with the golden rune. The organizer, frightened, throws out a mysterious object, which immediately hangs in the air and heads towards Vincent. A moment later, it is in his hand, and Vincent proudly looks at his ill-wishers. The organizers, in turn, claim that the device was probably malfunctioning when it showed these results, and propose using a new energy crystal. Pointing it at the protagonist, they say that the crystal for measurement is unstable, as if it is about to explode. Vincent says that if they still have doubts about his worthiness, he can show them a few tricks. With these words, he begins to emit a strange energy, and the energy-reading crystal quickly explodes, after first displaying S-level mastery. Vincent turns around in irritation and declares that they should find a better way to measure it so as not to end up in an even bigger mess. The organizer admits that he finds it hard to believe that this man hid his strength all this time, because there was no reason for this. Emily immediately begins to encourage him, saying that she knew perfectly well that such tests would be a piece of cake for him. She also says that he should dress up, as the organizers would have treated him with more respect if he had better gear. Vincent says he couldn't use her name because convincing them that they knew each other would be even more difficult than solving the problem by brute force. Emily agrees that there is some truth to his words, while Chester approaches her and greets her politely. Emily asks if she has seen him before, to which he states that he attended her birthday party. Emily asks if he's referring to the disaster banquet that turned into a complete fiasco due to a terrible rap performance, which destroys the singer's pride. Immediately after this, she turns to Vincent, stating that they need to celebrate their success in passing the hunter's test, and suggests throwing a party at his place. Vincent reacts extremely emotionally and asks if she really wants to go to his house. Immediately after this, he sits down next to a broken Chester and thinks about how he rents an apartment on the ground floor, and everyone will laugh at him if they see it. Emily tries to understand what's going on and says they can reschedule the party, to which he replies that everything will be fine. However, he immediately becomes determined that this girl should under no circumstances find out where he lives. Quickly getting to his feet, he says that they are sure to have a great performance, and then asks Chester if he wants to join in. Emily tries to understand why they are so tense, and then says that they can see each other tomorrow evening. Vincent agrees to these plans, after which the trio of heroes say goodbye to each other and head out. After a while, Emily gets into an expensive car and drives away, and Vincent and Chester watch her go. A sincere smile appears on the protagonist's face, out of pride in himself and in the fact that he was able to pass a serious test. Immediately after this, he realizes that he needs to find an incredibly fast way to change his appearance and habitat. Quickly accelerating, he heads home to wash himself thoroughly and at least freshen up a little. Valerie meets her dear brother and asks him if he went on a date with a girl. Vincent smiles and says that in some world his adventures could be called a date, and Valerie guesses that he was in the abyss. Valerie begins to grumble, saying that her brother deceived her again, to which he replies that he is safe and sound and has all his limbs in place. Valerie says that her brother is injured and needs to go to the hospital urgently, but he claims that he only has a couple of scratches. He runs to the shower as quickly as possible so that his sister doesn't have time to notice his health indicators. Once in the shower, he immediately opens the tap to let soothing hot water wash over his body. This water, in addition to worries and doubts, also washes away the blood that has accumulated in large quantities on his body. Today was a rather difficult day, and our hero's body was left with quite a few wounds and abrasions. Vincent reflects on the fact that it was only by pure luck that his sister did not notice that there was not a single undamaged spot on him. His entire body was covered in scars. He reflects on how the old and new injuries he received in the abyss have gradually become his health, which can no longer be healed. After some time, he notices a new button that allows for reincarnation. He realizes that he received this opportunity the moment he defeated Damastus in a private one-on-one fight. The system notified Vincent of the victory over the king of the Dark Elves, and this brought a sincere smile to the protagonist's face. Vincent realized that it wasn't just the amazing rewards he got for killing the boss, but also the opportunity to rework the legendary creature. As a reward for refining such a great demon, he received the gravity vortex skill. Vincent smiles sincerely and says that this is Damastus's signature ability, and he hit the jackpot. Having also received a gigantic amount of attribute points, he decides to distribute everything equally. Immediately after this, he opens his stats and discovers that each of them has stopped growing after 512. The system immediately notifies him that the attributes have reached the limit and he cannot add more points. The system simultaneously informs him that all the conditions for reincarnation have been met, which will reset his level to 0, but allow him to level up to the 5th. Vincent speculates that level 1 scavengers, whose maximum attribute point is 512, need to reset their level to 0 to reach the growth threshold. Vincent says that given the risks of level resetting in the abyss, it's best to ignore it. But now he can take advantage of this opportunity. He also remembers the words of the arrogant examiner, who said that if he showed this rune to someone high-ranking, everyone would think that he stole it. Vincent says he has spent so much sweat and blood to become stronger and live a more dignified life, but he is still far from his goal. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that he cannot afford to be limited in growth just yet, and this obstacle must be overcome urgently. Emotions take complete control of his behavior for a while, and he yells at the system, saying that he cannot afford to be weak. Valerie is very surprised to hear loud and pompous speeches from the bathroom, which belong to her brother. The system notifies him that the reincarnation was successful, his level was reset, and the maximum level was increased to 5. Vincent is amazed that all his wounds and scars have disappeared, and now he doesn't have to start from scratch, while Valerie bursts into his room. She tries to ask him why he lied, since there are bloodstains on his clothes, but she comes across a sight she would rather not see. Seeing something that is not intended for people under 18 or for relatives, the girl begins to scream loudly and shrilly. Emotions also get the better of her, causing a powerful explosion in the apartment. Valerie sadly says that she was able to transform again and turned into a giant monster. Vincent understands that now he urgently needs to find a new home for himself, so that he will not be ashamed to invite people there. He goes to the auction house, thinking that there are all sorts of items there, and they need careful identification before they can be sold or bought. And then, right there, he meets a security guard who asks him what he is doing here, and adds that entry is closed to unknown persons. Vincent says that he is collecting the equipment and brought it in to be properly assessed. The employee asks him what level he is if he behaves so brazenly, and allows himself to approach such a house. Vincent muses that even if he reached the maximum level, he would hardly impress anyone, since he is still called level 1. The guard asks him if he understands what this place is, trying to get him out as quickly as possible. Vincent pulls out some interesting gear and offers the employee to evaluate it, saying that after that they can discuss everything properly. The guard wonders if he should be assessing all the trash, and then says that if it makes him leave, he will fulfill his request. At that moment, he takes out a small calculator to do some calculations. A moment later, he says that this trinket is worth absolutely nothing, so it should be thrown into the trash can on the way out. Vincent drops the dagger, and the employee discovers that the dagger is incredibly sharp, meaning something is wrong. Immediately after this, he takes out a special magnifying glass to evaluate this object, and says that he should take a closer look. It only takes a few moments for him to realize that he is looking at a unique item that is worth a fortune. The system notifies him that he is looking at a blade that is as black as the abyss, and requires level 31. The guard says that he made a mistake by not seeing this, which means that all his previous words should be cancelled. He also states quite happily that he almost missed out on some incredible gear that was worthy of everyone's attention. A few hours ago, Vincent was patrolling the warehouse to conduct an inventory of his belongings. He says that his dear little sister will have to live in a hotel for a couple of days, and he will have to sit in the basement of the owner of the house. Sitting up in bed, he notes that these tiny savings will not be enough to cover the next incident that the system causes in their home. Looking at all the things he has collected, he realizes that he needs to somehow sell this equipment, since he desperately needs money. He also realizes that there is plenty of quality, but not the best, gear on the market, and most players will buy something better. From his point of view, in the eyes of the rich, such items are no different from pathetic junk. After a few moments, his inquisitive gaze finds an interesting icon that seems promising to him. He discovers that he can now access the reforging altar literally from his built-in menu. Vincent wonders if such stations from the abyss could be used directly in the outside world, and presses the button. He hears a strange noise, looks up and realizes that he needs to dodge it immediately. Jumping to the side, he saves himself from a rather stupid death. The smoke clears and Vincent smiles, seeing before him a veritable altar of reforging. He takes a few steps towards it, raises his hand and summons a special demonic portal. Looking at the different swords, he wonders if it is worth upgrading the quality of the equipment to increase its value. He decides to start with fairly low-quality swords to ensure he has materials to practice with. The system notifies him that the reforging has failed, and he has received a fragment of a longsword, which is garbage. Vincent suggests that the whole thing went so badly because the equipment level was low, and something more valuable needed to be spent. This time, luck also turns against him, and he receives only a fragment of the equipment he lost. Vincent struggles to hide his tears of despair, realizing that he has just wasted a huge amount of money. Looking around, he wonders if the problem might lie in the altar itself, or in some strange mechanism that makes it work. Vincent also wonders where this altar got its abyssal prefix from, while the system notes that there is an unspecified object in front of it. Vincent uses Locke's insight skill to determine what kind of altar stands before him. The system states that the altar has been identified, and Vincent is happy that the true nature of this artifact will now be revealed to him. The altar is transformed, and the truth is revealed. This is an altar for reforging trash, into which it is profitable to throw only the lowest quality things. Vincent smiles and says that apparently this is a special station for recycling pathetic junk. A strange creature, whose spirit was imprisoned in this altar, hands him a hammer. Vincent remarks that if only trash goes on this altar, then it is probably the best fit. He smiles and says that this is a strange workbench that only successfully improves junk, and tries to throw his knife in there. Another dagger, which has no particular value, is sent as the first test subject. At that very moment, Vincent grabs a special hammer to improve it and swings it hard. The hammer blow shatters the sword into several pieces, but the system notifies him that the remelting was successful. As a reward, he receives the Eclipse, a unique longsword whose blade resembles the night sky. Vincent is surprised to receive unique equipment, which is a very expensive collector's item. He realizes that, given the amount of junk in his inventory, it's literally a money machine. Not wanting to waste another second on empty chatter, he decides to get down to business. The system notifies him of numerous successful reforges and rewards him with legendary items that are worth a fortune. He, however, decides not to stop and reforge as many items as possible in order to earn unrealistic amounts of money. As rewards, he receives unique staves that only the highest ranking and highest level players can wield. Vincent understands that he must make the most of this moment so that he will never need money again. The next reward is a unique hammer, which only level 41 players can wield. The next few hours are spent in painstaking work, during which he creates a real treasure. After finishing his work, he realizes that he has reforged all of his junk equipment and poured the rest into upgrade points. He also receives a notification that he has leveled up and is surprised that it turns out he can level up without killing monsters. This news comes in very handy for him, as now all he has to do is figure out how to turn his equipment into money with his new license. Thus, we find ourselves in the current moment when Vincent has decided to sell off the things he no longer needs. An auction employee asks him how such treasures came into the hands of a common man. Vincent says that his low level doesn't stop him from going into the abyss to collect quality equipment. The employee, smelling fresh money, remarks that this is, of course, entirely possible, not wanting to ask any further questions. Vincent opens his inventory and says that he has a lot of things, so if they are satisfied with the price, he can sell anything. With these words, he opens a veritable abyss of equipment, and a pile of unique items rains down on the auction employee. The employee forgets for a while who he is and what his name is when he sees so much equipment. Not believing his eyes, the man says that he will buy everything he has. Without thinking twice, he runs out to his colleagues and announces that someone needs to prepare a room for the VIP and issue him a platinum guest card. Vincent receives the corresponding privileges and rushes forward, strolling through the luxurious corridors. He wonders, and then asks if platinum members are only entitled to this card and nothing else. Lost in his thoughts, he doesn't notice a man passing by and accidentally bumping into his shoulder. This man turns out to be an extremely arrogant rich man who asks him why he doesn't look around. Vincent apologizes to his interlocutor, saying that he simply got carried away reading, while the latter is already beginning to analyze him. The angry rich man orders Vincent to state his name and the hunting party, to which he honestly replies that he is a loner. Immediately after this, he decides to reveal his name and regalia, saying that he is a member of the Tattoos Guild named Raphael. Vincent reflects on how all members of this group are war-obsessed, and almost all of the participants are feeble-minded berserkers. Vincent does not want to continue the conflict and apologizes to Raphael, saying that he did not want to block his way. Raphael doesn't calm down and takes out his sword, saying that no one can calmly say sorry and leave as if nothing happened. Vincent calmly states that this house is run by a world guild, so Raphael will regret it if he uses force. Raphael asks his interlocutor why he thinks he has the right to walk the same road with him, despite the empty space around. Immediately after this, he calls the guards and says that as a future member of the Tattoos Guild, he demands that Vincent be kicked out and find out who he is. The guards, unaware of the protagonist's situation, approach him to find out what is going on. The employee who had just spoken to him notices the misunderstanding and immediately runs closer, asking why Vincent went through the common room. Raphael asks the employee if he is doing something wrong, but he replies that such behavior is unacceptable. Immediately after this, he apologizes to the protagonist and says that he feels terribly embarrassed, to which Vincent replies that nothing terrible happened. Raphael addresses the guards, saying that he is a high-ranking player, but they do not listen to his words. The employee also addresses Vincent, saying that if he decides to drop by the auction, he can enter here as well, expressing concern about the quality of the items. Vincent says that his view of things is a little different from other people, and he sees treasures where others see trash. The auction employee agrees with his opinion, saying that he is absolutely right, and then escorts him through the VIP room. Chester and the people in this expensive establishment are talking to each other, discussing the latest news. One of them says that small fish like them can only pick up the scraps after the pro, hoping for something worthwhile. Vincent receives notification that his equipment has been sold for a total of several hundred million yuan. Vincent realizes that he will no longer have any need for money, as the host begins to announce the start of the auction. The eccentric host says they are starting a blind auction right here and now. The first item up for sale is a magical ring, which costs 500,000 yuan, but the price is still uncertain. Vincent reflects on the fact that this ring is quite curious and tries to use the eye of insight to identify it. He reflects on the fact that the first items to be put up are usually warm-up lots, and they are not of any interest. Watching closely what is happening, he decides to stir up the party a little and take part in this interesting event. Looking at this ring, he already knows what it is and places 1 million as the initial bet. Raphael watches this obnoxious man closely and assumes that this broken ring is clearly not worth a penny. The participants conclude that only scoundrels with big wallets sit at the top, which means that this item can be very valuable. Once they decide to get into the game, they gradually increase the stakes by small amounts to test the waters. More and more rich people are joining this game that our main character started. He understands that there is still room for maneuver, and says that he is ready to bet 2.5 million. Raphael assumes that his opponent is simply showing off to make himself more important, but decides to take the bait and participate. In response, he says that he is betting 3 million, noting that this price is unbeatable, and the ring will clearly go to him. Vincent calmly states that he is ready to put up 4 million as payment for this ring, realizing that he has 79 million on his balance. Raphael is offended by such a prank and assumes that they are wiping their feet on him, but they try to stop him. However, he says he cannot allow anyone to behave so disrespectfully towards him. Without realizing it, he loudly shouts that he is ready to bet 5 million for this ring. Some employees say that the price for unique equipment usually starts at 5 million. Raphael shouts loudly at Vincent, saying that he has an entire guild behind him, and he can beat any bid. Vincent listens attentively to all this empty chatter, and understands that it seems like a good evening awaits him today. In response to this right, yes, he says that he will raise the price to 10 million for this ring. Raphael states that no single person can shell out 10 million for a single ring, since that amount could be enough to equip a group. He turns to the host and demands that someone check the scoundrel's bank account to make sure everything is according to the rules. The host says that this bet has been checked and they don't see any problems, which surprises everyone else. Raphael can't help but feel hurt and knows he can't let this pompous bastard drag him through the mud. Growing annoyed, he looks at his opponent, trying to understand what his plan is. Believing Vincent to be a lone hunter, he prepares to take revenge on him with a powerful bet. In response, he says he is raising the price to 10,500,000. Vincent stands up proudly and says he's willing to bet 100 million for the ring. The brutal bet of 100 million knocks down even such a pompous rich man as Raphael. Vincent understands that even if no one bids more, he can make unique equipment for the same amount tomorrow. The presenter can't believe his eyes, after which he says that he'll wait a few more seconds for the next bets to be accepted. Vincent provokes Raphael a little and wonders if this ring could be of supreme value. He also recalls the words of the protagonist, who declared that he would find blood where others only saw trash. Besides everything else, Raphael remembers well the attitude of the employees towards him, who say that he knows something that the others do not. Meanwhile, the host says that in a few more seconds he will stop accepting bets on this ring. Raphael decides to make his move and says he is willing to bet 200 million as payment for the ring. The people here are surprised by such extravagance, noting that any hunting party could go bankrupt if they spent that amount. Raphael continues to provoke the protagonist, asking him if he is ready to raise the bet even higher, since he has so much money. Vincent smiles and says he has been outbid and relinquishes the bid, saying he will not be participating in the auction again. Raphael laughs at the main character, saying that he clearly doesn't deserve this ring. His comrade asks him why he spent 200 million on some ring if they came here to equip their brothers in arms. Raphael reassures his comrade, saying that his analysis is too precise. This ring clearly has divine value. Vincent smiles and says that at the altar of reforging, any equipment could have a chance to become legendary. But the chances of this are extremely small. Vincent's analysis, thanks to his innate abilities, turns out to be more accurate, and he knows perfectly well that this ring is worthless. Near Insight and in advance told him the cost of this item, so he did it only out of boredom. Raphael happily holds up the item's card and tries to identify it, hoping that everyone will now open their mouths in surprise. The appraisal process begins, and everyone holds their breath in anticipation of how valuable this artifact really is. A few seconds pass, and everyone knows that such a sum was just spent on an ordinary-looking iron ring. Raphael looks at the ring for a moment, not believing what just happened. However, after a few moments his jaw drops almost completely. He realizes that he has just been deceived. Raphael curses the scoundrel named Vincent, who deceived him, and demands a refund for what he just bought. He also claims that he was talking nonsense when he bet those fabulous sums, and suggests that what happened was a mistake. The presenter says that according to the rules, Raphael was acting on behalf of his group, and within 24 hours they would notify him and demand payment. He also says that since the stake was extremely high, they will find someone to take them to the association and get all the money. Raphael leaves the auction, sending Vincent's curse as a final message. The other people here smirk, saying that this guy just razed an entire guild to the ground without shedding a drop of blood. The host says that they are continuing with the next lot and are getting ready to announce the next item. He states that a wild transformation necklace will be sold now, which has interesting skills. Vincent muses that this necklace is perfect for his little sister, and it makes sense to bargain for it. As an interesting teaser, he bets just 1 yuan to check his email. The people here understand that if such a rich, experienced person is willing to bet just 1 yuan for this necklace, then it is not worth fighting for. They make a choice that they definitely cannot raise his rate, and whoever tries to do so will be a fool. The host tries to figure out whether all the people who came here can be so easily fooled, but no one continues to place bets. People who think they are smarter than everyone else think that these are too banal scams. Only the brainless accumulate such things. Vincent chuckles at this question, and then no one dares to offer more, because he has already confirmed that he can bet a lot. The hosts stutter, saying that the item was sold to a mysterious contestant who takes it for just 1 yuan. Once others find out that the necklace was a unique collectible, they start to beat themselves up for their lack of confidence. Vincent smiles and takes out his phone to check his bank account. He receives a notification that he earned about 180 million on this auction. A smile appears on his face and he realizes that he can finally afford a really nice place to live. He goes to a fairly expensive area and contacts a special realtor who shows him affordable housing. Looking at the house chosen by the protagonist, the realtor says that this level of real estate is designed for the city's wealthiest people. He states that it makes sense to choose something cheaper. But Vincent declares that he will take this house for himself. The realtor says that with the current credit rating, this will not be possible. Vincent replies that he does not intend to take out loans and will pay the full amount in cash up front. He also states that he has a small request, which is that everything should be ready by noon, as he wants to move in there today. A few hours pass and Vincent transports his dear sister and his friends to this expensive penthouse that he just bought. He states that it's quite spacious here, so even if Valerie transforms, she won't break anything. He also tells his dear sister that from this day on, he will never let her suffer again. Some time passes, and the party comes to its logical conclusion. Vincent goes out onto the balcony to get some fresh air, and Emily finds him there. She says that Vincent seems strange today, like he's not himself, to which he says he needed some fresh air. He also notes that even in the most luxurious apartments, city noise never goes away. Emily congratulates him on his achievements and asks if he is happy with what he has achieved. The girl hands him special crystals and says that this is a gift that she has prepared in honor of the celebration. Vincent asks her if these are the same crystals they talked about earlier. Emily smiles and says that she decided to return the crystal to him as a gift, since she kept it for several years and wore it every time. She also notes that this crystal always reminded her that there are people in the world who do not want to accept their fate. She states that this is precisely why she believed that with him, she would get out of any trouble safe and sound. From her point of view, since she met him, she realized that luck is rarely the main factor in a good life. Vincent says that in this world everything depends on luck and what people do themselves. Emily insists that this is precisely what she likes about him. Because when she proved herself as a hunter, her success was attributed to her family background. She adds that this crystal is not worth a lot of money, but its value, like Vincent's, cannot be expressed in numbers. Inspired, the girl declares that this is precisely why she likes him at home, in the apartment, in the expensive car, and in someone else's life. Vincent says that his requests are not that great, but he will need a lot of money for the matter she spoke of. Looking at his friend, he asks if she remembers his words about how he could assemble his own hunting party. Emily says he's right, and points out that it takes a lot of investment to equip her group. Vincent states that he would like to create his own hunting party to go to the most difficult areas of the abyss, because one man is no warrior. With these words, he turns to his inventory and takes out the golden relic that he had been keeping all this time. He adds that if he cannot adapt to the rules of this world's game, he will have to become a law himself. After a while, the party ends completely, and all the guests go home, leaving Vincent alone with his sister. After completing his bedtime routine, he goes downstairs to take out the trash that has accumulated over the years. He notes with disappointment that the apartment is luxurious, but taking out the trash is inconvenient because it takes a long walk to the city dump. Suddenly, an unknown man appears behind him and asks what kind of servant he is here. He adds that the garbage in this expensive building is removed by the building's maintenance staff, and there is no need to bring your own dirt here. Vincent introduces himself and says that he is not a servant, but owns an apartment nearby. Immediately after this, he extends his hand to introduce himself according to the rules of politeness. Unfortunately, this man turns out to be quite uncultured, and puts a banana peel in Vincent's hand. He explains that rich people live here, and none of the co-owners are likely to take out the trash themselves. Immediately after this, he turns around and declares that the place needed to be cleaned up and hopes to never see Vincent again. The protagonist understands that such an insult cannot be left unanswered, and decides to use his enhanced abilities. Using the gravity prison skill, he lifts the villain into the air to teach him a lesson. Looking at his opponent, he says that he has desecrated his trash and orders him to lower it down, demanding that he pick up the banana peel. The arrogant scoundrel hits his head hard on the asphalt, but does not receive any serious injuries. He tries to get up and asks how a simple servant dared to do this to him. Vincent looks closely at his opponent and is notified that his victim is in a depressed state and cannot use combat skills. Vincent understands that it is necessary to carry out educational work on such scoundrels so that they behave more respectfully. He adds that he will not do it again and orders him to pick up the banana peel he threw away. Vincent's opponent declares that as soon as he gets up, he will smear him against the wall, since no one dares to treat him like that. This villain tries to use the skill to remove control, but Vincent is too strong. The scoundrel falls face down in the dirt and asks where such a servant got the legendary control skill that cannot be removed. Vincent claims that the gravity vortex was given to him by a legendary monster, and that it is essentially stronger than what is taught at the academy. The scoundrel tries to justify himself and says that the pathetic servant attacked him from behind, so he had no opportunity to use force. Vincent gradually loses patience and asks if he is so stupid that he does not understand his own words. A moment later, he shouts at him to pick up the trash and increases the effect of the gravity vortex. Finally, his opponent gives in and promises to pick up the banana peel if Vincent lets him go. Vincent turns around and orders a relaxing vector, giving his opponent a chance to get up. Immediately after this, he throws him into the trash so that he knows his place and does not behave like a loser in the future. He claims that even in the rich areas, trouble will await him at every step. A few moments later, he receives a call from his sister, saying that he was delayed because he needed to pick up something. After this, he returns to the house and gets a good night's sleep until the morning comes. The next day he puts on his inexpensive suit and makes his bed. He happily says that the older the house, the more comfortable it is to be in. After some time, the owner of the house comes to visit him and says that he can no longer rent this house, since someone bought it. Vincent smiles and says that it was him, and now the land adjacent to this house also belongs to him. Instead, the action is temporarily transferred to the headquarters of the World Guild in the Parliament building. One of the workers is talking to his friend and says that some buyer at the auction paid 200 million. There is disappointment in his voice, as they have invested in this guild and their problems are now extremely disadvantageous. His interlocutor claims that this guilty person appeared once at the hunter's evaluation and received a full license there. The informant also claims they have older evidence that he was involved with the now defunct Blood Oath group. Immediately after this, he notes that the crystal recorded fluctuations in his energy at high levels. The information states that traces of this man were found at the site where Caesar died and in the testing room. A member of the World Guild makes the assumption that this person has some special profession that is unknown to anyone. The informant claims that this is most likely a special profession that is not listed and could easily destroy the current hierarchy. A World Guild employee says there is nothing to worry about, since they can force anyone to obey the rules. They also say that in this era they are gods, and according to God's rules, everyone must play their role. Meanwhile, Vincent heads to the World Guild building to finally register his group. He hands his award to the employee and says that he would like to start a small squad. The employee asks him if he knows the requirements for creating a hunting group. Vincent states the initial requirements, to which the employee replies that it is also necessary to obtain qualifications. Vincent states that he can pay the initial fee with incredible ease, to which the girl replies that the necessary license can be obtained at the hunting hall. Vincent passes through a special room, and the name of his squad appears on the screen. The hunters there look at it carefully and say that the name looks rather stupid. The employees claim that due to his low level, the system assigned his group to extremely low-skilled jobs. Vincent wonders if he will be assigned to collect trash after the tests he went through. Suddenly, yesterday's opponent appears behind him, who says that in their last meeting he took out the trash, and now he will collect it. He also states that today the miserable wretch will learn how much that spit in the face will cost for the sake of a fleeting pleasure. People nearby recognize this man as the legendary Farhad, who is a high-ranking hunter. They also claim that everyone who stood in his way ended up badly and were given inferior work without the opportunity to recruit participants. Vincent smiles and says that he came here only to look for new people, and personal grievances have no meaning here. Farhad says that he can't just let this insult go. But if Vincent apologizes now and then becomes his garbage man, he'll think about it. Vincent chuckles and says that Farhad himself is not even worth the extra work, which makes him angry. Farhad's subordinates take him away to avoid further conflicts, but he continues to send curses. After some time, other people begin to flock to Vincent, impressed by his courage, saying that they want to join him. Among these people is a well-known Chester, whom the other players do not value and try not to take with them. Vincent asks him why. Even after passing the exam, he can't find a group for himself, to which he replies that his reputation speaks for itself. He also says that if Vincent takes him with him, he is ready to follow him through fire and water. Vincent wonders if no one really wanted to take him, to which he replies that he wasn't really looking. Vincent chuckles and says that the rank of the task won't matter, since the job of collecting trash will do anyway. He also states that those who are directly called the main forces should fight the monsters. Still keeping a smile on his face, he says that even with money, not all problems can be solved. Farhad, meanwhile, continues to assert his rights, saying that he is the leader of the heart of the hunt, and today he will only take 10 people. A huge number of elite fighters approach him and say that they really want to join his group. Chester claims that these old farts want to suck up to his father in order to gain the opportunity to open new connections. Farhad praises these people for their numbers, saying that they have a head on their shoulders, unlike all the trash. After some time, they discover that a girl of amazing beauty has come here. One of them says that this girl's name is Eleanor, and she has appeared in the hunting community recently, but has already gained fame. Chester says that this is the same stunning witch who passed the hunter's assessment. He also states that he managed to work with her for a little while. And then in battle she took the most damage and brought them an easy victory. Chester and Vincent decide to recruit this girl to their team, as she can be of great help. Unfortunately, they don't manage to get to her in time, and Farhad gets ahead of them, addressing this girl in a very familiar manner. He says that he is very sorry that there are only 2 groups to choose from today, but he invites her to the Hunter's Heart group. He also states that the garbage man's house is a complete mess, which angers Chester. Eleanor continues to look extremely unimpressed, and says that she has already chosen her group. Immediately after this, she heads towards the main character, and Farhad asks her if she really wants to waste her talent. Eleanor extends her hand to Vincent, and says that he has come up with a pretty good name for the band. Immediately after this, she introduces herself and says that she is a fire-type mage, and asks to be taken into the party. Vincent and Chester identify themselves by their first name, and say that they will always welcome her into their group. For a few moments they freeze, realizing that such touching between a man and a girl looks a little strange. Vincent tries to smooth things over and says they can have a little snack, but the girl immediately replies that she is not hungry. Vincent realizes that this is just a woman's deception, and asks the employee if he can order food here. Eleanor decides not to pretend and takes the menu, saying that she will order absolutely everything that is there. Farhad continues to be angry about what is happening, asking why this girl refused to participate in his group. Suddenly, an ominous figure appears behind them, asking everyone to disperse so he can pass. Farhad and the other people immediately understand that this man is not to be trifled with and immediately give him a break. Even Chester and Eleanor look up and realize that the man has come here. This man is none other than the nameless warrior, who looks around, maintaining the same sad expression on his face. People around him say that he killed all the members of his group with whom he managed to work. Vincent also heard voices that this man brought bad luck to any ally he associated with. The nameless warrior approaches the protagonist and says that he sensed his presence and somehow came here. Vincent smiles and says that his hunting group is recruiting members. If he came here, it means he wants to join it. The nameless warrior sits down on a chair and takes a piece of cake directly from Eleanor. He states that he would really like to join his group and asks if he has the courage to accept him. The nameless warrior says that not only does it make it easier to fail checks and take damage, but it also makes it easier to get worse items. Farhad's allies say that everyone knows that the nameless warrior hasn't worn gear for years because he's so unlucky. Vincent listens carefully to his ally and asks him if his low luck is really causing him to drop bad equipment. The nameless warrior says he earns his living by carrying out orders for clients if the pay is good, but he doesn't look at the rewards from the posts. He also states that others have a different opinion, but Vincent says that this is exactly what he was looking for. Immediately after this, he says that the nameless warrior is obliged to join them, since they were only waiting for such a special talent. Farhad assumes that Vincent is completely crazy, allowing such an unlucky person to be invited to join his squad. The nameless warrior warns him, saying that the void will consume his team and scatter them like dust in the wind. However, he states that he still accepts the invitation, and Vincent confidently states that he will not give anyone from his team to the abyss. Farhad's allies note that the man appears to be very strong, but they quickly remind him that he always returns alone. Farhad assumes that this young man hires idiots and some kind of personifications of failure, so his fate is doomed. Vincent states that his band has now accepted 3 members, and therefore he only needs 1 person to assemble the minimum lineup and get approval. Quite a long time passes, but no one expresses a desire to join his group. Gradually, the enthusiasm of our heroes fades away due to the fact that no one tries to join them. Chester speaks tensely about how, for some reason, they are not popular. Eleanor states that the answer to this is simple, since the nameless warrior and Chester are ruining their reputation. Farhad also says that the clock is ticking, and if they don't get the right team together, his application will simply be cancelled. He also mockingly says that from now on, not only will he not be able to be the leader of the group, but even if he uses the license, he will have problems. He also asks him if he still doesn't regret what he did, to which he confidently replies that he already has enough participants. Farhad laughs and says that this is some kind of joke. In his squad there is a person like Chicken Chester. Immediately after this, he states that this man is not a serious warrior, and even support from him is so-so. Immediately after this, he turns his attention to Eleanor, saying that she is a rather stupid woman for joining this team. He also states that his team has a bad luck star who is a fool. Vincent says that there is one more person who is ready to join their team, but he just hasn't arrived yet. After a while, Emily's voice is heard in the air, saying that she was stuck in the abyss and almost died, which is why she was late. Smiling, she says that nothing else matters, since she will support any movement. Farhad and the other members of his group watch the movements of this graceful warrior in amazement. One of his allies says that this girl is the youngest in the company, which in turn is the sponsor of the World Guild. Farhad wonders how these two can be close, and she answers that this girl is known for her rebelliousness and fighting spirit. Farhad's allies also say that this still shows that Vincent has outstanding qualities that could attract the interest of such a girl. An employee congratulates the garbage collector's house group, saying that it was successfully founded, since the required number of people were enrolled. Vincent smiles and wonders if they can follow the heart of the hunt group in order to collect all the trophies. Farhad says that a group of such a low rank cannot venture into the high-level abyss, but Vincent points out that this is not the case. Immediately after this, he receives approval for his application to collect garbage in the Class A abyss. A genuine smile spreads across his face, and he suggests that we throw all the warnings aside and just work together. Farhad slaps his hand away and says that if he has decided to pick up their trash, he can take advantage of it. He also states that he will make sure that they get nothing but slop. Vincent smiles and says that he will follow him to the very end to take all the trophies. Chester asks his boss if he really volunteered to become this obnoxious man's slave, to which he states that it is just a trick. He says that only with the status of a garbage collector is the restriction on hiking lifted, which means it will be beneficial. He states that on the mission to the Black Tower, the key is a special stone. Vincent informs his comrades that according to the guild's reports, the key is located on one of the missions in the abyss, and they were given such a job for a reason. The nameless warrior states that the key to the Black Tower is a ticket to its trial, where rewards depend on the number of floors completed. Eleanor notes that there one can obtain the removal of curses, cures for incurable diseases, or even the return to life of those who died in the abyss. Emily states that if anyone can reach these trials, they are among the strongest alive. Chester asks if this all-powerful key can instantly make him a superstar, to which the answer is that such things are beyond the power of the gods. Chester says, disappointed, that in that case he will choose something more substantial, even though it is not what he wanted. Vincent smiles and declares that they have a chance to get the key, and if they are lucky, they will find it first. Emily shares his enthusiasm and asks how he planned it. Vincent honestly admits that he initially thought that everything would go much more smoothly, and that people would come to his group themselves because of his rating. He also states that the final result is not bad, but he expected a little more. The day of the mission arrives and the action moves to the gates of the abyss. The hunting parties arrive one after another, looking around for possible traps. Chester goes inside and says he's surprised you can see the sky in the abyss. He immediately starts walking around, saying that he didn't expect the abyss to be anything more than a closed dungeon. Vincent notes that the abyss is sometimes described as an open world with no rooms, but it is particularly dangerous. Looking back at his allies, he asks why they are dressed so strangely, to which they reply that the sun is bad for women's skin. Quite quickly they set off ahead and begin to wade in the endless wasteland, where many interesting things are hidden. Farhad says he can't stand such open spaces because they have to walk a long time to find anything. At the same time, a squad of scavengers silently trails behind the main group, without saying a word. One of the sorcerers says that according to rumors, there is an oasis in the center of the abyss, and in it, a fortress. Farhad irritably states that they have been walking for quite a long time, and still have not seen a single patch of greenery. Other fighters note that the place has a strange feeling, with a huge flock of birds circling overhead, ready to attack at any moment. The hunter asks if these are really birds and looks closely. After a while, he realizes that these are not birds at all, which usually do not pose a threat. A moment later he orders everyone to take up arms, as these are not birds, but real harpies. He also notes that when they are open, as if in the palm of your hand, monsters have an advantage in attacking from the air. One of the fighters asks the garbage collectors why they haven't hidden yet, suggesting that they're simply tired of living. Vincent says there is nothing to be afraid of, since harpies can only pick up people and throw them from a height, and otherwise they are harmless. Emily notes that if the harpies manage to catch anyone from the main group, it will only indicate poor positioning. The warrior says that the scavengers are just there to help, and don't dare risk the lives of the main fighters. Meanwhile, the harpies ignore the chatter and attack the careless fighters. The creatures attack in huge numbers, taking advantage of the enemy's disorganization. The archer manages to make several accurate shots and neutralize several harpies, but this is not enough. This attracts the attention of several monsters at once, and one of them grabs him by the shoulders. Waving his legs and arms, he calls to his comrades to come faster. One of the fighters rushes forward, trying to pull his friend out of the air. However, he is too slow and does not manage to save his comrade in time. Eleanor watches the harpy's trajectory closely and realizes she must act decisively. A moment later, she causes a powerful explosion to destroy the harpy before it gets too high. The archer falls into the sand, leaving behind a small crater. Eleanor mockingly notes that all this time she thought the members of the Heart of the Hunt were the true elite. After this, she makes a beautiful gesture of blowing ashes from her finger and declares that some of the people here were just extras. The archer tries to justify himself by saying that he was simply distracted, otherwise he would have found shelter. Vincent says that the fighters in this group do not hold their positions and shift responsibility to others, which does not reflect well on them. Meanwhile, a whole squad of harpies is flying in their direction, ready to lift them into the air. The warrior tries to warn his comrades, but the archer stops him, saying that these people need to be taught a lesson. Vincent watches the monsters as they rapidly approach him, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, the greedy harpies begin to click their beaks, anticipating easy prey. They quickly surround the protagonist, who, deciding to quickly draw his twin daggers, prepares to attack. Not a few seconds pass before the head of one of the harpies falls to the ground. The archer wonders how such a lucky weakling was able to hit the weak spot with the first blow. Another harpy, defeated by the main character, begins to croak loudly, which frightens this archer and makes him shut up. Frightened, he takes a few steps back and asks the others to help him further shame the harpies. Vincent walks up to the harpy and steps on it to crush its head and render it harmless forever. Vincent calmly states that the harpy has excellent hearing, so if no one wants to fall into the trap, they need to be quiet. Farhad, meanwhile, easily destroys the feathered creatures that come too close to him. Other members of his squad, to the best of their abilities, also deal with the feathered pests that try to grab them. Despite their apparent danger, these harpies actually pose little threat, as they are too easy to destroy. After some time, these creatures realize the hopelessness of their situation and decide to retreat. When fleeing, harpies emit a distinctive and loud roar, which signals to everyone that they are deciding to flee in panic. Farhad wonders who hired these useless trackers and warriors, since they have not proven themselves in any way. Chester wonders if the danger is past, or if he can wait a little longer. Emily says that these monsters are not that strong, but they will choose those who have changed their profession. You can hear them clearly from the air. She also says that it is easy for them to break through the lines of tanks on defense and attack the back rows, so it is better to remain quiet. One of the sorcerers says that they scared the harpies so much that they no longer dare to come close. However, after a few moments, he begins to hear the ground trembling, which signals the approach of something dangerous. They wonder what the hell is going on and why the ground is shaking so much. Emily suggests that the harpies were not afraid of them at all, but of a more dangerous enemy. The earth actually begins to shake more and more violently as the formidable warriors approach. These warriors are humanoid creatures that pose a threat to any living thing they come across. These creatures are a whole army of orcs which have a fairly high level. Farhad warns his comrades not to come any closer, because a huge army is approaching that must be defeated. He orders the healers to immediately take the back rows and the tanks to send the vanguard to cover them. He also claims that he is a commander and can give orders to more than 20 fighters at once. Looking at the people watching them, he says that they will show the garbage collectors the power of their fighting group in all its glory. Without thinking twice, they take up a fighting stance and prepare to engage and destroy the monster hunters. Farhad waits for the right moment, then uses the tyrant's strength skill and rushes forward. His victorious attack sows death and destruction, and also cuts off the heads of anyone who comes close to him. His arrogance also never leaves him, and he calls all his opponents pathetic weaklings. After this, he gives the command to his comrades to attack as a united front in order to destroy these opponents. Vincent continues to watch the action, waiting for the moment when he can collect a suitable trophy. Vincent states that the ogres are not too strong, and their squad should be able to hold them off without much trouble. Eleanor asks him if they're thinking about joining this fight to level up a bit. Vincent says that if the main battle group wants to put on a show, then they will do what they want, and they will pick up the spoils. A few moments later, an orc lands next to them, which someone had deliberately thrown there. Having quickly recovered, this creature lets out a strange cry in some language unknown to other people. Moments later, his head explodes in a fiery blast, sending him to the next world forever. Vincent guesses that this throw was made specifically to cause them trouble. Farhad chuckles as he looks at the group of scavengers, wondering if they are still alive. Vincent carefully examines the trophies that dropped from this orc, and realizes that all that dropped from him was just pathetic trash. After this, they turn their gaze to their comrade, who has an incredibly low luck attribute. Chester continues collecting junk and says that their group will most likely just throw away such things, since they are not interested in rarity below purple. Vincent, however, states that they collect gray items specifically because they are extremely valuable to him. Farhad and his group continue to destroy the orcs one after another, and notes that not a single item, even of blue rarity, has dropped. He angrily declares that there is nothing to see here, as these objects are too useless. The sorcerer states that it is as if they have entered an anomaly, since none of them can deal critical damage. Farhad begins to curse fate for sending them the unluckiest day of their lives. Vincent watches what is happening and says that the main forces of the monsters, apparently, are in no hurry to attack with all their might, and this is somehow unusual. Emily notes that this is strange, since monsters should be mindless and attack in crowds, like hunters. Vincent says that after he met the dark elf at the assessment, he feels like things aren't so simple. He points and says that most likely the monsters are simply communicating in their own language. Indeed, as they zoom in further, it becomes obvious that the orcs are discussing something. Farhad continues to give commands, saying that the tanks should hold their ground and the healer should restore their health. A few moments later, he launches another attack, and the warriors prepare to stop them. The archers continue to shoot with all their might, rejoicing because they have finished off another crayfish. The most arrogant archers get too carried away with this and their work, not noticing the sabotage in their backs. A few moments later, the earth opens up and a large number of orcs appear behind him. In this situation, a whole squad of dangerous opponents manage to sneak up unnoticed and set up an ambush. These particular orcs have special equipment for ambush attacks and throw special nets. The sorcerer addresses his commander, saying that the back lines are in danger, so they need to move in to save them. Farhad states that this is a stupid idea, as they need to push forward, and suggests continuing the offensive. He also recommends showing the monsters where the cursed garbage collectors are located, in order to direct their aggression towards them. People caught in an ambush realize that it is time to use the special means they have. With these words, they take out small containers containing strange things. A rather bizarre operation takes place, resulting in several smoke bombs exploding in the air. The system notifies all nearby players that the monster's aggression has been reset. The game stands still for a moment, looking at each other stupidly. However, after a while, a brilliant idea comes to them, and they begin to chatter to each other in their own language. Noticing a group collecting garbage nearby, they immediately rush towards them. The nameless warrior at this point says that they have guests, to which Chester anxiously replies that they are monsters that have infiltrated through the front lines. Eleanor rightly points out that these monsters were lured here on purpose, and Emily agrees. The group tries to figure out what needs to be done, but they are all stopped by Vincent, who suggests waiting a little. Eleanor looks at him in surprise and asks why they still can't use magic. Vincent speculates that the orc hordes are apparently luring them into a trap, so that the group can first try to scout out the situation. He also grabs his weapon and says that he himself can hold the flanks to avoid being ambushed. At that moment, he rushes forward to take the fight and prevent his opponents from overtaking him. The orcs look in surprise at the man rapidly approaching them, trying to understand what he was planning. As he approaches, the greenskins aim several trap nets in his direction, but all this proves futile. It quickly becomes clear that he is too fast to be caught. The orcs don't have time to understand what happened when suddenly Vincent appears behind one of them. The sound of a sharp blade is heard, and the orcs turn to the side. They find Vincent using a powerful kick to knock one of his opponents over. At that very moment, several aggressive individuals rush forward to tear him to pieces. Vincent once again uses evasive maneuvers to playfully outsmart his opponents. Immediately after this, he prepares to carry out a small attack. Before carrying out his plan, he lands on the ground, gathering as many opponents as possible around him. Emily continues to watch her comrade, wondering if he has become even stronger in these few days. He also says that now he is so fast that it is difficult to discern even the movement of his swords. All that outside observers manage to notice is a huge number of limbs flying into the air. Along with the limbs, the heads also fly into the air due to the incredible force of the main character's blow. Thus, it turns into a real whirlwind of death that does not spare any monster in its path. The orcs realize that they must use tactical retreat if they are to survive. Vincent makes no attempt to pursue them, giving them the opportunity to quickly escape and regroup. He looks at them carefully and wonders if they really decided to run away so quickly. The unsuspecting fighters of the main group assume that those garbage collectors must have given it their all and are most likely already dead. However, after a while, their smug chatter is interrupted by the loud thunder of orcish feet. Looking back, they realize that they cannot believe what is happening, because they have never seen the orcs retreat with such force. it quickly becomes clear that a little ping-pong between hordes of monsters has occurred. And this time the sword is on the side of the main group. The smug villains begin to call for help. But Vincent is in no hurry to help the people who are trying to kill him. Vincent reflects that his guess has been confirmed, and the orcs are smart enough to attack the weak and retreat when faced with a stronger enemy. He also realizes that these creatures clearly have some kind of intelligence, while the main group is facing a problem. A giant cloud of dust rises, from which nevertheless, a giant mace quickly becomes visible. An incredibly large creature deals a powerful blow to the team's main tank, knocking it into the ground. One of the other fighters wonders if their tank was really taken out with just one hit. Farhad turns to his healers and asks why they didn't monitor this man's health indicators. The healer says that he didn't even have time to keep up with what was happening, since only one blow occurred, deciding the fate of the tank. Meanwhile, the smoke cloud continues to swirl, gradually dissipating. Let the additional rumble continue for a few more moments as the giant creature approaches. This creature is a giant org with an accompanying leader sitting on its head. Farhad realizes that they are facing extremely serious enemy concentrations. He understands that this high-level group is much stronger than ordinary hunters, and they came as if from a completely different difficulty. Turning towards his comrades, he orders them to reorganize their formation and hold the line. However, what he sees immediately forces him to change his plans, as the situation quickly deviates from his plan. The retreating damage dealers say that the orc warriors have cut off the back rows, and now they are surrounded by monsters. Vincent, watching what is happening, says that the first orcs were just bait. A powerful explosion is heard, raising a smokescreen, blocking the vision of outside observers. Several beams of energy hit the orcs' heads, instantly stunning them and causing them to fall to the ground. Farhad enters a battle rage and rushes forward to cut down as many opponents as possible. He destroys one orc after another, and no one can do anything against him because of his determination. Finally, he stops near the main orc, preparing to give him a worthy fight. He smugly says that only fools would be afraid of some weak-willed monsters, since everything is powerless against his titan power. However, the giant orc, on whose head sits the chieftain responsible for his mind, is not afraid of such a test. Farhad rushes forward and orders the leader to simply die in order to clear the passage for further testing. However, the orc decides to charge his hand with some mysterious magic to launch an attack. Farhad attacks straight at the orc's arm, but it doesn't stop, instead continuing to press on him. Farhad tries to understand how this is possible, and why some pathetic monster can stop him. After a few moments, a flash appears in the orc's hand, which throws him quite far away. He lands on his feet, but feels injured, which makes him proud, and he wonders where such power could have come from. Immediately after this, a powerful and rapid transformation is observed in the body of his opponent. The empowered orc rushes forward, ready to continue the battle with his opponent. Farhad doesn't have time to react to the rapid movements of the real giant, and gets punched right in the face. The next attack in this combination of moves also hits Farhad, and he flies to the side several dozen meters. And this time he feels incredible damage, and tries to cough up blood to regain his strength. The warriors from the main battle group look at their leader's defeat and try to figure out what to do now. They rush forward, realizing that they must help their elder by any means necessary. They once again form a defensive formation to rescue their leader and ensure his evacuation. Farhad rises to his feet at that moment, while the sorcerers and archers shoot at the approaching orcs. The smug archer continues to fire one arrow after another, commanding all the other creatures to die. The shaman, who is on the head of a giant ogre, decides to intervene in this course of events in order to change it a little. Red lightning strikes the bodies of orcs who were recently pierced by an arrow, bringing them back to life. Most orcs go into a blood frenzy to last a little longer and deal more damage. One of them lunges forward, grabbing the archer with its giant hands. The rest of the fire team are trying to figure out what's going on here, and why the dead orcs are suddenly starting to move again. The most perceptive of them realizes that necromantic magic is involved here and orders everyone to move away. Within moments, the bodies of these orcs produce a powerful explosion that causes quite serious damage. Applicants located near Farhad say they can't even manage to treat anyone at this rate. The group leader says that it is necessary to throw smoke bombs to reduce the monster's aggression and retreat. Vincent, carefully observing what is happening, guesses that the necromantic spells that turn bodies into bombs are to blame for everything. Finally, he turns to his comrades and advises them to stay away from the corpses that the paws leave behind. He also looks at the unfortunate monster who is trying to get to him so he can explode. Vincent takes a more sophisticated solution, calling upon his deity to recycle this near corpse. A moment later, the hands of the trash deity appear out of nowhere and drag the dying orc into the abyss. The countless number of orcs he had just slaughtered, and who had not yet been reached by the curse of necromancy, were also sent there. After some time, the battlefield gradually calms down, but Vincent realizes that the situation is not getting any better. Eleanor notes that all the enemy bodies have disappeared, and Chester praises his boss, saying that he is incredibly cool. The nameless warrior wonders what this strange ability is, to which Vincent replies that he will tell about it later. For now, all the corpses need to be removed. Vincent reflects that at another time, he would calmly look at this garbage and recycle it, but now everything will have to be done quickly and indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Farhad and the remnants of his group rush towards the main character. When they arrive, he says that he will make them a very generous offer. Vincent says he is listening to him very carefully, trying to understand what this man is up to. Farhad says the Scavenger group seems eager to show off, so he can include in the mission report that they accomplished an incredible feat. Vincent says that collecting trash is just right for him, and he doesn't want to hear complaints about that competence if he tries something else. Farhad's expression immediately changes, and he says that this time he wholeheartedly invites them to cooperate with the main combat group. Vincent and his team are trying to figure out what this man is up to and why he is so desperate to cooperate. To understand what happened, you need to go back a few minutes, when explosions continue to thunder everywhere. Farhad understands that their large-scale attacks do not have a serious impact on the opponents, and they are still standing on their feet. They are especially irritated by the giant monster, which turns out to be not as easy to deal with as they initially think. His comrade says that they don't need to go head-on against high-level enemies, and that they can simply go around them. Farhad says that if they try to do something like that, they will find themselves trapped. His interlocutor offers him a good idea, according to which he simply needs to lure those very same garbage collectors here. Farhad realizes that this is a great idea, as they will be able to lure them there so that the giant monster can deal with them. That's how he ends up here with his strange proposal for cooperation and says that they will behave honestly. Chester says this group just wants them to go into battle as cannon fodder and hopes it's not obvious. The nameless warrior says it's an obvious trap, but Emily says it's a great chance to train. Farhad asks them how they feel about such a proposal and informs them that they will be treated as an A-rank group. Vincent says he accepts the offer and Chester starts crying while Emily is overjoyed. Farhad praises them and says that they are worthy of choice, and that as a sign of friendship, they will all rush into the attack together. Vincent says that before they begin this adventure, they need to consult with each other a little. Chester hopes that his friend will not seriously try to work with these people, because it is very dangerous. Vincent hands him the shield and says that it will definitely come in handy, because he will be able to protect himself. Chester is delighted to receive the legendary item and says he won't be able to afford to repair it. Emily asks if she can heal them and states that healing isn't her thing, but she'll try. Vincent smiles and says she will be a wonderful nanny, but she starts to get upset because that is not her role. Vincent advises her not to rush into battle, as she is responsible for the support of those in the back rows. Chester and Eleanor are now members of her group, which she is not very enthusiastic about. Vincent also places high hopes on her and says that she must protect them conscientiously. Vincent, meanwhile, tells Eleanor to keep a safe distance just in case. After that, he turns his gaze to the nameless warrior, who has been looking around with a bored expression all this time. Vincent understands that this man is nothing to worry about and says that he can do whatever he wants. Smiling, he also says that their goal has not changed at all, and that they continue to follow their path. With incredible pride, he declares that they are up to the task and defeating the boss without the help of these guys. Farhad explains that their group will close the line to prevent attacks from behind. After their group of heroes leaves, Farhad looks at them in surprise and tries to understand why they are so stupid. The smoke gradually thickens, and their silhouettes slowly but surely disappear into the smoke of battle. Farhad and his henchmen decide to get out of here as quickly as possible, since they will certainly be dealt with quickly. Meanwhile, a lone silhouette emerges from the smokescreen, addresses the orcs, and orders them to come closer. They immediately rush forward aggressively to smear him against the wall and put his head on a pike as a trophy. However, after a few moments, a powerful explosion occurs that destroys absolutely all living things in its path. These orcs fall lifelessly to the ground, and all their strength, as well as the will to live, instantly evaporates. The other orcs begin to tremble, as they have never faced such a threatening opponent before. Even the big orc, with his comrade on his shoulders, is trying to figure out what kind of creature it is that dares so much. Vincent says he can't understand a single word these orcs say, but that turns out to be a solvable problem. The system notifies him that he has successfully passed the intelligence test, and now understands the language of these monsters. The orc leader says that their clan is assigned to guard the valley where the Emperor himself sleeps. Immediately after this, he uses a special spell to strengthen the rest of his allies. Chester says it's similar to the mind control that high-level mages and shamans possess. Immediately after this, they dig up a giant axe from somewhere, and begin to carry it towards the large image. Chester watches what is happening and says that it is simply an incredible sight that he has never seen before. The giant machine accepts this offering and prepares to chop up any pathetic person. The shaman then casts a health restoration spell on his servant to heal him a little. Chester realizes that this creature has a lot of health and thick armor, so surviving turns out to be extremely difficult. He understands that the previous group is deliberately using them as bait, but they voluntarily walk into this trap. The nameless warrior asks what they should do now, and Vincent says that this shaman wants to create bombs. He adds that he will deal with the main enemy himself, while the nameless warrior must clear out the rest of the enemies. The nameless warrior immediately rushes into battle, and Vincent reproaches him for not even listening to the full order. After this, he decides to turn to his other comrades and tells them to listen very carefully. After a short pause, he gives a very important clarification that no enemy should be left alive. Emily draws her weapon and says she will take care of the enemy's backlines. Eleanor immediately begins to lose control of herself and says that she is going to destroy absolutely everyone. The nameless warrior no longer utters a single word, as chatter is clearly not his style of fighting. Chester promises that he will do everything he can, gradually getting used to the heavy weight of the legendary shield. The monsters, in turn, continue to build up their strength, unaware that a crushing defeat awaits them. The nameless warrior isn't particularly worried about his opponent's numerical advantage, as he has proven his strength many times over. For him, this situation is rather ordinary, since almost no one can compare to him anymore. Despite the fact that these monsters look very scary and massive, not a single emotion appears on his face. Vincent suddenly kills one of the monsters that jumps on him and says that he leaves the smaller ones to the nameless warrior. The nameless warrior indifferently replies that he understood this order and continues his battle with the others. Vincent, meanwhile, uses his acceleration to close the gap between himself and his enemies. He rightly assumes that once he destroys the shaman, he will thereby put an end to the rest of the ogre army. Meanwhile, the support group, under Emily's supervision, hopes that at least one enemy will be brought to them. Chester suddenly hears a strange noise and immediately turns around so they are not caught off guard. He warns his comrades that monsters are appearing behind them and digging a small tunnel. Chester begins casting spells of dubious quality on them and also casts a special control spell. Both of these monsters are trapped by chains, and their mobility is greatly reduced as a result. Eleanor is glad that her comrade is not ballast and prepares to set fire to her opponents. Chester starts to get indignant, but then he has to run away to avoid getting burned. He accuses her of being careless and states that he is standing very close and that she cannot help but see it. Eleanor explains that they are told to fry their enemies or they explode upon death, so she believes everything is fair game. Chester hears another noise and discovers that these monsters are still trying to break through to the rear. Eleanor flies into the air to deliver another powerful fire blast to the villains. One of the monsters emerges from the ground too slowly and does not have time to take an advantageous position to attack the heroes. Eleanor looks at them with glee and asks if they really enjoy digging these pathetic tunnels so much. After this, it fills these tunnels with molten lava with such force that it bursts out of other openings in the ground. Chester looks at his ally and says that she is the walking bomb, not these ogres. Emily appreciates her fighting skills and says that she shows her best side. After this, she recommends sticking behind her, as she shields them from the monsters and can heal them if needed. Several monsters approach her and want to attack her, but Emily hears them perfectly well and prepares countermeasures in advance. The orcs find themselves trapped in blocks of ice, and Emily declares that they will now be unable to explode and harm others. Eleanor and Chester immediately begin to praise her, saying that she is an incredibly strong fighter who fights effectively. Emily thanks them for the praise, then looks around tensely, trying to figure out where Vincent is. Vincent, meanwhile, is in the midst of a battle with a giant ogre and the necromancer who commands him. The necromancer places a buff on his servant that doubles its damage, making its attacks truly devastating. Vincent says it's pointless, as the enemy doesn't have enough health to survive his attack even before the buff. After the necromancer's next order, more orcs jump out from underground, intending to capture him. However, he uses a special ability to destroy them and recycle them with unprecedented ease. The necromancer looks at what is happening in surprise, not believing that his trump card has been so easily dispelled. Vincent, smiling, says that he is returning to them all the trash that they leave here with such carelessness. After this, he uses the skill of returning the processed and shoots out a large number of orc bodies. The master of this army wonders how this is even possible, and how he can dodge such an attack. The answer to this question looks like a huge series of explosions, each of which causes serious damage to these creatures. Farhad approaches the portal exit and says that, judging by these sounds, the group of scavengers is probably already dying. As soon as the smoke clears, it becomes clear that the shaman is dead, but the giant ogre is still standing. After a few moments, the ogre throws it into his mouth to chew it and receive a serious boost. Vincent says that devouring one's comrades for such purposes is a barbaric method of survival. Meanwhile, the giant monster begins to grow in size and increases its muscle mass several times. The energy that flows through it is so destructive that an earthquake begins around it. Vincent realizes that the little shaman does not control the big ogre, but rather limits his power. Looking at this monster, he realizes that before him is the true form of this creature, in the form of a skeleton. Meanwhile, the enemies who attack the support group are reduced to mere embers. Emily says that her healing touch slowly restores health, and that minor burns heal quickly. Chester takes one of the opponents prisoner, and asks him where the man with the huge sword goes. The nameless warrior suddenly sneezes as a large amount of sand, raised by the wind, hits his face. Having destroyed a huge number of enemies, he asks the heroes what they are talking about. Eleanor says that the same strange man is still alive, and that there is no doubt about it. Chester asks him why he doesn't come to help while they are in a very tough fight. The nameless warrior says that he helps them by not standing by, since his curses don't make things any better. He also states that they won't be able to treat Emily enough if they want to survive, which hurts her self-esteem. He adds that he is joining the group only for the sake of the required number of people, but they should not forget that he is a mercenary. After this, he turns around and begins to destroy other opponents who continue to advance. He threatens to charge a fee for each opponent separately. Meanwhile, Vincent continues his battle with a cruel monster that is capable of destroying entire cities. Vincent gains a slight advantage thanks to his superior speed, but it proves to be limited. Suddenly he finds that the sand is restricting his movement, which is ruining his chances of winning. From the outside it looks like he's fallen into quicksand, which is quite difficult to get out of alone. Vincent decides that he needs to use gravity to help himself get out of this trap. Thanks to the gravitational anomaly, he jumps out of the way with incredible ease before the large axe falls on him. Vincent is well aware that such an attack is very difficult to avoid, even if he is on the ground. Immediately after this, he makes a series of very fast jumps to gain a tactical advantage. He also understands that things cannot go on like this, and that he needs to be much more aggressive. After this, he activates Berserker mode and rushes forward with incredible speed. The monster tries to meet him with a swift and deadly blow from its giant axe, but Vincent anticipates this. He performs a special counterattack to parry this blow and stun his opponent for a short time. The giant monster recovers extremely quickly, and is already preparing to launch its next attack. Vincent makes several feints to gain space for a precise strike. He takes careful aim and unleashes all his power on his opponent, leaving a serious wound at the site of impact. However, upon further examination, it turns out that this blow is not enough to defeat the boss. He immediately turns around and prepares to continue the fight as if the blow does nothing to him. Vincent makes a perfect parry, but the damage from this attack cannot be completely negated. Vincent only takes some of the damage, but his blades suffer the most, and they begin to crack. The impact of this attack is so strong that he is thrown aside and crashes into the rock. Vincent receives a notification that he can no longer use emergency portals or movement skills. It calls upon the refining skill to summon a large number of hands from the abyss. After this, he turns around and says that first he needs to retreat to a safe distance. He then decides to treat his wounds so that he can enter the battle fully recovered. He also decides to recycle a large amount of equipment that comes his way in order to repair his weapons. He continues to retreat to get to a more advantageous position, and suddenly turns around sharply. The giant monster swings his axe, and it becomes clear that the moment for decisive action has arrived. He decides to use a skill he learns from another creature, and significantly limits the boss's mobility. The monster feels incredible pain, but Vincent decides not to waste time and immediately takes off into the air. He looks at how much health the boss has left and delivers 2 more very significant attacks to the enemy's neck area. This time the monster feels truly serious damage, and a very loud, piercing scream escapes from it. Vincent understands that this attack seriously reduces the enemy's health, so he needs to capitalize on the success. Suddenly, the monster decides to activate its ability to control the surrounding sands in order to push all living creatures away from itself. Chester and the nameless warrior look up at the sky and see a very familiar silhouette flying there. Vincent lands very close to them, and the momentum his body receives causes him to plow a large trench in the ground. Taking a breath, Vincent says that apparently this boss is not going to be so easy to deal with. The system, meanwhile, notifies him that he is activating the recovery protocol and is being healed. Vincent says that if this boss does not take damage for 3 seconds, his regeneration skill will activate. The nameless warrior says that Farhad is acting wisely in deciding to go around him, as there is no point in fighting him to the death. Vincent says that if he doesn't get the reward from this boss, he won't be able to sleep peacefully because of regret for what he did. He also emphasizes that now he does not have the strength to cope with it alone, but together they can cope. Vincent also says that this ogre switches to whoever attacks last, and this can be manipulated. Chester asks him what he should do in this situation, and Vincent replies that he should just try to survive. Chester says he understands perfectly well that Vincent has the ability to see the enemy's weaknesses, and asks about the chances of victory. Vincent replies that their chances of winning are about 20%, which is a very good figure. Chester says that in that case it would be better to follow the example of the escaped group, and Eleanor says that this suits her. Vincent also says that they only have one chance, so they must not let up the pressure for a second. Emily increases his chances of winning, and gives him a small boost, telling him that he will succeed. Chester also states that if he is ordered to fight, he will give it his all and has no intention of running away. Eleanor also says that her mana is at a high level, so she doesn't see a problem in fighting. The nameless warrior looks closely at his squad and says that they really are a bunch of suicidal idiots. Vincent happily says that the healing spell can be combined with his regeneration. He tells Emily that she really does help him out, because thanks to the double healing, he can enter a berserker state. He also says that he will use triple berserk, and Emily asks what that means. The nameless warrior states that this effect can be applied almost infinitely, but the user takes more damage each time. Vincent says that this is indeed a dangerous decision, but he needs to become stronger to defeat the enemy. After this, they again approach the giant monster, which, however, is in no hurry to attack them. Eleanor joyfully activates Flame Form, which significantly increases the damage of fire spells at the cost of health. Taking aim, she fires a volley of especially powerful fireballs at the enemy to attract their attention. The ogre looks closely at the approaching danger and understands that he needs to somehow dodge these projectiles. To do this, he decides to raise a whole wave of dust with a swing of his giant axe. This attack is enough to weather the firestorm, and he immediately counterattacks, throwing chunks of rock. Emily rushes forward along with the others to protect Eleanor from the shards. She delivers multiple blows, and almost no fragment can escape her area of responsibility. Chester immediately stands up to protect his girlfriend, preventing any more projectiles from hitting her. Vincent asks her to strengthen the ground with ice magic while he draws the boss's attention to himself. Emily fulfills his request, and with a slight wave of her hand summons a giant block of ice in front of her. Vincent regains the ability to use the mobility spell and increases his speed several times. The giant ice block, which already resembles a snake in shape, continues to approach the monster. His attention is also constantly distracted by volleys of fireballs, which irritate him. Eleanor happily says that this is far from all that she can show, and that she still has strength. The monster gets angry and makes a quick attack on the approaching enemy, but it fails. However, this turns out to be just a distraction, as he is not aiming at Vincent at all. Emily realizes that this is very fast and destructive energy, and that it is heading specifically in their direction. She manages to create a special ice sphere at the last moment to protect herself, but the pressure turns out to be too strong. She watches as the ice begins to crack quite quickly, and realizes that she needs to do something urgently. She tells the others to move back before it's too late, and they get caught in the beam. After this, she receives a notification that the monster has changed its target, and now she is relatively safe. The nameless warrior immediately takes her aside and tells her to make way for him, as he is about to enter the battle. With one blow of his giant sword, he shatters the ice barrier as if it were made of splinters. After this, they are presented with a view of the battlefield, which turns out to be riddled with the devastating attacks of this boss. The nameless warrior says that there is no need to worry, because he will cover her, but they will have to go forward. Vincent continues to pelt the enemy with rock projectiles, hoping that they will hit their target. Emily, in turn, continues to dodge, creating ice barriers to help her jump. Vincent finally gets to the right position and commands the monster to turn its attention to him. He then delivers a double attack with his swords right at the ogre's face, preparing for a possible counterattack. The hero's combat instincts do not fail him, and this creature really tries to attack him with a sneak attack. However, the next second his hand is frozen, and its mobility is significantly limited. Vincent realizes that the monster is now turning on Emily again, and orders her to retreat while he prepares to strike. Emily immediately jumps to the other side, summoning ice barriers to help her slide. Vincent realizes that now is the perfect moment to redirect the monster's attention. He also turns to Eleanor and asks her to continue the attack without weakening the pressure. Eleanor finishes her mana cocktail and says she understands the order, then fires another volley. The volley hits its target and causes a powerful flash on the body of the ogre, who is having an extremely bad day. The ogre retaliates by causing an earthquake and shifting tectonic plates to get rid of Eleanor. Luckily, the girl turns out to be quite agile, and manages to move aside in time to avoid damage. At the same moment, Vincent delivers 2 serious blows that leave the enemy's health at 63%. The ogre, however, maintains his presence of mind and manages to intercept the hero in the air with a quick movement of his hand. Vincent understands that he needs to get out of this trap immediately, but his arms and legs are completely blocked. This time, the nameless warrior comes to his aid and finally reaches him. His blow is so powerful that it cuts off the monster's arm and frees the hero from the trap. Vincent praises his comrade and says that this is excellent teamwork and that he saves his life. He also says that they are able to maintain the interval, and the boss never initiates his regeneration. Vincent orders the rest of the team to keep up the pressure and attack in the same spirit. The nameless warrior says that he understands his order and is already thinking about his next steps in this battle. Emily says that she will notice him if necessary, and will continue to attack the enemy with icicles. Eleanor, in turn, continues to heroically drink 1 mana cocktail after another to restore her strength. The ogre goes into a real rage and prepares to fight at the peak of his abilities. Eleanor immediately interrupts his loud battle cry and throws a fireball of incredible power right into his face. She says that he should stop shouting and making noise, which is terribly annoying. However, the ogre immediately decides to punish her for such arrogance, chooses her as a target and throws an axe. The axe flies incredibly fast, and Eleanor knows she'll hardly be able to dodge such an attack. Vincent approaches Emily and asks her to block the axe with her enhanced ice barriers. Emily follows his command, but she is unable to stop the axe, which quickly destroys the barrier. The situation is becoming extremely threatening, and if no one intervenes, Eleanor's life will almost certainly end. Chester rushes forward, realizing that now is his chance to save his teammate and prove himself. Memories of a recent conversation with Vincent flash before his eyes, where he says their chances of winning are 20%. Eleanor manages to watch in surprise her comrade, who covers her with his body. Chester also puts his shield forward and can only hope that it is strong enough. She screams loudly that she won't let this stupid piece of iron go any further and is protecting her friend. Chester wants to make money and become a star, but deep down, he always feels that he is not worthy of it. He calls himself a piece of trash who is incapable of anything and thinks that he would be much better off in a miserable garbage dump. He remembers his singing skills and realizes that he sings very poorly because he has poor diction and an unsuitable timbre of voice. Despite this, he still tries to cope with his complexes and suppress his low self-esteem. However, this does not always work out, and most often he becomes a victim of his inner demons, which insult him. They tell him that he is not suitable for such a role at all, and that the worst thing he can do is continue singing. At a certain point, he simply gives up and agrees that he is a complete failure who has no reason to live. His inner demons tell him that no one needs him in principle, since he is not suitable either as a musician or as a support player. He often thinks about how both the stage and the battlefield need a spotlight, but he never understands what exactly that means. He is interested in what qualities it takes to become the hero that is in the spotlight. He thinks that if he stands on stage with a microphone, the spotlight is always on him, but he realizes that he is wrong. Countless people around him call him trash, and he gradually begins to believe this thought. He admits that he never had the talent to get the crowd going from the first notes of any song. However, he cannot come to terms with this, and tells himself that he is not ready to watch others shine while he only dreams of the rays of glory. He really wants to step into the center of the stage at least once and touch its light himself. His inner demons tell him that this is a pointless exercise and that he should stay where he is. Chester resists them with all his might and understands that even if it is only for a moment, it will be very important to him. He thinks he may not be destined to shine on stage like some rap star, but he can find himself on the battlefield. This is why he rushes forward to protect his comrade, because such an act can increase his importance. Chester puts aside his fear and worries about his own life to risk himself for something greater. He lets out a loud cry, declaring that this moment in the spotlight is his alone, and that he will not allow anyone to outshine him. It is impossible to completely block the damage from this axe, and it takes a huge amount of residual damage. Despite this, he successfully achieves his goal, and the blow is deflected away from Eleanor. Vincent realizes that things are not going according to plan, and screams loudly, hoping that his comrade is okay. Immediately after this, he uses the gravity skill to brutally take revenge on his offender. This skill proves powerful enough to lift a giant axe as if it weighed nothing. After this, he takes aim at the ogre and directs this axe at great speed towards him. Getting into this situation turns out to be very easy, since the monster can be comparable in size to a high-rise building. Meanwhile, the ogre realizes that he has awakened the beast within the protagonist, and now he is in a very difficult situation. Vincent immediately activates a skill that greatly enhances his attack, preventing his opponent from gaining a second of respite. Flames begin to rise around him, and Ogre still has a little time left before regeneration begins. Vincent loudly declares that he will crush every bone of this monster into powder for daring to attack his comrades. Emily discovers that the molten sand, under the influence of Vincent's power, begins to turn into glass. Vincent charges forward, knowing he won't stop until he rips the heart out of his opponent's chest. The ogre prepares to defend himself again and throws a lot of rocks in his direction, but this attack proves ineffective. Vincent catches one of the projectiles and quickly intercepts it in flight, completely suppressing its momentum and subduing it. He lets out loud screams, unable to control the incredible rage that fuels his actions. After this, he flies into the air and carefully aims to bring down a sharpened rock on the ogre's head. Like a mountain falcon, Vincent swoops down and plunges a sharp piece of rock straight into the monster's forehead. The ogre's thick skull begins to crack, and he takes critical damage, stunning him for a moment. Emily continues to support her comrade, telling him that he should not stop and that victory is almost in his pocket. The ogre, however, is still on the defensive and tries to catch his opponent with his giant hands. The nameless warrior comes to the rescue again, and another attack tears off another of Ogre's arms, leaving him completely doomed. Emily also decides to help finish off this enemy and creates the largest possible array of ice. Eleanor, thanks to a short respite, sends a giant fireball towards the ogre, which immediately explodes. Vincent receives a notification that the boss is down to 10% health, which gives him strength. He presses on the stone as hard as he can to push it further and pierce his head through. He succeeds quite quickly, and with a characteristic sound he breaks through the thick skull from both sides. Vincent quickly creates a special spell to launch into the broken skull. Along the way, he orders the boss to turn to dust and quickly sends an energy sphere in his direction. This attack deals simply monstrous damage to the ogre, which finally finishes him off. The system shows that this boss's health indicators drop to 0, and half of his body disappears into a black hole. After a while, Emily says that Chester is saved by the fact that his shield gives temporary invulnerability for 1 second. However, she states that the residual damage sustained after blocking is quite significant. Vincent blames himself for this mistake, saying that he should have been more careful and not taken unnecessary risks. Chester happily says that he is very glad that he was able to help and is not becoming a burden in this battle. He also states that he is very happy to be in the very center of the stage for the first time in his life. Vincent looks closely at his comrade in arms and understands that next time he must be more careful. After this, he turns around and says that they must go to the exit of the abyss, while he continues on his way alone. Emily looks at him in surprise and asks if he has gone crazy, because it is too dangerous to go alone. Every moment of battle is like dancing on the edge of a knife, with the drumming of the heart in your ears. Vincent realizes that by becoming stronger, he is somehow losing something important. He looks into the abyss, and it looks into him, as if laughing at how powerless and insignificant he is. He doesn't even have the words to inspire and encourage Chester, who is risking his life. Vincent recycles the bodies of his enemies, while thinking about how best to deal with his allies. He understands that this world is too cruel, so he cannot tell them these words and force them to follow him. For this reason, he decides to go there alone, to meet unknown monsters and troubles. As soon as he passes through the portal, he finds himself in an unknown mountainous area. As he moves on, he realizes that the group of researchers is avoiding the boss fight, meaning that everything is going well for them. He also finds no other bodies and suggests that this fight is going surprisingly smoothly. Vincent states that the King's Canyon is shaped like a corridor, making it impossible to pass through unnoticed. He suggests that those who avoid battle are preparing in advance to quietly reach the reward in the final room. He decides to use only his insight to clearly determine where exactly they are passing. Suddenly, berserker ogres appear before him, each possessing unprecedented strength. Vincent clenches his fists and says that, unlike the previous group, he has no intention of avoiding battles. After this, he decisively takes several steps towards his opponents, who are still just preparing to attack. He summons his shadow swords and says that it is time to begin the real fight. The monsters immediately lose their temper and look at him angrily, anticipating how easily they will deal with him. Vincent responds with the same determined look and quickly plans his next steps in this fight. Just a few kilometers from the battlefield, another group finally reaches its target. Farhad and his comrades hope that they will be able to quickly open this door and get inside. However, despite the incredible efforts he makes, he fails to achieve the desired result. Farhad wonders irritably where the final reward went as they reach the end. His friend says that the clue says that only the Guardian's amulet can unlock this door. Farhad wonders what kind of keeper this is, and he tells him that they don't kill anyone on the way here. He adds that, if the description is to be believed, This amulet may be in the possession of the ogre who guards the path outside the canyon. Farhad says that it looks like they'll have to go back there, finish him off, and then come back here again. He asks his comrades how many smoke bombs they have left and how long it will take them to get back. The warriors say that unfortunately they no longer have these consumables, so they have to fight their way through. Farhad says that this is not a bad option and that he will kill everyone who catches his eye. His comrade states that their team is currently weakened, key positions are empty, so this boss is clearly beyond their capabilities. Farhad starts to freak out and says that he is surrounded by a bunch of pathetic nobodies who are not capable of anything. Vincent slowly approaches them and says that the amulet they need is in his hands. Farhad turns his head in surprise, not expecting to see the leader of the garbage team here alive and well. They ask him how they managed to survive, and Vincent only thanks them for the challenge they offer him. Farhad notes that if he comes here alone, it means he is leaving his comrades to die, or they have already died. Vincent asks them not to project their problems onto him, and states that he is sending his comrades home so that they do not get hurt. Immediately after this, he approaches the giant door and places the amulet on it to activate it. In just a few moments, a large portal opens, which is the entrance to a mysterious place. Farhad asks the protagonist if he is stealing the amulet outside the canyon. His comrade says that legendary skills can sometimes actually allow you to steal items. Vincent asks them to stop making up all this nonsense and declares that he is killing the boss and all his small minions. Farhad can't believe it, and asks how he manages to do this, since all of them together can't do anything. Instead of answering, he delivers a quick punch to the wall next to him, causing a powerful explosion and breaking through the rock. After this, he asks them if they would like to try it out for themselves, or if they would finally shut up and continue walking. Farhad immediately begins to apologize to him and says that it will be a great honor for them to continue on with him. Farhad also says that they are all equal, so the spoils should be divided equally, as tradition requires. He fails to notice an obvious pressure plate located on one of the steps and becomes trapped. Vincent insistently tells them to run away if they don't want to lose their lives. The most careless fighter is destroyed by several hits from energy beams. His comrades look at him in surprise, realizing that they can no longer help him, because his fate is predetermined. Vincent indifferently says that now the spoils will be divided even more equally, and everyone will get more. After a while, they finally get a chance to rest a bit, as all the traps are left behind. Vincent stares ahead in surprise, not rushing to explain to his allies what exactly he sees that is so surprising. After a while, it becomes clear that the system is warning him about how many traps await him ahead. Vincent decides to overcome these traps elegantly, and simply break down the wall to get the stones. Immediately after this, all traps are activated and quickly come into action, but do not cause any harm. A bright, starry sky opens up before our heroes, which is most likely of artificial origin. However, they quickly realize that these sparkling dots are not stars, but something worse. Vincent asks them to get ready, while he himself realizes that he also needs to be careful. Immediately after this, he creates a special energy console that should protect them from falling arrows. Once these arrows hit the strange matter, they slow down significantly and slowly fall downwards. Vincent tells his comrades that all the traps have been destroyed and they can move on without fear. Farhad and his charges ask Vincent if his strength is really that well developed. Farhad also tries to understand what kind of monster this guy is, because all the mechanisms are broken from almost one blow from him. After this, he quietly tells his comrades that they have nothing to fear, because there are 5 of them, and he is alone. But they remind him that there are already 4 of them. After a while, they find that Vincent suddenly stops and Farhad asks him what happened. After taking a few more steps, he finally realizes what is surprising the protagonist so much that he stops. They see before them giant mountains of gold that can provide for them for several lifetimes to come. The amount of treasure here is so incredible that no one can imagine this figure. However, after a few moments, they suddenly come across a huge mountain of skulls, which also look golden. Farhad immediately draws attention to special crystals that help him move to the next level. They realize that they have hit the jackpot and will now be rich for the rest of their lives. Farhad happily orders the bags to be taken out and filled with valuables, preparing for his legendary status upon his return. Vincent is in no hurry to join him and thinks that something is clearly wrong here, because everything turns out to be too easy. After a while, he sees several coins fall down, bouncing off the gilded skull. A few moments later, he feels a pressure that again makes him freeze in surprise. The system informs them that a dragon has been detected, and these creatures are incredibly powerful and rare. Vincent also reminds that only 5 such creatures have been discovered in the entire world, when suddenly horns rise above a mountain of gold. A few moments later, Vincent notices the dragoness in human form. complaining about being awakened. Farhad immediately understands who is in front of him and tries to understand what a woman unknown to him is doing here. The girl says in a tired voice that they should take off their good equipment and get away. After this, she advises them to leave and lies down on a mountain of gold, preparing to get a good night's sleep. Finally, she adds that in this case she pretends that she doesn't see any of them. An awkward silence falls between them as they try to figure out what just happened. Farhad says he has never met a demon who can speak so calmly. The dragoness suddenly wakes up and says that in just a little while she will fall asleep. After that, she looks at them and asks why they still haven't left, since she politely asks them to do so. She declares that they are incredibly greedy, when suddenly she discovers that among them there is a man who is of interest to her. She rises to her feet and asks who dares to enter the vaults of her monastery dressed in such pitiful clothes. She also menacingly tells them that they have soiled her golden floors, and Vincent realizes that they are in trouble. Farhad does not yet understand the strength of his opponent, and says that when they kill her, the world will remember their names forever. Despite the warnings of his comrades, he asks them what they are afraid of, since there are 5 of them, and they have nothing to fear. The girl makes a few waves of her fingers, causing the air around them to sparkle with wild magic. This magic takes the form of energy copies, which immediately rush towards Farhad and his people. They stop a few meters away, but that's enough to give them a good scare. Vincent is also the target of this spell, but he behaves much more cold-bloodedly and calmly. The dragoness immediately takes off into the air with the help of her massive but very strong wings. Immediately after this, she appears in front of the protagonist, leaving behind strong streams of wind. After that, she says that he probably has gold, crystals, or other interesting shiny objects. After changing clothes, she says that he can in any case present something as a gift to the higher being. Farhad wonders if this monster is a mercenary and greedy creature that needs treasure. The dragoness suddenly takes a closer look at some artifact that has been in Vincent's pocket all this time. She immediately tries to extract it using telekinesis magic, which such creatures successfully wield. Vincent grabs his jewelry and says that he does not give permission to touch his things. The dragoness says that it is just a piece of trash, so there is no need to treat it as valuable. Vincent realizes he needs to assess this enemy's weaknesses, and uses his Eye of Insight skill. The dragoness is not happy about this, and immediately understands that they are trying to analyze her. With one easy movement, she tears out Vincent's eye, and he doesn't even have time to react to this attack. She accuses him of daring to defile her presence with his skill of peeping at inopportune moments. She declares that as punishment, she will make his eye an offering, which she will gladly accept. Without thinking twice, she throws the eye into her mouth and quickly swallows it for a proper snack. Vincent immediately decides to activate the double berserker skill to rush into battle without delay. He also understands that the dual version of berserk will not be enough, and activates this skill again, regardless of the risks. Immediately after this, he prepares to make an incredibly fast dash forward. The dragoness behaves surprisingly calmly, as if she does not perceive him as a threat at all, despite everything. As soon as he gets close to her, she simply makes a sharp movement with her fingers and cuts his blades in half. Vincent finds himself in a very disadvantageous position, after which the dragoness prepares to strike him with one finger. However, even this blow is enough to send him flying uncontrollably and break a couple of his bones. Vincent understands that the powers of this creature are immeasurable, and in front of him is a real deity who can kill him at any moment. Farhad states that this woman cannot be added to their personal list of killed monsters. After this, they decide to collect as much treasure as possible and escape from here while they still have the opportunity. Meanwhile, a huge amount of smoke appears in the place where the dragoness is located, and this turns out to be a bad signal. The great being begins to go into a rage, and in this state, these creatures take on their true form. The smoke continues to thicken, but upon closer inspection, one can see the towering, gigantic silhouette of a dragon. Farhad orders his henchmen to choose smaller crystals, as they will make it easier to escape from here. The dragoness cannot allow anyone to take her treasures, and is already preparing to destroy the thieves. Farhad only miraculously survives the powerful fire attack that lands next to him. The same cannot be said of his comrades, who perish immediately after being exposed to this devastating flame. Farhad almost immediately finds himself alone with this monster, and realizes that they are making a big mistake. Looking at the charred corpses of his former teammates, he realizes he should have acted differently. He calls them weaklings, and thinks they should have taken something lighter and run as fast as they could. After this, he happily takes a small crystal, and says that these treasures will be quite enough for him. However, a few moments later, a giant creature lands right in front of him, causing a stream of smoke and dust. Farhad tries to take a closer look at this creature, and realizes that in front of him is a real dragon, seething with anger. The angry dragoness asks him how he dares to steal her treasures, and declares that he is too bold. After this, she takes a few steps towards him and begins to transform back into a human. The dragoness says they are taking on too much when they invade the dragon's secret treasury. Farhad realizes that the crystal he is holding in his hands suddenly begins to light up and cause him unbearable pain. He immediately throws it away, feeling that if he continues to hold it in his hands, he will lose these limbs. Vincent doesn't give up and immediately throws the remaining sword straight into the dragoness's face, trying to somehow injure her. However, she quickly turns towards the weapon and destroys it with just a spit, which grinds the sword into powder. Looking at the protagonist, she says that it was a rather pathetic attempt, but quite brave. After this, she states that such an attack from behind cannot even be called mean, because it would be too much of a compliment. Afterwards, she asks him if he wants to see what real regeneration is, and points her hand at herself. Within moments, Vincent feels the severe wounds he sustained during his fight with her begin to heal. After this, she says that she is not finished here, and quickly picks up one of the gold coins. A few moments later, she turns around and throws the coin with incredible force towards Farhad, piercing his leg. The blow is enough to make him lose his balance and fall face down into a pile of gold coins. The dragoness turns to him and says that he looks even more pitiful compared to the worms that are digging in the gold. After that, she asks him what he is sniffing around here and why he decides to come here with this scum. Vincent says that he comes here to take the key to the Black Tower, which belongs to her. The dragoness grabs him by the clothes and calls him an insolent man who dares to encroach on the dragon's treasures. Vincent says that he only needs the key to the Black Tower, and he leaves the rest of the gold untouched. The dragoness wonders why she should listen to the pleas of a mad dog, since she is a proud dragon. Vincent declares that he has an offer she definitely won't refuse, and shows her the abyss sphere. Immediately after this, he activates the processing skill to show her that she needs to negotiate with him on equal terms. The hands of the abyss immediately grab the gold that is scattered across the floor, and drag it into the abyss, from where it can no longer be retrieved. The dragoness orders him to stop immediately, declaring that otherwise she will execute him with 1,000 cuts. Vincent states that even if she kills him, the sphere will still continue to consume it further until he gives the command to stop. The dragoness calls him a pathetic brat who will definitely pay for what he decides to do to her. Vincent advises her to take a good look as the treasures she has guarded for thousands of years turn to ashes. He also states that he will not stop until she reconsider his offer to negotiate for the key from the tower. The dragoness demands that he stop immediately and calls him a pathetic garbage man. Vincent smiles and says that there is still a lot of gold here that can be processed into excellent equipment. Immediately after this, he will activate an additional processing skill to increase its range. The dragoness suddenly discovers that the gift she is preparing for her descendant for the full moon has also been stolen. The same applies to the unbearable grain of fire, which is now extinguished on the edge of the endless abyss. The dragoness also tries to save the ancient scrolls that she has been collecting for centuries, and which contain incredible wisdom. Vincent mercilessly destroys the most precious things she keeps here, hoping that she will break under his demands. The dragoness asks him to make the abyss spit out all the treasures he stole back. Vincent says he will exchange all these treasures for the key to the Black Tower before it is too late. Vincent also says that she doesn't need that stupid key anyway, since it doesn't have much meaning to her. After some time, they are transported to the dragon's treasury of knowledge, which is located a little further. The dragoness states that dragons value not only material goods, but also knowledge, since it contains enormous power. After a short pause, she adds that he is the first guest in 300 years. Vincent coughs a little due to the countless amount of dust that has managed to accumulate here over all this time. Vincent says this place should have been cleaned up 100 years ago so it wouldn't look like a pile of junk. They suddenly find themselves in a giant library, in the center of which stands a huge mountain of books. Vincent asks her why she lights candles in the library, as this can only lead to a giant fire. The dragoness hands him a special book and says that this is the very key to the Black Tower that he needs. This thing has a very dark aura about it that warns anyone who is about to pick it up and makes them think twice. Vincent is already reaching out his hand, when suddenly the dragoness sharply presses him to the table, not allowing him to take this treasure. Vincent asks her what this all means, and the dragoness replies that he will not get this key so easily. She claims that he is consuming half of her treasures, which are now irretrievably lost, and therefore he must compensate for the loss. Vincent reminds her that she calls him a mad dog from a garbage dump, and the dragoness says that there is nothing wrong with that. She adds that she has a very good sense of smell and understands perfectly well that he has many legendary items with him. She also says that if he gives her the divine equipment, she will give him the key and do him a favor as a bonus. Vincent addresses the dragoness, calling her by her name Novelis, and says that she really does have greedy paws. Novelis says that he knows perfectly well what he is capable of, and that 100 divine items are nothing to him. She also states that if she could pass through the gate to another world, she would not pay attention to these trinkets at all. Vincent realizes he has no choice but to cooperate with her and calls upon his power. Immediately after this, he says that she can take absolutely everything that is in his trash dimension. Afterwards, he asks if she is satisfied, and Novelis replies that she has never seen such divine equipment. Vincent, meanwhile, pulls his hand towards himself to activate the key to the Black Tower and leave here. However, as soon as he touches this artifact, it begins to behave very strangely and mysteriously. He receives a notification that he is now cursed by the Shadow Demon and will die in 5 days. Novelis wonders how such rare treasures fall into his hands, since she hasn't seen them for a long time. Vincent angrily says that he wanted the key to the tower, not to be cursed by deception. Novelis says that he is giving him the item as he asks, and whether he is cursed or not has nothing to do with it. Vincent says that deals with overgrown dragons never end well, but Novelis is not discouraged. She rejoices in endless treasures and declares that she provides services only to those who bring her value. Vincent grabs her by the horns, and Novelis declares that this is pure barbarity that must be stopped immediately. Farhad, meanwhile, wonders if Vincent is really able to seriously pin down the ancient dragon. Vincent orders her to stop messing with his head, otherwise he will destroy the entire library and the donated equipment. Novelis says he must find the gate to another world and the Book of the End, which can rewrite the law of life and death. Vincent demands more clues from her and asks where the gate is, but Novelis states that he must figure it out on his own. Vincent says that she puts this curse on him that prevents him from killing monsters effectively. Novelis, smiling, says that such a spell is beyond the power of a simple dragon, but she is not a simple dragon. Smiling, she states that she can weaken the effect a little for 500 divine items. Vincent says that if she becomes any greedier, he will destroy her entire cave, and Novelis decides to make concessions. Novelis says that she must first receive 100 pieces of equipment, and he will owe another 400 later. Vincent says this is a real robbery, but he understands that his life is on the line. After that, he irritably says that she can take everything that is here, and opens his dimension. Novelis joyfully stretches out his hands, hoping that there will be a huge number of divine objects there. Vincent angrily says that he cannot believe that he is falling for such a trick, and regrets trusting the dragon. Novelis happily declares that he still owes her 400 items, so she cannot let him go in peace. Immediately after this, she spits out the eye, which has been in her stomach all this time, but is not digested. She throws it towards the protagonist and says that she now takes responsibility for this dog until the very end. Vincent doesn't have time to react, and the eye instantly crashes into the place where it was previously located. Novelis says that in the end, she is a dragon who is obliged to keep her word. Vincent angrily asks her what she is doing to him, but immediately begins to feel his strength leaving him. He gradually becomes weaker and decides to free himself from this curse of weakening as quickly as possible. Having found a large amount of inner strength within himself, he again asks her what she is doing to him, and demands an immediate explanation. However, after a few moments, he realizes that something unimaginable is happening, and decides to look around. The thing is that he finds himself in an obsidian hall, which is the embodiment of the kingdom of damnation. Vincent looks at his hands and notices that his vision is returning to normal, and his hands are also recovering. Immediately after this, he discovers a cluster of dark energy that is located at the end of this hall. A few moments later, a giant sword descends before him, passing through the stone as if through butter. Vincent looks closely at the man holding the sword, and is surprised for a second, realizing that someone is trying to destroy it. The system gives him a notification that there is a demon named Vincent in front of him, and that he is a copy of him. Demonic Vincent says that puny humans can never defeat powerful demons. Vincent wonders if this curse can be broken if he can fight this creature. Demonic Vincent approaches his vis-a-vis, holding a mysterious dark sword in his hand. The demon happily declares that he has all of Vincent's skills and attributes, but they are increased by 30%. Vincent realizes that he also has a transcendental form, which is a very powerful skill. The Shadow Demon says that he must be well aware of who exactly he is challenging right now. He rushes to attack his opponent, and declares that he is a being that is completely invincible to him. Vincent notes the incredible speed of this scoundrel, but still decides not to give up, because his fate depends on it. He manages to dodge the attack and immediately summons his blades, which have already recovered. A heated duel begins between them, accompanied by the constant clanging and clashing of two hard metals. Vincent manages to block another powerful attack, but this cannot continue for long. The Shadow Demon, in turn, remains confident and has absolutely no doubt about his quick victory. Vincent understands that his opponent is one step ahead in everything and that he cannot take the initiative for a second. The Shadow Demon suddenly decides to use the Soul Trap skill to catch his opponent off guard. Vincent wonders what this even means when he suddenly feels his stats start to decline. The Shadow Demon happily says that the scales will increasingly tip in his favor. He adds that his attacks will steal Vincent's attributes, and each blow of the sword will cut through his soul. According to this logic, it becomes quite obvious that the Shadow Demon will be able to completely take over Vincent's body in the shortest possible time. Vincent realizes that he must fight to the limit of his abilities if he wants to get out of here alive. This is why he continues the decisive battle, hoping that the further course of the battle will still tilt in his favor. However, he is not relying solely on luck, as in this situation he needs to give it his all to win. The Shadow Demon watches his opponent's movements with joy and asks him to continue to resist. Vincent receives a notification that several of his attributes have been stolen, and he becomes much weaker. Immediately after this, the Shadow Demon counterattacks, and Vincent barely manages to block the blow. He receives a notification that his reforged dual blades are losing 20 points of durability. The Shadow Demon says that his will to live is so great that it even tips the scales a little. Continuing the battle, he declares that before him is indeed a curious soul that must be devoured. Vincent is taking more and more damage, but he doesn't even think about giving up, even in such a hopeless situation. The Shadow Demon proudly says that, unfortunately for him, in this realm all efforts are in vain. Vincent continues to fight and receives notifications that his reforged blades are gradually losing strength. Very soon this durability reaches a critically low level and his weapon is destroyed. Vincent restores the blades, but this cannot change the course of the battle, no matter what. The system suddenly tells him that the processing is failing and he doesn't have enough materials. He remembers Novila's words and wonders if she is robbing him while he is unconscious. The Shadow Demon meanwhile delivers a sweeping blow that quickly reaches its target and deals serious damage. Vincent feels his attributes slowly leaving his body with each blow he receives. The Shadow Demon says that resistance is worthless when the rules of this place apply, and that Vincent doesn't stand a chance here. He invites him to fall on his knees and pray to him so that he will leave him at least a piece of memory. After this, he adds that otherwise he will devour his memories, take his place, and destroy everything. The Shadow Demon also says that Vincent will not feel pain, because he will become a completely different being. After a few minutes, he grabs his hand and lifts him higher to completely absorb all his powers. Vincent feels this demon entering his mind to look at all the important memories. The Shadow Demon observes recent events that force Vincent to send his comrades home. In these memories, Vincent tells them that there is no need to travel with him, as he will complete the rest himself, and they should live normally. The Shadow Demon also discovers memories of his sister, whom Vincent vows to protect no matter what. Vincent experiences an incredible burning pain that eats away at his head and causes him suffering. The Shadow Demon states that it is changing its mind and leaving him with only consciousness so that he can see everything that is being done to him. He adds that he initially intends to slow down the curse, but ends up only accelerating its progression. He also says that in front of gods, demons, and unknown creatures, humans seem terribly weak. After this, he orders Vincent to give up everything in order to completely merge with the darkness and evil. He also commands him to give up everything he has ever held dear for greater causes. Taking a few steps towards him, he says that he just needs to let him replace his entire existence. Immediately after this, he delivers a powerful blow that causes a large column of dust to rise up to the ceiling. To Vincent's surprise, he suddenly managed to intercept the attack and completely block the impact of the blow. The Shadow Demon wonders how this is even possible, and why he was able to stop the sharp sword with his bare hands. Vincent vehemently claims that his sword is the Shadow Demon's sword, but it also works the other way around. The Shadow Demon doesn't understand what all this means, and demands an immediate explanation of how he managed to do this. Vincent explains that they have the same strength levels, so everything is obvious. The Shadow Demon orders him to stop talking this nonsense and finally go to the next world to make a difference. Vincent states that he will never give up, and will never become a being like the Shadow Demon. He adds that no one can replace him, and he will always be only with himself, despite all the attempts of the outside world. Immediately after this, his eyes begin to change rapidly, and even his body goes through a rapid metamorphosis. The Shadow Demon wonders what the hell is going on here as he looks at the creature in front of him. Vincent managed to open a portal to an unknown dimension and summon a real dragon here. The Shadow Demon looks at his vis-a-vis in surprise, and does not understand how his victory just slipped through his fingers. Vincent states that his flesh and blood can be blown up, but it doesn't matter to him at all. He explains that even if he spills his own blood, he will still absorb it and leave behind only light. The Shadow Demon asks him how he can do it here, since there can only be one day. Vincent decides not to engage in serious dialogue with the enemy and deftly steals the sword from his hands. The shadow demon says that no one can contradict him in his own kingdom, since such are the laws. He also states that losing the weapon will not change anything, because all his power is in his control. Vincent realizes that the time has come to deal a decisive defeat to his realized adversary. He gathers his strength and destroys the shadow demon's stone magic with one powerful and destructive blow. This blow also cuts off one of his limbs, and now he is significantly less able to fight. The shadow demon still does not give up, as he is a powerful creature that is not so easy to defeat. He decides to use a cunning trick and quickly disappears into thin air. A few moments later, he materializes behind the protagonist, declaring that he will not be able to withstand this explosive attack. Taking aim, he rushes forward and creates a powerful explosion that should kill everyone in its path. The shadow demon happily says that no one can survive such a blow, and believes that his victory has surely come. However, he is in for a very cruel disappointment, since Vincent is not so easy to defeat either. Vincent remains standing, despite the area around him being scorched. The shadow demon irritably asks him how this is even possible and why he is still alive. Vincent turns towards his enemy to take aim, while he continues to rage. Using telekinesis, he lifts giant boulders into the air, hoping to crush Vincent. The protagonist almost instantly destroys the enemy's intention with a light blow. Immediately after this, Vincent feels the strength overflowing his body, restoring it. He dashes forward and cuts the enemy in half in a matter of seconds. The shadow demon is still alive, as it was only a decoy, but its days are already numbered. Vincent decides to play these games with him and instantly disappears, dissolving into thin air. A few moments later, the shadow demon feels a long, sharp piece of metal pierce his body. Vincent summons the deity of the poor, declaring that he will process the creature without leaving a trace. The shadow demon tries to grab him and tells him to get away immediately, then jumps off the sword. He falls to his knee, feeling his strength rapidly leaving his body, but he is still not ready to give up. Rage drives him to deliberate actions, and he declares that it means nothing in the grand context of the battle. After this, he assumes his true form, marveling at the fact that he took the true attributes from the enemy's domain. Vincent realizes that while he holds them in his hands, it only slows him down and does not bring any benefit. Immediately after this, he begins to greedily absorb the metal, much to the surprise of his opponent, who did not expect this. The shadow demon tries to protest, saying that the sword was dear to him, but now there is nothing left of it. Vincent gains new skills, and a mysterious demon-like mask begins to appear on his face. After this, he looks closely at the enemy, and understands that he is dealing with a real warrior. Vincent vanishes into thin air almost instantly, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Like a flash, he appears in front of the enemy, who understands that he will not be able to dodge the punch. This blow is so powerful that it sends the shadow demon flying for a long time, causing him great damage. Vincent slows briefly to gather his strength for a crushing upward surge after him. He rushes towards the enemy, gaining incredible speed at the limit of human capabilities. He tries to not give the enemy a single chance to recover, and prepares to unleash the next blow. The shadow demon had never felt such pain before, as Vincent put all his hatred into every blow. Thus his condition is now at a critically low level, and if nothing is done, he will die. That's exactly what Vincent is aiming for, preparing to finally finish off this scoundrel with one swift blow. The shadow demon quickly comes to his senses and decides to use a special skill to restrict Vincent's mobility. Vincent isn't fast enough to avoid the dragon's energy-draining shackles. These shackles work on a special principle, according to which the greater the resistance, the stronger they become. Vincent understands perfectly well that it will not be so easy to escape from this trap, but he has good plans. Looking at the demon, he says that these traps were created for dragons, but he is not like these stupid creatures. After this, he calls out a name, and with one powerful burst of energy destroys the shackles. The shadow demon watches in amazement as his finest invention is destroyed in seconds. Vincent steps forward and declares that he is a king whose title no one dares to challenge. He lunges forward again, and this time his fists begin to glow with bright light energy. The shadow demon realizes that he has no more tricks up his sleeve to escape. Vincent will not let his opponent go anywhere in any case and continues to beat him. Each such blow knocks out a large amount of life energy from the already tired shadow demon. He falls to the ground again, no longer able to rise, despite all his attempts. Vincent steps onto his opponent's body and pins him to the ground so he can't escape. He then strikes one after another, each causing a bright explosion and a rising column of dust. This beating lasts for quite a long time, as Vincent's rage is at an extremely high level. The floor begins to crack, as if it were the epicenter of an earthquake that threatened to collapse. However, Vincent finishes torturing his opponent and rips his heart out of his chest. He opens his mouth to absorb the enemy's power and gain additional buffs. Vincent proudly declares that the shadow demon's power is now his, and he has dealt with it once and for all. Meanwhile, we are transported to the treasury of Novelis, who is closely watching what is happening to Vincent. She says with disappointment that, unfortunately, everything happened exactly as she initially expected. Looking at the body of the protagonist, she comes to the disappointing conclusion that the ritual had completely failed. She adds that if a mad dog has turned into a shadow demon, it is better to finish him off sooner rather than later. With these words, she takes aim and directs the spear forward to pierce him through. Vincent suddenly puts his hand forward to intercept the projectile and stops it. Novelis flinches a little and asks if she is too late, and now she will have to fight him at full strength. Vincent reports that the ritual is complete, all his powers have returned, and the shadow demon has been completely destroyed. Novelis asks him how this is even possible and what price he paid for the deal with this creature. She assumes that he lost the fight and is now completely merged with the demon, and asks him to bark to dissuade her. Vincent explains that he simply absorbed the demon because it immediately tried to attack him. Novelis looks at him in surprise and wonders if it is possible to swallow a demon yet and what it tastes like. Vincent says he's figured out her trick, and now understands that nothing she says can be taken seriously. He states that the ritual was not meant to break the curse, and she wanted him to become possessed in order to kill him. Novelis states in a tired voice that this is not entirely true, and that she would hardly have been able to defeat the demon. She explains that he has an inconsistent power, and therefore he has a chance to win with his contradictory skills. She also says that now the demon is dead, the situation has not changed one iota, and the death curse can no longer be lifted. Vincent doesn't tell her that the Codex can reverse the curse if he gets to it in time. Novelis states that it is simply impossible to find this treasure in such a short time, no matter how much they want to. Novelis notes that she is the least fortunate, as the shadow demons are no longer there, as is her plan to escape the abyss. She looks at the main character and asks him what happened to him and what he is doing now. Vincent explains that the shadow demon is still alive and can help him complete this task. Meanwhile, employees are gathering near the portal, saying they have been waiting for more than 15 hours. One of them wonders why it is always the scum that manage to escape, while good people always die. Emily, lying tirelessly near the entrance, hears the guards report that the portal is beginning to waver. After some time, two silhouettes emerge from the portal, which are already well known. Vincent and Farhad, who suffered a severe leg injury, finally reach the exit. Emily immediately runs to the main character to make sure he is okay. She smiles and says that she always knew he could turn failure into phenomenal success. Vincent announces that he has good news, namely that he was finally able to obtain the key to the Black Tower. Emily immediately gives him a light punch to remind him of his responsibility. She tells him that his sister is waiting for him at home, and she asked him not to take such serious risks. Vincent falls to the ground, and after a few moments his eyes turn red and begin to glow. Looking at the portal, he notices that it is starting to move again, as if someone else is about to come out. Novelis happily emerges free and explains that she can breathe fresh air again after so many years. Vincent advises her not to show up at such a time, as it will not lead to anything good. Novelis immediately notices Emily and smells like garbage fat coming from her. Vincent assumes that this girl is the very close ally he mentioned. Vincent orders her to restore his previous state for a second, since he doesn't need any trouble outside. Some time ago, Novelis justified herself by saying that he would be able to take the dragon seal and free her from here. Vincent explains that this form absorbs even more energy than the triple berserk he used before. Vincent looks at him in surprise and asks what level he is on anyway. Vincent holds up one finger, without specifying what it means, leaving it for consideration. Novelis suggests that we are talking about either thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of millions. Vincent reports that he passes the first level, and Novelis declares that in this case, he is an epic Slovak. Vincent claims that it doesn't matter how weak he is, because he still destroyed the shadow demon on his own. Novelis claims that this will be enough to take at least part of her, but Vincent says he doesn't want to deal with it. Novelis reports that his eyes now have the same properties as a dragon's pupils. She explains that they are connected by nerves, and his vision is now inextricably linked to hers, because they have concluded a fact. Novelis reveals that she taught him the peeping technique, and that he can now use it again. After these words, his eyes begin to change on their own, and the skill activates almost instantly. Vincent feels as if his soul is being separated from his body, and rushes forward to try out the skill. He feels an incredible lightness as he becomes practically incorporeal. Novelis looks at himself with joy, and notes that he really has a stunning figure that is a sight to behold. She also states that his observation skills are now enhanced thanks to the dragon pupils, although there is a slight difference. She explains that she can now analyze information for him thanks to her knowledge. After this, she proudly declares that for such a generous gift, he owes her 400 units of equipment. This is how Vincent finds himself in this extremely difficult situation where he is forced to serve the dragon. Vincent says with irritation that he has never seen such a shameless and greedy creature in his life. Emily assumes that these words were addressed to her, while Novelis happily bids her farewell. She immediately throws herself into his arms, asking for forgiveness for not being able to protect even her comrades. Vincent tries to calm her down, explaining that no one is to blame and that these words were not addressed to him. Emily states that they all need to get stronger before they can fight someone so dangerous. Meanwhile, Farhad asks what happened inside and what kind of enemy they faced in this abyss. Farhad explains that they entered the treasury and saw a golden light that almost blinded them. He also warns that there was no real treasure in this sandbox, and it was just gold dust, which had no value. Immediately after this, he steps aside, and the employees ask if he is sure that there was sand there. He suddenly turns to Vincent and explains that he is very strong, although he does not quite remember what was in the treasury. Farhad adds that they agreed to split the reward equally to make it as fair as possible. Smiling, he says that now he has remembered everything and will gladly give back half of what he stole. Vincent notes that at least he will get half of the trash they couldn't get. Novelis turns to him and asks why he didn't kill him, since he witnessed the presence of a lock inside. Vincent states that he needs the man alive and that his memories have been altered using demon skills. Novelis explains that if she hadn't gone to the treasury, they would have been endlessly sliding through the red desert. After some time, we are transported to the hospital, where the nameless warrior has already arrived to visit Chester. However, he is not allowed inside because his luck is too low, and the system blocks such people from entering. We find ourselves in a hospital ward where Chester is recovering from serious surgery. Vincent, Eleanor, and Emily come to check on him and find out that he has broken several bones. It is also noted that wounds and some severe consequences do not heal outside the hospital. Eleanor explains that they won't be able to return him to the abyss for treatment, because they don't have the skills to do so. Vincent says he has the money, and Eleanor says it's a special order from the World Guild. Vincent is surprised that injuries sustained outside the hospital cannot be healed, although the opposite also works. After this, he takes a potion out of his inventory, saying that in this case he will use it. Vincent states that it is a super restoration potion, and while it will not cure him completely, his overall condition will improve. He adds that he has a legendary rank and is enhanced by dragon saliva, so the potion should help. Eleanor looks at the captain happily and asks where he got this potion, to which Vincent replies that he found it in the trash. In reality, everything was different, and we are transported back in time to understand where he got this potion from. Vincent asks Novelis for help, explaining that he heard that the dragon's body is also valuable. Vincent says he found a special recipe that requires dragon saliva to improve the recovery potion. Novelis immediately takes the potion and agrees to fulfill the request if he needs to spit in it. After this, she rinses the solution in her mouth and spits it back into the bottle. Novelis explains that while she was sleeping, she accumulated a lot of saliva, so it is easy for her to share it. Vincent reports that Chester needs a stronger treatment and is concerned that it might harm him. Chester quickly comes to his senses and begins to cough loudly, attracting the attention of his comrades. He explains that he has already died once, so dying a second time is not at all scary for him. He slowly rises to his feet and asks for a chance to finally get better. He also says that he wants to become stronger so that he won't be dependent on anyone in the future. After a while, we move on to the lifting arena of training for those who have changed their profession. Vincent asks him how he feels, while slowly drawing his weapon to fight him. Chester doesn't hide his surprise and explains that it's as if he's acquired a new body, and his injuries are starting to disappear. Vincent advises that in a world without physique, physical fitness is a key attribute of physical resistance. Chester states that even though the support constantly heals his health, the permanent damage still weakens his body. Vincent explains that this is why his body has become stronger, but it is not yet fully recovered. Vincent emphasizes that this growth is only on a physical level, and that in the abyss it is not only brute force that helps. He adds that any high-level monster in the abyss has mechanisms by which it operates. Vincent declares that these puzzles need to be solved as quickly as possible, and immediately rushes into battle. Chester realizes that his opponent is really not joking and immediately summons his weapon. He asks why Vincent suddenly decided to attack him, and Vincent calms him down, explaining that he lowered his stats. Immediately after this, Vincent uses the unarmed skill and knocks the sword out of his comrade's hands. After this, he takes a special stance, showing that if he were a real opponent, he would kill him. Vincent orders to attack him with all his might and switch to the form of a real fighter. Chester asks why he says that, since he was going to teach him fighting skills in a more relaxed atmosphere. Vincent glares at him and swings his swords, creating small swirls of dust. He explains to his friend that if he doesn't want to finish him off, he'll have to do it himself. Chester wonders if his eyes are deceiving him, as his brother almost instantly turns into an evil demon. Vincent loudly orders everyone to immediately take the sword into their hands and not let go of it under any circumstances. Chester jumps forward and feels much stronger after taking the potion. After this, he grabs the sword and turns to the side, hoping that he will not get stabbed in the back. Vincent instantly rushes forward, explaining that one should never doubt, for it is the ruin of a warrior. Chester understands that even if his comrade's strength were reduced 20-fold, he still would not be able to fight him on equal terms. He thinks that he lacks his own strength, which means he is still a weakling, which is unacceptable for him. Vincent uses his unarmed skill again to knock the sword out of his hands, and it succeeds. Chester loses his balance and falls down, which in a real fight would mean almost immediate death. Chester raises his hand and declares that he surrenders and no longer wishes to continue fighting his comrade. Vincent continues to yell at him firmly, and orders him to pick up the sword before it's too late. Chester explains that he needs to drink the potion again because he doesn't care about the side effects, he just cares about getting high. Vincent suddenly asks why he needs this power, and Chester looks at him in surprise, trying to figure out how to answer. After a pause, Chester sadly admits that he needs strength to keep others from laughing at him. Vincent says that this is not enough, and Chester says that one day he wants to step into the center of the stage and become a protagonist. He adds that he wants to become an unstoppable strongman and be recognized by everyone. Vincent explains that the obsession with becoming stronger can turn people into monsters, and he has seen many examples of this before. Chester asks what it means to him to become stronger, and why he strives to improve himself. Vincent states that his goal is to live well and provide for his family. Chester looks at him in surprise and asks if this could really be such a simple goal. Vincent explains that in order to live well, even if you haven't changed your profession, you don't need to take risks for approval. After this, he expresses hope that Chester will not pursue power that will become his eternal obsession. He then hands him the potion, explaining that the main thing is not to conquer the abyss, but to not lose oneself inside it. Chester, realizing that one sip could help him greatly, extends his hand forward. However, after a few moments he pulls his hand back, explaining that he is already strong enough. He grabs less and says that he must go the rest of the way himself, despite all the difficulties that await him ahead. Vincent states that these are very correct words, after which he demands that he defend himself. Novelis watches the fight and realizes that it sounds like these are Chester's last words, as he has 3 days left to live. She also looks at the physical processes inside Chester, and realizes that the potion is no longer working. She explains that the potion has unpredictable side effects that cannot be known before consumption. Vincent receives a notification that the potion's effect has been cancelled, and realizes that it was a trinket. Immediately after this, he asks his friend how he feels after what happened. Chester happily explains that everything worked, and he feels great again, as if nothing had happened. Immediately after that, he was able to level up thanks to how powerful the potion was. He happily declared that he was now ready to go into battle again, no matter what, if he had to fight strong enemies. Vincent is glad that the side effect of this spell is not some kind of deadly poison. Novelis asked him how he could doubt that the effect of the product she had helped create would be good. She also wonders why the potion has not lost its effectiveness, suggesting that humans have a special tolerance for it. Novelis reads Vincent's thoughts and with a sly smile asks him to tell her what these miracles are. Vincent explains that you need to live with all your might, and then a miracle will definitely happen if you continue to believe in it. Meanwhile, we are transported to the World Guild, where Vincent suddenly decided to show up. He walks inside with complete calm, paying attention to the other people, since he doesn't know them. However, after some time he sees a man he had met a long time ago, and this meeting turns out to be terrible. Raphael looks at him with irritation and calls him a pathetic wretch, whom he never wanted to see for the rest of his life. Vincent claims that they really haven't seen each other for a long time, but Raphael claims that he wouldn't see him for ages. Vincent explains that he does not want his way blocked, and states that he has no desire to communicate with him. Raphael doesn't comply, and reminds that he still has an unpaid debt from that time. He accuses Vincent of cheating him out of a huge amount of money for the iron ring and making him a laughingstock. Vincent says he can throw the ring away if he's so ashamed and points to the nearest trash can. Raphael gives verbal signals, and immediately several people come to help him. Vincent states that if he left the ring on purpose to bother him, then his life looks pretty miserable. Raphael orders the ring to be bought back for the same price, but Vincent refuses. Raphael claims that his rules don't apply at the auction, and he will pay for what he did. He also orders his comrades to strip him of all his equipment until he gives him the money. Raphael adds that if he has terrible equipment, it means he is nobody and will send him to an underground clinic. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Novelis appears, happy to have the opportunity to be here again. Vincent asks her why she came out again, hinting that a fight is about to happen and she would be better off leaving. Novelis explains that this guy has a very good offer, and his equipment is really very good. Vincent states that he has already appraised the ring, but Novelis points out that she is a dragon, and her eyes distinguish treasure from trash. Immediately after this, she decides to use a special spell, appealing to the sleeping spirit of fire. She calls out his name and demands that he break the ninefold seal. After this, she blows on the equipment so that the protagonist can see its true meaning. It turns out that in front of him is the Ring of Incinerator, which belongs to the Dragon's Breath series. Vincent looks closely at the artifact and realizes that it is simply an incredible treasure. Novelis explains that mortals only see the surface attributes, but she can see the essence of an object. She adds that all the power of the object, which could have been sealed or forgotten, is visible to her as if in the palm of her hand. Raphael orders not to test him and to take advantage of the offer while he is still kind. Vincent looks at him with a smile and says that he would be happy to buy the ring for 200 million. Raphael looks at him in surprise and asks if he's really going to do that. Vincent immediately transfers the specified amount and says that he can do it with ease. Raphael can't believe it worked and asks why he didn't fight back. Vincent extends his hand to him and demands that he hand over the ring quickly before he changes his mind and asks for the money back. Raphael still doesn't believe what happened and recounts the amount to make sure. Vincent realizes that everything fits perfectly and pulls the ring, showing that Raphael is not the biggest loser. Vincent calmly accepts the gift, and the ring immediately begins to change shape. Raphael watches this in surprise and explains that the shape of the concentrate has changed, and it looks very strange. Vincent smiles happily and shows him the ring's true form, explaining that it is of the highest class. Smiling, he declares that the operation was a success, and now they are even, because he returned a large amount of money. Raphael grabs his hand and demands that he give the ring back, declaring that he has changed his mind and now wants it back. His henchmen explain that this is against the rules, and that such barbaric behavior cannot be tolerated in this building. Raphael orders them to shut up, declaring that today he will take both the money and the ring from this pathetic loser. Vincent explains that this is simply a robbery, and the building did not earn its infamous reputation for nothing. Raphael continues to get angry, and his form gradually changes, stating that Vincent was right. He claims he will rob him in broad daylight, and taunts Vincent that there is nothing he can do. After this, he rushes forward in the hope of snatching the equipment as quickly as possible. Novelis explains that when humans become greedy, their dragon clan may become envious of their level of greed. Vincent says that some people have absolutely no concept of common sense and a sense of proportion, and this is their downfall. After this, they deal a powerful blow to Raphael's face, and he says that he only wants peace and quiet. Raphael takes a very heavy hit and crashes to the ground like a sack of trash. Vincent orders them to drag Raphael away if they don't want to get hurt like that. Every day, some unknown person appears and praises him for what he just did. The man is the leader of the Tattoos hunting party, Lizard, who claims the ring was worth a lot. He also explains that a third-rate hunting group could not afford such a sum, but he is willing to give 500 million. Raphael says that even the legendary Blood Moon ring sold for 250 million on the black market. Lizard states that he values talents highly and is ready to pay the appropriate amount for them as payment. He also asks if Vincent is willing to join their team and offers the man a 600 million contract. Lizard adds that he is buying out his team, and Raphael asks if he really decided to hire this newcomer. Vincent explains that he is a garbage man, not a freelancer chasing a better rate, so he is not interested in the offer. Lizard says that if his status as leader is uncomfortable for him, he should disband his team. Vincent notes that his team is too tightly knit to simply be thrown away like cow ties. Lizard explains that they have the most elite teams, the most knowledgeable agents, and the best conditions. Vincent stamps his foot loudly to interrupt Lizard's endless stream of flattery and self-promotion. He states that he cannot shake the feeling that this guild is not worthy of his comrades joining it. Lizard asks how he dared to refuse him on the spot, since their guild is much better than the Scavenger's house. Vincent reminds him that the leader of a low-ranking group is still the leader. Lizard grins and says that the old man was right, and he really does have a tough nut to crack. He also states that he has been appointed acting leader of the Heart of the Hunt, and that their Scavenger's house is going to be closed. Lizard adds that before the wrath sets in, he must have time to learn what it's like to be left with nothing. Lizard takes back his offer and says they need to discuss a great deal where everyone wins. Vincent claims they have nothing to discuss, while Lizard claims he's trying to get to the final festival. Vincent says irritably that he probably learned this information while trying to spy on him. Lizard happily announces that now the abandoned abysses also own his guild, and only he can open it. After this, he explains that this is precisely the essence of the product, and now Vincent must place his bets. Valerie asks her brother if he really agreed to accept these conditions. Vincent explains that he had no choice, and Valerie asks who he will take with him. Vincent says it's a difficult choice as he can only take 2 participants. After thinking for a while, he realizes that he won't be able to take the nameless warrior, as he is undead. Vincent recalls that Chester ran away to special training and promised to return in a month with another person. He decides to take Emily with him, as she is an ice knight, and Eleanor, as she is good at dealing with the undead. Valerie looks at him disapprovingly and says that he takes 2 girls when he's a guy. Vincent asks her what she's even thinking, emphasizing that he has no choice. Valerie says she would like to help him, but Vincent asks her to just train. Valerie asks if he really decided to go on a mission alone with 2 girls, and starts to worry. A powerful explosion occurs in the room, throwing Vincent and the sofa aside. Valerie declares that she will never allow her brother to go on a mission with girls. Novelis asks how he will explain to his sister that there is another woman sitting right in his line of sight. Meanwhile, a small group of people is walking down the street, having a good time and drinking alcohol. Suddenly, one of them turns around, noticing a strange figure in the alley nearby, and decides to come closer. He cheerfully asks the girl if she is lonely, and spending time in an unpleasant place without company. Eleanor looks at him with irritation, and orders him to get away immediately before it's too late. Moments later, a powerful explosion is heard in the alley, caused by Eleanor's anger. The scoundrels who decided to approach her and sort things out immediately regretted it, and got burned. Eleanor calls them pathetic pieces of trash, and demands that they get out of here before they die. A few moments later, she grabs Valerie's hand and tries to suppress her burning calls to violence. Her eyes suddenly turn blue and she apologizes for her sister's behavior. The bullies call her crazy and run away, hoping to never see her again. Eleanor becomes angry again and declares that she will not let anyone touch her hair. After this, she explains that this was her choice, since they were not always one. After surviving severe headaches, she says that one day she will return this body to her sister unharmed. Meanwhile, we are transported to one of the destroyed areas, where several group leaders meet at once. One of them is the leader of the Heavenly Lights group named Brandon, who asks the interlocutor what they are doing here. A man named Sylvester answers him and reproaches him for being too self-confident. One of Brandon's comrades notes that Sylvester has twin ridges from the Phantom Citadel abyss on his belt. Brandon claims that this doesn't mean anything, since their guild has long since risen higher than the basement rats. He shows his sword and explains that it is the Sacred Justice Luncheon, which is a legendary artifact. A few moments later, a powerful explosion occurs next to them, which instantly switches their attention. Lizard says he finds it amusing to watch a second-class hunting party squabble with each other. He states that they were good for nothing else, but at least they knew who was in charge. Brandon and Sylvester immediately turn away from him, realizing that arguing with this man is useless and harmful to their health. Lizard explains that the S-rank anomaly business requires 4 guilds to send their elites. Sylvester says he can cut through all the noise and get to the heart of the matter. Lizard states that they were certainly not called for nothing, since he submitted an application to the Council of Elders for a joint hunting program. Brandon and Sylvester realize that they will only be participating as guinea pigs. Lizard says that their 2 guilds have been stuck at a rank for a long time, and this is their chance to break through to a higher level. Sylvester reflects that for 3 years, the guild has been stuck and unable to access high-level quests with rare rewards. Brandon also realizes that they were publicly humiliated last week, and now they need to restore their reputation. Sylvester and Brandon agree that if the reward is truly that big, they are willing to take it on. Lizard declares that his word is worth its weight in gold, and besides them there will be another honored guest. Vincent immediately faces disapproval from the other members, who consider him a lowly scavenger. Some participants wonder if they are really going to fight alongside them. Raphael laughs and says he didn't expect to see the famous trash can house at the event. Brandon and Sylvester wonder if the scavengers could be useful for the mission, as it has a high level of randomness. Brandon wonders how the guild could even end up on the same team with the scavengers, as that's low. Emily takes off her hood and wonders if they have any trouble walking with them. Brandon realizes that he made a big mistake by allowing himself to say an extra word to such a beauty. Moreover, he knows her personally, and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, trying to cope with stuttering. Brandon says that it's really been a while since they last saw each other, but he still stutters just like he did last time. Brandon explains that she is no longer the head of the family, and is content with the pitiful remains in a pile of junk. Emily states that she chose this path herself, and he is the last one to judge her. She also calls him a pathetic stutterer, and Brandon says he will not tolerate such treatment. He claims that her family always dreamed of a union by marriage, but now they have lost a valuable asset for transactions. Emily says she probably should cry, even though she doesn't really care what happens to him. She also calls him a damn stutterer, and the others start making fun of him because of his appearance. Brandon says that she has no sense of proportion, and does not dare to treat him like that when his comrades are standing nearby. Immediately after this, when she tries to attack, Vincent stands up to her defense and repels the attack with one powerful blow. Vincent explains that the sword was indeed nice, but the person holding it was just trash. Brandon looks at his broken sword and wonders how Vincent was able to destroy his favorite weapon. Vincent explains that the sword was not strong enough, and apologizes for this minor incident. Brandon grabs him by the clothes and declares that he will smash his face into the wall for this insult. Lizard says that for good teamwork, drawing blades on first meeting is a bad idea. He adds that if Vincent broke Brandon's gun, he must pay full compensation. Vincent declares that he has nothing against it, despite Emily's clear protest. Vincent opens his pocket dimension and says that he can choose any weapon from there. Brandon realizes that any specimen here is much better than his and asks where he got them. Novalis asks how he could show the dragon's treasure, and Vincent explains that it is in his pocket. Novalis says that Vincent's pocket is only part of her treasure, so he shouldn't rummage through it without asking. Immediately after this, she places a curse on the equipment that will harm the soul of anyone who takes these swords. Brandon realizes that the barely noticeable ancient runes enhance the magical aura of incredible power. Sylvester looks at his weapon and notices that compared to this one, what he holds in his hands is just a tin can. Lizard praises Vincent's collection of equipment, explaining that it is impossible to find it in any market, no matter how hard one tries. Vincent reflects that he won't be able to explain it directly anyway, so it's better to make up a story. He claims to have a special ability that allows him to evaluate truly good artifacts. Raphael asks if he really bid seriously at this auction and didn't cheat him with the ring. Lizard asks where he got so much divine equipment, and Vincent replies that it is a secret. Lizard says this is great, and it's important to understand how important access to items like this is for top hunters. Lizard adds that he cannot allow a man with such equipment to cooperate with anyone else, and Vincent is surprised. He asks if this is a compliment or a threat, and Lizard replies that it is both, expressing a desire to buy everything back. Lizard decides to change his tone and says that Brandon should not be rude to Vincent and his comrades. Brandon realizes he has no choice and takes one of the swords that he likes. Lizard says that if everyone is here, we need to stop chatting and get down to business. He explains that the dice must be rolled and the one with the highest number wins, receiving the largest share of the spoils. Brandon and Sylvester say something like this is to be expected from a band used to doing things the old way. Vincent looks at the dice of fate and realizes that once they land on the same side, the decision becomes irrefutable. The thing is, these bones have the power of law, which is so strong that even a dragon cannot challenge it. Novalis says these bones can also affect loot in the abyss and the likelihood of random events. She adds that if you develop your perception skills well, you can notice these mechanisms. She also notes that if a person is blessed with good luck, the active trap may accidentally fail to trigger. She adds that these bones of fate are in fact fake. This means that only she with the dragon's eye can see the effect, which turns out to be quite modest and unimpressive. Vincent reflects that it now becomes clear why he earned the title of Iron-Fisted Referee. Looking closely at the bones, he says that this is truly a treasure that could be put to good use. Lizard, meanwhile, asks what he thinks about the artifact that was given to him. Vincent turns the dice in his hand for a while longer, and then declares that his assessment is unambiguous. He claims that this is very fair, and he agrees to participate in the group under these conditions. They travel to a place that was once a thriving money-making town, but that was over 10 years ago. One night, the entire city and 10,000 inhabitants simply disappeared, and a group of hunters went there. These explorers entered the abyss and found that everything was covered in a thick fog, and the remains of ash hung in the air. However, they discovered to their horror that the missing people had not simply died, but a much more severe fate awaited them. Their souls were trapped and turned into twisted, vengeful spirits that wandered in the fog. Initially planning an attack, the leader decided to retreat already at the 3rd kilometer, because the fog was too thick. However, one of the teams, Raven Grey, was hoarding the market and was attacked by an unknown monster from the dense fog. Later, Raven remembers that there was a ringing of bells there that deafened him. The sound seemed to him to come from far away, and then the shadow of a Gothic church appeared. The church spire pierced the thick haze, and black and red gleams entangled the outer walls. People were lured there by an irresistible force, tempted by the possibilities if they got them. On the altar was the key to the gates of the abyss, which gave a unique opportunity to rewrite a person's destiny. The raven reached for the book and reported that he heard the moon whisper outside the window, and the bells began to ring again. His comrades fell on the spot, after which Raven grabbed the key and fled the church in complete horror. He doesn't dare look back and check what happened to his comrades, but he runs until he comes across the mark. He waits for 6 hours, but the team members are still nowhere to be seen, and what's even stranger is that the bone key in his hand begins to heat up. He is forced to follow the directions of the key, which leads him further and further into an unknown direction. Finally, he finds a way out of the abyss, and for a moment joy appears on his face. As soon as he takes a step out, the gap behind them shakes violently, as if some creature is beating from within. With the last bit of strength, he inserts the key into the keyhole, and only thanks to this, the gate closes with a loud crash. After this, silence falls, and the remaining gates of the abyss are forever locked right here. According to legend, they were never opened again. But this is precisely why the heroes came here. Lizard says he has a key in his hand, which is one of the clues left by the raven. Smiling, he declares that they are now going to open the gate again and activates the artifact. The system notifies everyone that the entrance to the abyss called the Black Prison Mausoleum has been activated. Lizard explains that the abyssal technology sends a signal to everyone in the interface, synchronizing all systems. After this, they decide to assign roles, and Brandon declares that he is the swordmaster in the company of squires. Vincent explains that squires help him maintain his weapons and also carry his loot. Lizard asks why he brought Small Fry here, given the danger of this place. Vincent states that his comrades are very powerful warriors, who have the roles of an ice knight and a fire mage. He adds that he has absolutely all the attributes pumped up, and he is suitable for any role. Brandon says he has his own collection that is almost as good as what Vincent showed. Immediately after this, a squabble breaks out between the squires out of the blue. Raphael says that he is a black knight and a werewolf, and behind him is a priestess of light. Vincent looks at him with surprise and thinks that losing means nothing. He begins to justify himself, explaining that a werewolf's power does not grow at night, and the priestess says that she does not know him. Eleanor wonders if these people can be relied on at all, as they are too boastful. Lizard says that their group has the advantage, and therefore he will command. Sylvester asks why he has already taken the role of dictator, since the campaign hasn't even begun. Lizard states that they can settle the matter with a simple roll of the dice, and whoever has the most points will win. After everyone rolls the dice, it becomes clear that Lizard has won, and they move forward. After some time, they are transported to an unknown place on the other side of the portal and look around. Lizard takes out a special item from his inventory that will help him in the future. The thing turns out to be a mysterious lantern, which could prove indispensable in these conditions. Lizard orders no one to go far, as the fog will only thicken, and the lantern disperses it. Taking a closer look at their surroundings, they quickly discover that enemies have already appeared there. These enemies look scary, and drastic measures must be taken to get rid of them. Raphael calls on the priestess to deal with these villains, and she silently steps forward. After a few moments, she uses the skill Holy Abode to banish all undead within a large radius. This does not affect allies, but deals a colossal amount of damage to all undead. Brandon wonders why the corpses don't approach them, and is told that the priestess always scares the dead away. After this, he orders his subordinate to enchant the sword so that it deals even more damage. When the procedure is complete, he throws the sword towards one of the opponents, killing him instantly. Brandon is pleased that this is a very useful upgrade and decides to keep the sword for himself. He then turns to the sword and commands it to strike the enemies, and it releases several beams of light. Sylvester watches the scene closely as one of the creatures sneaks up on him. He says to activate the Shadow Shroud skill and attack when there is a gap in the defense. The monsters attack them, but each attack is pointless, as they have already become incorporeal. After this, Sylvester and his comrades move to a more comfortable position. He happily remarks that there is no point in interfering, since these little creatures will make a good target. Emily tells Vincent that she wants to go with him, but he states that it would be better if she stays here on the defensive. Vincent and Brandon step forward while their charges and comrades continue to fight. Vincent uses the Dragon's Eye skill to assess his surroundings. He immediately understands which opponents pose the greatest danger and which ones can be quickly destroyed. He states that it is better to avoid the red monsters, as now is not the time to fight them. Brandon realizes that this guy's vision is pierced by fog, and ordinary people are not capable of such unique perception. He decides to follow him because this way, he will be able to avoid a huge number of problems. Brandon simultaneously destroys everyone in his path, and Vincent asks him not to make such scenes. After some time, they run a long distance and jump down to the next stage. Upon landing, they discover that the ground beneath their feet has changed, and they have entered a different zone. The thing is, They found themselves in a cemetery that looks incredibly ominous and threatening. Brandon says the fog just cleared, even though it should be thickest in the center of the massive cemetery. He is also glad that the monsters did not follow them, and it is relatively clean here, so he can rest. Vincent points out a strange detail and declares that this is clearly not a good sign. They see that next to the graves there is a crater from an explosion, and in it is the tortured body of a man. Bloody footprints rush forward to one of the hills, where a strange silhouette is already visible. The silhouette belongs to a giant knight, of whom only a skeleton burning with hatred remains. Vincent notes that they were indeed unlucky, as they ran into the boss of this location. Sylvester warns of danger, saying that a couple more steps and they will get a ticket to the next world. Brandon asks him what he's doing there, and Sylvester interrupts him, telling him to be quiet. Vincent says they could get around the creature and asks why it is waiting to die. Sylvester explains that he does this not out of desire, but because of the circumstances. He says that if you cross the cursed wall, there will be no way back, since the Lord's barrier is in effect here. Vincent notes that the appearance of a boss-level monster creates a room-like structure that cannot be left. Sylvester reports that his charges can be destroyed by one blow from this creature. He adds that all this time he was watching them until the monster's attention weakened enough to slip away. The monster, meanwhile, does not move. However, since the barriers remain in place, it clearly senses the presence of people nearby. Brandon rushes headlong into battle, calling Sylvester a weakling for waiting for the boss to act. Sylvester understands that this is a big mistake, and Vincent agrees with his look. Brandon happily notes that the strong are never afraid and always rush into battle. After this, he throws the sword, splitting it into several pieces, towards the boss, hoping to destroy him immediately. A powerful explosion occurs, raising clouds of dust, making it impossible to determine what happened. Brandon declares that it is an impenetrable wall of 10,000 blades, and orders the monster to defend itself. After a few moments the smoke cleared and he realized that he had overestimated his strength. The monster rushes forward, showing that he was not left with a scratch from the blow. He immediately launches a powerful attack towards Brandon, who miraculously manages to dodge and keep his head. Now he understands that the situation has changed, but he decides to counterattack while he still has the opportunity. All of his attacks have an armor-piercing effect and can destroy the target's physical defense. Brandon looks closely at the sword, and realizes that it hasn't done much damage despite his efforts. Rage begins to take hold of him, and he declares that he will grind the monster into dust. The monster announces that he is the enemy of all living things and will destroy all violators. Immediately after this, he rushes into battle with incredible fury, hoping to cut the enemy down with one blow. Brandon accepts the challenge and continues his sword dance to catch his opponent at the right moment. This fight looks spectacular, but it is becoming clear that Brandon's chances are slim. Vincent advises him to dodge before it's too late, because his speed is no less than that of a dead man. Meanwhile, the skeleton knight continues his onslaught, gradually pushing the enemy further and further away. Brandon notes that a swordmaster will never run away from danger because everyone will judge him. Vincent understands that he will have to intervene in the duel. Otherwise, Brandon will simply die for the sake of his pride. At a certain point, he puts forward his legendary shield, protecting his comrade. Brandon accuses him of stealing his glory, and Vincent advises him to stop provoking the monster. Vincent explains that the knight can destroy his blade in a few blows and that he should retreat. Brandon continues to be indignant, but Vincent understands that the time for talking has passed. He decides to activate Fire Ring to knock back the enemy and deal significant damage. The Ghost Knight throws himself aside and tries to understand how a mere human could cause him such damage. Brandon also did not expect to see such a serious effect from a simple ring, and is interested in what is happening. The system reports that the dragon's fire breath ring has been successfully cast, and the hellfire has been consumed. Vincent is delighted that this is the divine equipment worth 200 million. Looking at his opponent, he notices that he now has the same strength as his opponent. The knight glares at him and prepares to rush to regain his strength. To do this, he summons several assistants who emerge from the ground right in front of them. Vincent rushes forward, leaving clouds of dust behind him. He jumps up to charge his attacks with extra energy power. Each of his attacks proves fatal to the minions raised by the skeleton knight. This blow is enough to destroy a monster the size of a house. Vincent notes that while the Hellfire skill is active, creature regeneration will not help. The remaining monsters are still trying to grab him, to at least somehow even the odds. Vincent jumps, dodging each attack of the monsters. He doesn't forget to counterattack, striking his opponents in the head every second. He continues to rain giant fireballs down on them to completely destroy their regeneration. One of the monsters manages to get behind him and opens its giant mouth to swallow him. There is a loud snap of teeth and Vincent finds himself in the monster's jaws. A few seconds later, the giant monster already regrets his rash act. Vincent's upper body begins to explode and catch fire like a match full of kerosene. Sylvester remarks that he has never seen anyone steal such a skill before. Vincent hears Brandon taking credit for his successes, but decides to ignore him. He hears a loud whistle above him, signaling an impending attack. He easily dodges a sword strike that could have cut him into pieces. He gains distance to better attack the bulky opponent. Taking aim, he releases a large fire projectile in front of him to weaken the enemy. The clumsy knight doesn't have time to dodge and receive serious damage, but has a defensive ability. The system reports that after using the fortitude skill, he has increased his resistance to fire attacks. Vincent realizes that he underestimated his opponent, and immediately dodges. He jumps to the side, and energy beams land nearby, destroying the earth. Without wasting any time, he fires 3 projectiles at high speed. The ghost knight grabs his sword to deflect the stones with a powerful blow. Vincent realizes that the knight has high resistance to magic, but weak to physical attacks. He decides to wait for the moment of change of stability and attack then. He throws stones at the knight, which he successfully deflects. Vincent takes advantage of the moment to get behind his opponent. Thanks to his speed, he delivers several devastating blows to the back to stun. The blows are so powerful that the monster falls apart in 2. Brandon and Sylvester are shocked, not believing that Vincent took down the boss. Sylvester notes that patience brings reward, and Brandon states that he has earned it. He adds that he will take a few swords to cover expenses, and the rest should be considered a gift. Vincent considers these items to be pathetic trash, and allows others to take them. Brandon is outraged and asks if he really thinks their collection is garbage. Vincent turns around and says that he found something much more interesting than swords. Approaching the sparkling skull of the otherworldly knight, he uses the skill to recycle the artifact. Hands emerge from the abyss, lifting the skull for inspection and decision. The system reports that hellfire can merge with the forge, increasing forging success by 30%. Vincent activates the dragon pupil skill to unlock the artifact's true potential. Novelis notes that Vincent managed to knock out rare fire and monsters that drop incredibly rarely. She asks if he remembers the attribute he used along with the ring and the ash effect. She emphasizes that all remaining undead are just particles of eternal combustion, and their ability to revive will be blocked. Vincent says that sounds pretty good, and he'll probably take the trophy for himself. Sylvester watches him closely, trying to figure out if he's decided to pocket some rare piece of loot. Brandon comes closer to him, calls him a trash man, and asks if he took the rare item. Brandon and Sylvester order him not to put on a show as they saw him looking at the artifact. Vincent reminds them that he came to save their sorry asses, and now they blame him. After that, he smiles, says that they are right about one thing, and tries to absorb the fire. After a few moments, hellfire begins to flare up next to him, and his aura becomes more threatening. Sylvester and Brandon begin to think about escape routes, since they have clearly run into the right person. Vincent says he actually got something incredible and can show it if they want. The temperature around him rises rapidly, and Brandon and Sylvester feel their skin heating up. Vincent assesses the effect and declares that they clearly don't need this thing, so he will take it for himself. Sylvester says he would never take fire that could set the owner on fire. Vincent adds that he is in a hurry, so he needs to gather with the main group and get to the place. Brandon reflects that he did the right thing by not engaging in combat with the man. He decides to wait for his destiny, because the higher you climb, the more painful the fall. Raphael turns to Lizard and says that he hasn't seen his comrades for a long time, which is not a good sign. Lizard adds that there is nothing to worry about, since as long as Vincent is with them, there will be no problems. After a while, he notices Vincent approaching and says that he had no doubt about him. He asks Sylvester to be more convincing and never let him down again. After some time, they discover a Gothic church called the Cathedral of Bones. Lizard says that this is exactly what they were looking for, after which the squad decides to head there. He explains that there is a script there related to the final ritual. After a while, they reach the entrance to the church, and the gates open with a loud creak. They carefully make their way inside, and Vincent follows his comrades, hoping that everything will go smoothly. Lizard says that in front of them is the greatest artifact that protects from all curses and removes any effects. Vincent realizes that something is clearly wrong here, and decides to look around just in case. The book looks creepy, considering that it lies on a huge number of bones. Sylvester wonders what 11 skeletons are doing here, lying there for what seems like years. He asks why they were dragged into an empty church when he suddenly feels an eerie aura. Vincent says that now everything falls into place, because the Raven was the only one who survived out of the 12 members of the squad. He looks at Lizard and tells them that it is he who is in front of them and has been hiding his identity all this time. He suggests that the hunt was just a pretense, and the real goal was the sacrifice of new souls. Lizard turns around and says that this is simply a wonderful example of incredible insight. He explains that the hunt was for a ritual, and to fully launch the ceremony, 9 more souls are needed. Brandon wonders why it takes so many souls to start the process. Vincent clarifies that if the book is charged entirely, it can help one ascend to the rank of Archangel King Ilyich. Sylvester says the plan failed because the hunting parties only have 8 people. He adds that the plans won't come true anyway, so they can pretend nothing happened and look for another group. Lizard says that Sylvester's group is incredibly pathetic, since one of their comrades died immediately. He adds that fortunately, fate decreed that despite the loss, the scales of fate were balanced. After this, Lizard turns to Eleanor and asks if he understands everything correctly. Emily turns to look at her friend, trying to figure out how she is involved in the ritual. Eleanor says this is so because the body is a vessel that she is forced to share with her sister. Emily notes that this explains why she seemed like a completely different person in battle. Eleanor explains that she came here to return her sister's body with the final ritual. She declares that she wants to divide the artifact's power between souls and return the body intact. Vincent realizes that the curse, where 2 souls are trapped in one vessel, seems to be the work of a demon. Lizard says that for the great ritual they are all just fuel and small fry. Meanwhile, Raphael prepares for battle and takes the form of a combat werewolf. The same applies to the Priestess of Light, who suddenly shows signs of possessing dark magic. Brandon looks at the girl in surprise and asks how she can have such power. The girl says that she was caught by the darkness, and that she is a priest who is seen once in a century. Sylvester wonders if she can handle several groups of hunters with such strength. The girl claims that she can handle it alone and will be able to destroy them in just a few moments. Vincent sides with his comrades and cuts through her magic with one blow. The priestess immediately realizes that she has encountered a truly powerful enemy, so she needs to retreat a little. Vincent looks angrily at Lizard and asks how he dares to consider such comrades as fuel. The Lizard explains that they are just unfortunate ants, which cannot be stirred up in the river of the coming end with even a couple of drops. He also notes that Eleanor's soul is just a toy for demons, just like her sister's soul. Lizard wonders if Vincent's ridiculous group can make any difference. He orders his subordinates to rush forward, noting that they will quickly deal with the enemy. Vincent states that in this case there is no point in holding back, and one can beat these pathetic freaks with full force. Brandon also warns not to underestimate the enemy and prepares to rush into battle together. Vincent rushes forward, passing both opponents with his incredible speed. Lizard manages to notice the approaching silhouette and realizes that the time has come to stop it. He joyfully grabs the sword and unleashes all his might towards the approaching Vincent. However, to everyone's surprise, with one light blow the sword is cut in half. Everyone stares at Vincent in surprise, trying to understand how this is possible and what happened. With one light blow, Vincent not only destroys Lizard's weapon, but also cuts off his head. Lizard says he didn't expect such an attack and wanted to see how big the gap was between them. After this, he asks what kind of meaningless ending this is, since everything should have been different. Vincent turns to his henchmen and asks if they are willing to give their lives for this. Raphael says that if the boss is already dead, there is no point in them fighting, because they can just surrender. He also notes that a mountain of corpses is needed to activate the ritual, and Vincent will have to kill them all. Vincent replies that no more deaths will be needed, since if the demon itself receives them, it will be able to use the ritual. Brandon wonders if the demon is actually capable of activating the ritual immediately. Vincent activates his shadow demon form and reveals that he once gifted such a demon and received its powers. Emily looks at him in surprise and asks when he managed to get such incredible enhancements. Vincent explains that he accidentally met a demon, received a terrible curse, and has only a minute left to live. Emily asks if he can save himself from the curse with a ritual, since they have come so far. Vincent notes that fate never follows a script, and this book is capable of rewriting the destiny of only one person. He adds that if this is the case, he wants that person to be Eleanor and no one else. Eleanor says that this is nonsense, because what is the point of wasting a book on the first person you meet? Vincent says she has never lived for herself, and has done enough to settle down. Emily starts crying, saying that she won't let him do this, considering it unfair to everyone else. Vincent takes the book, even as his body slowly begins to deteriorate due to the encroaching curse. He apologizes to Emily and asks her to take care of his sister. Vincent adds that he trusts her the most and orders the ritual to lift the curse from Eleanor. With his last words, he advises her to go away and see the world she must see. After some time, a group of heroes gathers at Vincent's grave, discussing how he acted selfishly. They add that thanks to his efforts, the guild reached rank D, which is a good result. The nameless warrior wonders what will happen next, and Emily declares that Vincent is not dead. She says that she is waiting for the king to return one day, because after his death she was sucked into the abyss. She proudly notes that she believes with all her heart that he will return and that he will shock everyone again.